And we're live, episode 307. We will at some point have our guest Anthony Cumia, but I think for the first 45 minutes to an hour-ish, we'll go without him, and then he'll join. Kyle?
But don't skip ahead, because this is the gold.
Yeah, anyway, we got some topics lined up.
Just us. All right, so we've got a few sponsors tonight. We've got NatureBox, Squarespace, Uber, DIFF Eyewear once more. I like them. TheTrackR, and Audible. So we'll talk about each of those more later on in the show. If you're interested in any of those products and or services, check them out down in the description below.
Did you mention all six?
There is one of them that does not require a mid-roll. That is Wondery, but they get a mid-roll anyway, or a beginning thing anyway. So yeah, Wondery. We'll talk about it too. It's just a post-roll for that one. We're good. I promise.
If you say so.
I trust you,
right.
Kyle.
Yes,
yeah.
All right.
I've been here. I was here 2 hours early getting that right. I've been here. I've been sitting in here for a while.
Holy shit! It takes you a while to get two sentences all straight.
Well, it's not that. I have. Look, behind that camera right now, it looks like Charlie Kelly's wall when he's trying to find like Pepe Sylvia. All right, there's post-it notes and strings everywhere. I've got a whole comedic format right behind that camera that I've planned for you tonight, and I just don't appreciate your integration this early in the show, sir.
Kyle actually.
You are nasty.
You are a nasty man.
Oh, I know
Little inside joke.
I am.
What do we want to start out with first?
I've got a thing that we didn't even talk about in advance. Apparently, while Wings of Redemption did talk about Kyle's finances, did talk about my finances, did say I was bad at video games and a host of other things, he never said that Jackie and I were getting a divorce.
Well, then he's in the clear.
He did say we were pro screwing people over, or whatever, fucking people over, whatever it is he said. But the one about
like fact, like is that recorded that he said you guys like fucking people over? I don't even remember.
You uploaded it in a video on his own channel.
Okay, I was curious.
Yeah. But he did immediately rescind it. Like, I shouldn't have said that, and then rendered it and then uploaded it. But he did not. Apparently, the part about him talking about Jackie and I was a lie that a fan of PKA made up because he's a dick, I guess. So, anyway, that's all cleared up now.
Oh, good. Well, now he's in the clear. Nothing wrong with any of that. So, I got a couple things here. One that I've been meaning to talk about on the show forever. It's actually a sponsor on the Howard Stern show, but I think it's this. And I'll be honest, I attempted reaching out to them for our show. I was willing to bring them on board, the PKA train. But not really because I think it's a great product, but because I think it's a funny product. And this is TigerLady.com, okay? If we all want to head on over to TigerLady.com. Now, what this is a self-defense tool, I guess, weapon really, that is marketed toward women, TigerLady.com. And they kind of pitch themselves as giving a lady Wolverine claws at a moment's notice that collect DNA evidence. Now, what does this mean? This means that you fucking squeeze this thing and claws come out that are like cat claws that scoop flesh when you scratch someone for DNA evidence for later, I guess. Is this a good idea?
I think it means you need to kill the woman.
This couldn't be a less effective way of angering your rapist. You know, like this
is a very effective way of angering your rapist.
He's like, you're just like, sorry. I can just imagine it now. You're jogging, rapist comes up, grabs you, spins you around, you go, "Roar, Tiger Lady!" and you scratch him just right across the corner, top to mouth. And he was like, "You dropped your purse! You dropped your purse! I'm blind." Like, that's what's gonna happen if you're so afraid that you're running around. And keep in mind, this isn't meant to be worn in your pocket or in like a fanny pack. It's made so that it's always in your hand, like brass knuckles, like you're jogging with them. And there's even a picture of a lady jogging with one in each hand, like she's under that much threat at the park.
She is. She's Wolverine.
This is the same level of like safety as if instead of keeping a gun hidden on me or a taser, if I just jogged with 2 pocket knives out in my hands, showing people like, actually, you know what? Jogging with pocket knives is a better idea than the Tiger Lady, because with the Tiger Lady, they're going to go, what is she holding, some old MP3 player? I'm going to go bother that bitch because I'm a miscreant who does that kind of thing. With a pocket knife like that, you hold it up and they go, that bitch has 2 knives. At the very least, I'm going to take a few. I'm going to wait until the next victim comes along. The PKA knife, way better than the Tiger.
So, I know this isn't going to be this would be a little easier for some of us than others, but put yourself in the shoes of a rapist, okay? You get scratched.
Not a problem. Carry on.
I'm aware. I was referring to you. You get scratched terribly by your would-be rapee, and are you or are you not much more likely to escalate to rape murder at that point?
I'll answer your question with a question. Have I ever been caught for rape?
Not once.
Not once.
Ever.
No.
Not
Jesus
This is a terrible line of
We're like
joking.
3 minutes in, guys.
What's weird about the tiger lady is, like, last time I was at Woody's house, he's got a whole collection of them. He just
Right?
lined up. He names them. It said Becky on one, Carol on another.
Sebastian, the big one,
Yeah.
This is like, I think every woman should have some kind of self-defense because there are creepy, awful guys out there who will take advantage of them. But this isn't, go get your concealed weapons permit or go to a jujitsu class or something, because this doesn't look like, this is, if you guys can't picture it, it's imagine brass knuckles, but instead it's that same kind of hand grip they have, but they squeeze down, and just like Wolverine, 3 kind of prongs come out from between the knuckles, and they're not giant prongs like Wolverine.
It
like
will
knives.
not kill man.
They
It
are
will
little
only
hooks.
anger him so
It
much.
will make him live it. Like, it's like if they gave you a 22 rifle and they put you in the same, tank as a grizzly bear or something.
Yeah.
They'd be like, you're going to be able to really make this thing upset before it cuts your face off. And so these little hooks, like Kyle was saying, a selling point is that it gets DNA. You know what else gets DNA out? Any kind of contact with a human being, because this isn't 1950. They can find shit on the ground. If you sneeze on your rapist, you're going to blow a few hairs loose, and they're going to find...
Do not take legal advice from PKA. I'm pretty sure this all comes from Taylor's ass.
If you shoot, if you shoot
It
your
comes from
rapist,
CSI, the television show.
if you shoot your would-be rapist, there will be plenty of DNA
That's the
evidence.
thing.
Every fucking
So I was
where.
watching this Navy SEAL on YouTube, and they were like, look, what advice do you have for women to defend themselves? And he said, get a gun. And they're like, no. We mean boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, what does... He's like, get a gun. You're a girl, for Christ's sakes. He's like, it would take you years of dedication to get to the point where you can beat some of the guys. It just, look, I don't mean to be sexist about this thing. Joe Rogan, I just heard him talking about this. Joe Rogan's like, the 3 most important people in my life are women. My wife, my daughter, and my other daughter. But I can beat the fuck out of all of them, right? Yeah. Joe had a great special. Anyway, I feel the same way. Girls, look. If you're learning self-defense, I hope it's to keep in shape and feel better about your stuff and self and things like that. Because if you think you're going to beat off a guy, you need to be really dedicated to this. You need to be elite at the woman's level before you're taking on average guys.
Yeah, if you're going to beat off a guy, you want to get a lot of practice in first. You're going to find a guy like me. I'll let you beat me off as often as you want. Just go to town down there. Yeah.
I've beaten a lot of guys off, all in preparation of the one day I'm going to have to do it for real.
Yeah, dozens of guys. Sometimes
I
at the same
find
time.
I catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
I'm not even sure what we're talking about at this point.
I don't know. We were beating off guys
a while ago.
Yeah, we went one layer too deep on the euphemisms. And I don't
No,
get
I
it.
got mine.
But the thing is, this tiger lady, tiger woman. I need to go back to the tab. Whatever it is, it's like this is what people who have never had to defend themselves imagine would be helpful in a self-defense scenario. You're like, ooh, he's going to come at me and go, hey, toots, out all alone at night, are you? And then his friends are going to come up behind him and start going, and you're going to have to back up and go, oh, Lord, you reach in your purse because you have time to do that in this fantasy. Time to grab 2. Fuck it. You grab 2 of them. You pull back, and then they kind of recoil. They go, oh, this broad's not like the rest. And then,
is that the tiger lady?
Is that the tiger lady? Rapist Joe showed up with a horrible scratch the other night. I don't want to end up like him. Wife's going to find out.
He got to get a tetanus shot. It was terrible. He said it stung.
He got lockjaw. Couldn't get his nightly drink. Got all stressed out. Got the shakes. That's what happens in the morning when you don't get your nightly drink. We're in the 50s. All alcoholics. So I'm not going to rape you, because you have these claws. That's not what would happen. What would happen in reality is the guy would walk over. You might get a glancing blow where he goes, fuck. And then you're going to be like, all right, when's he drop? Boom! And then the fight's over. It's done. Because this guy is a piece of shit. We've already established he is a rapist, so he's a bad person. So he's not going to shy away from throwing some cheap shots in your fight. Yeah. So if you want to defend yourself, get a real weapon. Get a real weapon that will help you, not this pretend.
Yeah, definitely so. It's always a gun. A gun is always the way to go. There's plenty of quotes about how guns make everyone equal. Everybody's on the same fucking playing field if we've all got a gun.
First rule of winning a gunfight: have a gun.
Have a gun. Yeah.
Have a gun.
No matter, I just don't understand why. Even if you're against gun ownership, like, you can be against it in your heart, but just know that everybody else already has the guns, so you might as well just get one yourself anyway. Put it in that lockbox, and then when the day comes, it's always better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
I often hear people say, like, oh, like, you really think you'll get to the top drawer in your nightstand before the burglar gets to you? Yeah, I fucking do. Like, what does he break through the front door and make a sprint for the master bedroom?
It's because they're struggling in the labyrinth downstairs. You have as much time as you need, Is this No, this can't be another living room. What are you doing? Come on,
He's dealing with the Minotaur for half an hour.
Why do they have 2 sunrooms? This doesn't make any... They should have directions and a hoverboard for me to get around.
Solarium?
He has like a safety guy on the outside. Joe, has like the house warped or anything? Like, I'm in a room with Game of Thrones paraphernalia everywhere. I don't know what's happened. It smells different in here, though.
Are you sure it's not moving around like a 3D Rubik's Cube?
I really like my house. It's the coolest thing I've got. I don't know. I'm happy. I was out in the yard today. I returned my paramotor, and I'm getting a different one. But the guy that came to get it from my house was also a paramotor pilot, and we were like talking about runways and where we take off and what we do, and I like it. I took my trash out today, which involves like loading up the golf cart thing.
Wait a minute, when you were talking about runways and stuff, were you like, well, I just take off from the Woodworth estate?
No, so he was
familiar.
He came to my garage.
Where's that? Is that like a municipal?
He was looking. He was here. He came here. So he's like, "Wouldn't you take off here?" And I was like, so far I've taken off from here, here, and here, and this is how I do it and why. And I don't want to bury people in paramotor talk, but I don't know. I'm really happy to be here.
Hey, you have access to your address thing to change it on Google because it's a map. You should make it like Woodworth International Airport. Or something like that.
Yeah.
Someone made it something already.
Into international water.
So I don't know if you saw that news story, but I guess this woman was training for the World Championships of paragliding, and she got sucked up into a thunderstorm. Not just like an updraft, but she got sucked up into a thunderstorm, ascending at over 20 meters per second.
Crazy.
Which is incredibly fast to be ascending.
Like falling upward, yeah.
She goes up to over 30,000 feet, which is where the jetliners are. It's negative 40 degrees up there. She's covered in ice, unconscious from lack of oxygen. But before that happens, she's up in the thundercloud with the lightning bolts being thrown around she said like a leaf in the wind, like completely out of control, like weightless.
2 people got sucked up that day.
Yeah. The other guy died. She, however,
broke a record for highest flight ever.
Yeah,
that's an example of...
That's going to be a real sad induction ceremony, right? And the new winner for highest flight ever. like pin that one on there. And Jerry's dead. Let's not forget that. In memoriam of Jerry.
She had...
memoriam of Jerry.
So there's something called a vario that paragliders use, and it tells them their altitude and sort of tracks their flight. It's like a 3-dimensional GPS. So even though she was unconscious, this thing was recording the whole time, and that's why they know like exactly what happened to her while she was sleeping.
She descended at one point at 30 meters per second.
Her wing iced over.
That's well over 100 feet per second, which is easier for my brain because of firearms and paintball and arrows and stuff. That's very freaking fast. A paintball gun is shooting at 280 feet per second, and I think that's something that a lot of people can relate to. A compound bow, if you're into archery, a little over 300 feet per second, depending on the bow. That's really fast. She's at a third of that, and it's just her. It's just her body. That's how fast.
Her wing must have been like in a straight, like just like a handkerchief or something attached to a piece of string as she dropped down, and then it got a little less icy, and it just reinflated like a parachute would, And
she wakes up at like 7,000 feet or something, 9,000 feet or something, and she's just like, "Oh, I'm alive. I didn't expect that." Because she thought she was going to die. It's interesting, I bet if she had woken up on the ground and we had like hurriedly put her in some sort of scenario, we could totally have made her think it was the afterlife. We get a bunch of guys to dress up and dress up like Jesus fucking Christ. Like you dress up as Saint Peter,
like Satan.
Early gates, the whole
You
thing.
do it better. Might as well be Satan.
That's where I was going with this.
You are too reckless with the life God gave you.
Oh, just go real hard on the oh my God, we got you on so many offenses. Shellfish, mixed cotton and polyester, premarital sex. You're so fucked. Like
God comes down. If I had wanted you to fly, I would have given you wings. To hell with the rest of the aviators. Yeah, that would be great.
When she landed, she still needed help. Like she was hypothermic and not really with it. Like she didn't get up and walk.
You could have made her believe this.
Yeah, they had to rescue her even after she landed. It wasn't a good scene for her. And another guy died. I think he was struck by lightning in the air. I'm not positive about that part though.
I wonder what effect that has on you because you're not grounded up there. You're just so it would be somewhat different, I would imagine, than getting hit by lightning when you're on the ground. I see those scars and the injuries that people get from that, and oftentimes it's where they're grounded at. You see like a hole blown through their heel and through their sneaker and into the ground as it's grounded.
I see there's a particular kind of scar, like all their capillaries or something were lit up. I don't know what's happening exactly there, but it's like
that. It looks like lightning bolt running through their body though, like the light. It looked like the electricity like going in different directions, following
cool
something,
scar. Yeah.
burning scars. Yeah, it's a cool scar, but not one you want to earn.
No.
No.
But at the same time, like it's one of those scars that you get that it happens instantly, and if you don't die, you already got it. Like. You got it, and you're going to look cool. Apparently, they fade, though, and so you'll only be cool for, like, the next couple summers. Have to spend a lot of time at the beach and get those pictures to have later in life. You can show people your lightning story.
I just watched a video of a lady on Live Leak getting hit by lightning. She's just walking with an umbrella, and boom! And I assume she was dead because I didn't want to watch anymore. It always makes me think back to, you ever see The Great Outdoors with John Candy and Dan Aykroyd?
Yep.
They're at the bar, and there's this guy, and he's like, yeah, that's old Fred. He got hit by lightning. And really? How many times? He goes, 66666666666. He goes, 6 times. That's 66 times. He's just fucked up. He's just all shaky. And he gets hit like the 67th time before the movie's over. If you want to see that's a great old school comedy. The Great Outdoors.
It's a little silly to me. I wonder if adult Kyle watched it, if you'd think it was
Oh, man, I watched it last year. The raccoons are out there. The raccoons are talking to each other about the fat one, and they're eating the lobster, and they're teamwork in that, and the bear runs up.
I watched a movie yesterday, Sausage Party. Yeah. It's... Thumbs up or down is actually a tough one, right?
It's one. That's what it is. It's one, and I don't want to. And the one is doing this. It's
teetering. It's teetering.
Yeah. Okay. So it's dirty, right? Everyone knows Sausage Party. It looks like it's going to be the next Toy Story, but it's not. It's basically all these things want to have sex with each other, and one of the main characters is a douche, like literally, like the appliance a girl might use, and. Then the douche is being a douche the whole time. Like he put steroids, he's juicing and stuff.
And his voice, the accents match. So the douche is a New Jersey roided up party boy.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I guess I'm glad I saw it because I was curious about it. But beyond that, I don't know. It just wasn't the greatest movie.
Would you watch Sausage Party 2? That is the clear answer. And I think all of us would say, absolutely not. I would not watch Sausage Party 2.
I won't go see it in theaters when it comes out.
Free on Netflix
the thing with Sausage Party 1 that was good is just like any like if you go see a comedy in theaters, you always think it's way better after that viewing than you do if you watch it at home with just like one other person or by yourself. Because part of enjoying a comedy is like there's a chorus of people cracking up with you. So like when a bagel says something to the fucking nacho cheese dish, it's like, oh, this is so funny, and everybody else is laughing, and that amps you up. There's a studio audience, and so then when you watch it again at home or you think about it later, you're like, you know what, that really wasn't that funny. It was more just me caught up in the moment of everybody else laughing. Like I
watched it in an empty theater, so maybe that's that's part of why
it was packed.
I really disliked it. Yeah, I watched it pretty late, and I think I did a matinee, so it was early in the day. Yeah, it wasn't that great for a lot of reasons. You know, it's their brand of humor, but they really got lost in the weeds somewhere, like 3/4 of the way through the movie. All they had was an idea, this concept that The products are alive. They don't know that when you're purchased, you're going to get eaten, consumed in one way or another. They think it's the afterlife. It's just heaven. It's a great place. They think humans are their gods. And they find out that's not the truth. They see the horrible truth of it all. The potatoes being skinned alive. The carrots are being diced and boiled while they scream for mercy, etc. And once they got past that, they didn't know what the fuck to do. They really didn't. And all of that was fleshed out with someone else's jokes. They take every racist stereotype, joke, and or accent and or concept.
The bagel is totally Jewish. Is it a falafel? I don't know.
Falafel. Is it? There's a special name for it, but let's just use falafel because we all know
he was a Middle East guy. And the hot dog and the bun were the penis and the vagina. They had a thing.
Yeah, they had enough content.
Well, the taco
was enough for a short,
was a lesbian
and they made
woman.
a whole movie out of it.
A Mexican lesbian.
It could have been one of those, like, you know how Comedy Central, Adult Swim have like those weird like 10-minute spots that play, like that Too Many Cooks thing from a couple years ago that was just ridiculous. Well, they do that on Adult Swim. That's what that would have been better for, because you would have got all the same jokes in, at least the good ones, and it would have been it. But like even an hour into that movie, you're like, Jesus Christ, this is like the fourth time I've heard this Jew joke said exactly the same way. And everybody's laughing. Oh, and then he comes back with a joke against the Arab bread. How hilarious!
Your jokes have to be funnier than ones that I could write. That's just it. And it's not like, and they're not new jokes. It's just situational things. Oh, there's a sassy black woman there. I bet I could make a list of everything she's about to say. They just didn't have anything new. They were just recycling material from everything that's ever been done, and nothing about it was original. If that's what made it bad, they had this unoriginal comedy thrown on top of this original concept, and it just didn't make a good movie in the end. There's an orgy. In the end, they have this big orgy scene that goes on forever. They have like three scenes.
It wasn't that long to me.
That were just they had to fill time. They didn't know what to do. They had
I actually disagree. So everyone was like, the orgy scene was just so long. Oh my god, like it just went on and on and on and on. So I was like, okay, this orgy scene's way long. I thought it was an appropriate length at most.
I thought it was a long time. I'll have to go back and look at the amount of time. But
maybe I like longer orgies.
In the theater I was watching, being like, my God, like it has to have been like 4 minutes, and I'm still watching new like mayonnaise jars get fucked by bratwurst. I could have been part of
actual orgy in that amount of time. I could have came by now if I really wanted to. Like,
oh, you didn't?
I got to get out.
Maybe I like hot dogs more than you.
They did.
So yeah, one thumbs up, one thumbs down. It was just so.
Like it was all right. It had a lot of funny moments, but it wasn't like uproarious in like an original way. More just rehashing easy laughs, which is fine. That's what you need sometimes. It had the same problem as like Black Mirror in this season. I don't know if you guys are watching Black Mirror yet. Have either of you seen it?
No.
Any episodes of Black Mirror?
I'm aware of it and its concept and what the deal is, but no, I haven't watched any of it.
I won't spoil anything then. I don't want to ruin it. The early seasons are much better. I think
I stopped in the second season because it lost me. Like everyone loves Black Mirror. I seem to be. That's the one with the guy who used to play an attorney. He says everything real slowly. I think he plays
every episode is like independent. It's like different stories about technology in the future. Like there's the one from a few years ago where it's like the politician. It's like we're gonna murder the princess of England unless you fuck a pig on video in front of the whole country by midnight. And they like send him like a finger, and then eventually it's like it gets so much that it's like, oh my God, the Prime Minister of England is going to fuck this pig on TV in front of everyone.
Doesn't he do that anyway?
Yeah, he does it at the end of the episode where he's like weeping almost, like fucking this pig, and
in
everyone
real life
is, like,
though, isn't he a pig fucker like that?
No, like but in the show, like
I think
everybody
Kyle
goes
backed me up. I'm right.
This is maybe.
So if I remember correctly,
you got a blowjob from a pig, right?
There was a rumor or something, or an old story.
Or a picture.
This is familiar. Something about a British PM or a British politician of some kind having a sex act with a pig is a thing of some kind. I just know that. That's all I know. Like when you said it, I was
in this show, it's not based on anyone. It's just like all the people watching, and at first they're all like, ha ha ha, he's fucking that pig, and then as like it gets to like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, because he can't finish. He has to fuck the pig to completion, and he's like, he just can't finish because he's in a pig and he's not a monster. And people are watching like, oh Jesus, just turn it off, and they all get like upset and disgusted.
I think you're being a little pigist.
then he becomes a hero in the end of it. But basically, like the first part of the season,
Well, does he come or not?
He ends up coming.
Oh, good.
But
I can't finish unless he does.
But like that's how the first season goes. It's like an independent, like it's like an interesting concept, and then it's like, oh, what if we could make robots so real that you could download personalities onto them, and then you'd never have to lose your loved one? It's like, oh, that's a really cool futuristic concept. And the new season is all like they're frantically sitting in a writing room, like, what if like cell phones do something even like more bananas than they do now? Like maybe they track us like even more. Maybe you have to like do really good on Twitter, or people won't let you buy stuff. I don't know. I'm out of ideas. What else can technology do? And that's like what all of it is now, it seems. But still an entertaining show, just not as good.
I might check it out. I almost started watching it the other day. Chiz has the opposite opinion as you. He was like, start on season 3. You'll get hooked. And then if you want to, you can go back and do seasons 1 and 2 because they're okay too. And I started on 3 and I literally got 2 minutes in. And for some reason, that redheaded woman I found her look, I didn't want to look at her anymore. And I didn't want her to be a character. And something about the soft filter and the pastel look of the whole show really made me kind of sick to my stomach.
Yeah, go to season 1. Go to season 1 and try.
I wasn't into it.
It's much better.
Yeah, I've had a couple
I'll try.
fans
I'll
tell
run
me to watch it too, but it's no Walking Dead.
Look, I'm gonna give Woody the double thumbs up on that statement. I was thinking the same thing in my head. I was like, it is no Walking Dead. The Walking Dead's really good. I got all caught up with Walking Dead. I crammed like 3 seasons of Walking Dead into like 2 weeks or something. Maybe 4 seasons.
You know what else is amazing? I'm sorry, I want to talk about Walking Dead, but if the topic is broader, Woody's good picks. I picked Occupied. Have you watched Occupied on Netflix?
No, but you've discussed it at length, and I'm aware of it.
Very good show. That's another one where like so Walking Dead is like really mainstream. Everybody knows it. Occupied is all subtitles, which might scare you off. But dude, not you, but like a listener. Occupied is amazing. Walking Dead has, I know seasons 2 and maybe 3 happened, but Walking Dead now is as good as anything on television. It just keeps getting darker and nastier until main characters are blowing snot bubbles out of fear.
Yeah. The only complaint you can have against it is it's a bit formulaic, but if you're okay with that, then you're gonna like it. And when I say formulaic, I certainly don't mean that like you always know the outcome of a situation. It's not that, because characters will that blonde girl who I did not expect the arrow to come in through the back of her head and come out her eye when they're having that talk on the railroad tracks. I was like, oh no! Like,
right?
It's like out of nowhere. You know,
yeah.
It's like they're having a normal like conversation.
They're not even in danger.
Birds.
Who knew there was
birds
someone?
Are tweeting.
Birds
are tweeting. Tweet, 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 tweet. And they're having a good conversation, a meaningful one. She's like, this. I don't remember what it was. Something about she just risked her life to do a thing, and she's like, I'm gonna live my life. I'm not gonna be afraid. If I want that can of soda, I'm gonna go in that car and kill that zombie and get it. And then an arrow comes in the back of her head and comes out her fucking eye, and she's like alive for a second and like says 3 more words and then drops dead. And it's a good show. It's a very good show. Special effects are.
What is it about? Like what is Occupied about?
Oh, we're talking about Walking Dead. Yeah. I'll tell you, this is a fun thing about that character. In the comic book, she dies differently. In the comic book, she is way into this lesbian relationship. Her lesbian lover gets bit by a zombie on the leg. She performs the surgery. Oh, I'm sorry. And then she also gets bit on the arm. So she has a decision to make, whether she cuts her own arm off and survives or amputates her lover's leg and lets her survive. But she needs 2 arms to do that. So she decides to get this leg operation done to her own detriment. She turns into a zombie and they kill her.
Ah. Yeah, and in fact, there was a character though that takes the arrow to the back of the head in the comics. Like they just, they do that constantly. Sometimes they'll take like it's kind of set, from what I heard, they took, I don't remember which character, but they were like, yeah, they took like 4 of Carl's cool stories and gave them to different people, and so that is what it is. I don't get too into the weeds with comic talk.
I caught up to the comic, so I try not to spoil too much. But what was I going to say? Oh, I started at episode 100, or comic book level 100, which is where like season 6 ends. So, I don't know. I guess like I'm kind of a comic reader. I didn't go back and read all the old ones. I just wanted all the spoilers.
I browsed a bit. I did something really similar. I was on the wiki, like getting the synopsis of each episode and like just kind of following the story as it went and remembering the differences in the storyline.
That's why I watched or listened to The Walking Dead or Game of Thrones, if you consider the audiobook a book reader. And I was like, I want to know what happens next season. I want to know that. But I don't know. The story's diverged. I don't feel like now it's ahead of the book, so I don't know anything that show watchers.
He's over a year past the original date that he said the next Game of Thrones book would be released.
He's a very slow writer.
He's way over when I was finishing the 5th book in like 2012 or whatever it was, 2013 maybe when it came out. He was already saying, like, I had people introduce me to it, like, dude, I finished the 5th book and like it's only another 8 months until he gets that next one out, like, for sure. It's been delayed a lot, but he's gonna get it. And that was like years ago, and he's still apparently not very close to finishing. And he seems to be doing, it doesn't even seem like he wants to finish it at this point.
Let me say this: Stephen King writes about 20 pages a day. He's considered a fast writer, right? He's about twice as fast. Other authors can
very prolific.
10 pages a day.
He's talked about how he does that.
Discipline.
Gur Martin, a page a day. A page a day. The fuck?
He's already morbidly obese and rather old, so he doesn't have a lot of pages left in him if that's his pace.
Dude.
Well, hang on a second. Like I don't know enough about writing process, period, much less his writing process, but if he's producing on average 1 page of finished book per day, that could mean that he's terribly lazy and he's only getting that much done per day. Or it could mean that he's writing like 5 different drafts and then he's writing 5 different drafts and going and adding and taking away from each different draft and each different ways the story could go.
I think the most likely scenario
there's a lot to it.
Is he writes like 5 pages and then says, "Woohoo! That's good for this week."
That's
time
good
to go on
for
Conan.
February,
I'll come back to you on Monday. I'm all wrapped up.
I can also picture him doing it to where like he doesn't know 100% all the ways the series was going to end. So like when he told the directors a while back, because you heard like, if he dies, they're going to finish the series the way he wanted, because he told them. I think he probably just told them like, yeah, in the end, Jon becomes king and Daenerys is his queen, and now he's there like, how does this happen? All right, let's see. What do we do? Okay, so I wrote him out, but God, we got to wrap that story up. Shit, I've kind of written myself into a corner here. Well, this group has to come back into play because I hinted at that 9,000 pages ago in book 1. But most of them have been killed by this guy that I wrote about in some ancillary story. Like, God damn it, George, why'd you put that in there? Now, and now I feel like maybe he can't cobble it together in the way that he thinks is worthy of it. Maybe he's read fanfic and he's like, God damn it, that's better than what I had planned. It's like, but
that's possible.
Who knows?
Maybe it could have all just been a dream.
Yeah, it was all a dream. It ends like, what was the series that happened? Oh, it was an 80s TV show.
Yeah.
Lost?
Yeah.
Are you thinking it is new?
No. Was it Quantum Leap?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm gonna Google it.
But it was. I'm almost positive it was a television show. Saint Elsewhere?
Is that it? Saint Elsewhere?
Is that the hospital one?
Yeah. It was all happened in an autistic kid's head or something.
I think that's right. Yeah, and it all ended up being his dream, which is the least satisfying way to wrap up a series, because it's like flipping off your audience and going, hey, all those characters you got emotionally engaged with and you thought that all of this matters. Nope. That big plot from 2 seasons ago, that was him rolling over in his sleep, idiot.
That's how I felt about Lost. People have heard me talk about Lost forever, but they had like 6 different explanations and ways that Lost could go. The kid had the superpowers in the comic book, and the fat guy, this all fit in with his like mental institution dream, and there were a couple ways that this could have wrapped up, and the way they did wrap it up, like, I don't even get it or something. I don't know. It sucked. So
I don't think that anybody would mind spoiling Lost. What was it about the end of Lost that people hated so much? If you could boil it down, because I didn't watch it, and I had so many people telling me for years, you got to start watching Lost. You got to start watching Lost. It's the best show on TV. And then everybody changed their tune as soon as the series ended. They're like, no, don't waste your time.
If I remember right, and I'm not the best sort of guy to ask these questions of, but every like episode, at the end of every episode, they'd show you like what's coming next week. And it was like, oh, I can't wait to see that. We're going to get some big answer. And then we don't. And every show was like a trailer for a movie you want to see. the thing is, they didn't link together. So you keep asking yourself, like, what are the numbers about? There are these numbers that are a common thread, a big mystery, and then they just like drop the fucking numbers, and they never meant anything. There are the island has these superpowers that like produce things that people want. You know, some guy wants a guitar, suddenly there's a guitar hanging in the tree. Some guy's reading a comic book about a panda bear, suddenly there's a panda. There's a smoke monster, there's this, there's that. And none of these things really get explained in a satisfactory way. There was a writer's strike, all the writers left, they brought in new writers, and they didn't have any continuity in it. And then the ending, like, you're like, okay, here we are. We've got 6 or 7 years worth of like loose ends to tie up. And then they're like, oh, well, you know, this whole thing was kind of like purgatory, I guess. And some of them were dead, and I think some of them weren't. And, well, anyway, I hope you liked it. And
so it was like a panic finish?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. And it's just you expect all these questions that were unanswered over the first 6 or 7 years of it to get answered. And they never were. And it's like, wait a minute, all this time, like, we're guessing what the numbers meant, what the powers were, what the kid could do, what the other people were doing, what the tie-in with this was, all these backstories. We're waiting for you to make sense of it, and then you just didn't. You just, like, it was awful. Someone's going to, maybe you can leave in the comment and explain how Lost really end. Maybe I didn't get it, but I thought it was shit, and it left tons of unanswered questions.
Yeah, well, you're not the only one. A lot of people hated it.
Yeah.
So, apparently, a patient's fart during surgery sparked a fire that caused serious burns to her body, a university hospital in Tokyo said. The fire occurred at Tokyo Medical University Hospital in Shinjuku Ward on April 15th. The patient in her early 30s was undergoing an operation that involved applying a laser to her cervix, the lower part of her uterus. For those who don't know, I'm glad they included that here in the article. The laser is believed to have ignited the gas she passed. The blaze burned much of her body, including her waist and legs and pussy for sure, right?
You'd
In
assume.
a report released by the hospital on October 28th, the committee of outside experts who looked into the case said no flammable materials were in the operating room at the time of the surgery.
But there were flammable materials within the patient.
Absolutely. Here's a quote. The equipment for the operation was also functioning normally, it said, quote, when the patient's intestinal gas leaked into the space of the operation room, it ignited with the irradiation of the laser, and the burning spread, eventually reaching the surgery drape and causing the fire, the report said. So this is what happened. This fucking fart was so powerful that it lit that like surgical drape divider thing that they like put between like, I don't know, your head and whatever they're operating on, and started a fire that burnt this lady's waist and legs. How big was
enormous.
that fart? This is a gobstopper of a fart, right? Like if she did this in your car, you would pull over.
Have you guys
vomit.
ever lit a fart on fire? I have a lot of
started
experience with
evacuating,
this.
and
I have very
Japan
little.
Japan has a lot of experience with earthquakes. They preliminary procedure. They heard the fart in lower levels. They evacuated people from their rooms because they were the vibration of it. I'm not lying. It's the bottom part of the article. They evacuated people because it was such a loud reverberation that they were like, we have to get people out of here. We're in Japan. You know, this is an earthquake.
Did that really happen?
Yes.
Godzilla.
All right. Guys, I will look at the article and I will confirm whether Taylor has made that up or not.
Dude, it's a fact. These are facts.
These
This
are
is
PKA facts at best. I don't see this shit.
Yeah, it's more between the lines.
Yeah, you gotta get into the subtext. With
Take a couple inferences, combine it with the foregone conclusion, and you get that.
So my friends once partnered up, like, you know, like you hang out with the same 2 or 3 guys all the time. Well, we hung out with like someone else who had his own group of 2 or 3 times. And one of them was like, gotta fart. And he like jumps on the bed, puts his like ear down. He's on his knees, ear to the bed, in like, I guess some sort of doggy style position. Another guy puts the lighter right to the back. This was a rehearsed maneuver, obviously, right? Another guy puts the lighter on his ass. He farts, and a poof of flame comes out, like this big, right? You know, if people not watching, a half a cubic foot. You know, like
now I can picture it.
maybe a third.
What is it in cubic meters?
I'm not that into
how much burger
asphalt.
do you need from the store? A cubic foot. You know? We're having a big,
So anyway,
cookout this weekend.
after having seen this done, not so much me. I wasn't really a farter. Still not. I don't just like let them rip. But two of my friends were, and they got to be efficient at the same maneuver. They're like, gotta go. And then they might hit like the birthing position. Just like, bam! And then put the light. They started carrying a lighter, and they could light these farts all the time.
They started carrying a lighter.
Yes, yeah. For this situation, the upside of it is if you burn a fart, it doesn't smell. Like it's not like the whole room is like ruined or anything. But so I feel like I have a better guide than most to know what kind of flame to expect from a fart. Now, granted,
You know what a great invention would be?
she was naked and we weren't, but I'm surprised it lit. It must have been like a little. Like you put a lighter in front of Lysol, and just a poof. And,
Or it's a very dangerous laser. Like it could just be the laser was put in
What if
way
they-
too near the asshole.
What if
don't
they
know.
hit the drape
Well, they're
with the
shining
laser?
it into her vagina.
What if they hit the drape
Yeah,
with the
that's pretty
laser,
close.
lit it on fire, and blamed it on the patient's gas?
Oh.
What if this is all an elaborate ruse?
They would have come up with something much more believable.
Does Hillary Clinton own the laser machine?
Oh.
Right. Does this woman have
Conspiracy.
information on Hillary?
This is all on George Soros. You know, is what it is. Like whatever you'd say. Yeah, that really sucks. In all honesty, because now her legs and I guess her whole lower body. Did they say bad burns? I didn't read it that specifically.
Are there any good burns? I mean,
Well,
I
but
doubt
there
her
are better
flesh
burns.
melted off, but like her pussy's all burnt out, right? Like this. I'm just imagining like if the fire was enough to burn her legs and her like lower body, then it came out of her asshole. Let's be real. That's right next to her pussy because that's where the laser was. Her vagina's all burnt up. Her inner
I
like
disagree.
that's an awful injury.
I think the real burning came from the drape, the surgical drape. Like, I picture like a little curtain
Okay.
surrounding her, and that was on her legs and not right in the action.
What if her pubic fire caught though? I think if your pubic hair catches on fire, hey, that could cause some serious burns rather
Well,
quickly.
she was
right?
like in for surgery, so I assume she was shaved everywhere, right?
I don't know. It's Japanese surgery. Have you seen their porn?
Yeah,
I mean,
right, they
God
probably
knows
can't
what
tell what's
surgery
going
is
on
like.
because it's all like pixelated.
What a weird fucking
Doctor's
culture.
like, I can't see shit. Women are pixelated in this country.
Yeah, that's a really shitty story. Why wouldn't they tell the person up front, like if this is a danger, like, hey, don't fart during the procedure. If you do, it could ignite
It's
the
like
laser and you may
She's
burn.
out, right? I assume she was under anesthesia.
People fart in their sleep.
Yeah, but
You know?
so,
Well, if you
so why
told me
tell
not
it?
to,
Like,
it would have no impact, though.
Yeah.
Just a surgical butt plug could have avoided this entire
I'm
fiasco.
glad you brought that up. I think this is an idea for a new device that we should get on top of right now. Now, picture this: picture a butt plug that when inserted, allows for the passage of gas as well as its ignition. Every time you fart, it's automatically lit. It's on the inside. It's like a grill lighter. It's tick 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 tick. Whoop, whoosh.
We're
Like a
already
combustion
well aware of the
ball in
liability
your
problems
penis.
with this.
There are already butt plugs that could facilitate this. Now we just need a grill lighter and a little PVC pipe. I'm gonna get on this tonight.
I feel like we could combine one of those vapor things with a butt plug and burn it as it goes through. Don't they superheat the gases?
Yeah, but over like a coil or something.
Are you vaping out of your asshole? You know that's just as bad as smoking, don't you?
Can you see it? Like they'd fart, and this gigantic cloud would come out.
It's like seeping through their yoga pants as they walk into the Starbucks. You know, big
Smells like a wet shower
We get
fart.
it, you ass vape.
Yeah, we get it. That's what you were talking about with the fart thing. Like people doing like crazy, like light a match and then fart on it. I'm like you in that I'm not a farter, in that I won't just walk into a public place with people I don't know and just fart and be like, aha, I farted. If I'm around someone I'm comfortable with, I will. But even then, I never do like the douchey, like walk over and like try and breeze it by them, or I would never light it. Like it's same with like if Melissa or someone, like she's a girl, so they don't fart obviously.
Right.
But if she ever did by me and she just farted, I'd be like, that's fine. Whatever. But if she got up and like farted on me and like wafted it and like made it into a joke or something, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Right.
Break
Why
up with
would
her right then and there.
Yeah. break
I'm
up,
glad you
know,
brought that up. That's our next
that.
topic. But first, a word from NatureBox. Tired of eating the same bland food while trying to stay healthy? NatureBox has the solution to your problem. Making smarter choices doesn't mean you have to eat boring food. NatureBox makes snacks that are full of flavor and none of the junk. NatureBox makes over 100 ridiculously delicious snacks that are made with better-for-you ingredients. Simply choose what snacks you want, and they are delivered right to your door. Some of our personal favorites include the peanut butter nom noms, the chocolate hazelnut granola, and the praline pumpkin seeds. That must be Chiz's favorite. NatureBox is constantly adding new and interesting snacks for you to discover every month. Plus, they believe that you shouldn't eat something you don't like. So if you try a snack you don't like, NatureBox will replace it in your next box for free. You can't do that with any other snacks. So go to naturebox.com/PKA right now to get 2 bags of delicious snacks for free without any of the junk. That's naturebox.com/PKA for 2 free bags of bold and unique snacks delivered right to you. Naturebox.com/PKA. Yeah, this is the best deal that we've ever had for our viewers or anything like that. It's just 2 free bags of snacks. And if you go to their website, you'll see that it's not like 5 different generic snacks. It's not like potato chips or like a Cheez-It ripoff or something and then something else. It's like dozens and dozens of cool snacks. It's everything from beef jerky to cheesy things. And there was I got some sort of cheesy beer pretzels or something like that. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, it is high quality snacks for high quality snackers. Not they're saying, I made that up, but still a good one. So if you're a high quality snacker, check them out and have their delicious snacks. So it looks like Anthony is good to be added, and we are waiting on Woody to get back and accept this call.
Perfect timing, Woody.
Perfect
nice
timing. Literally, as soon as Woody got up to leave, Chiz writes, adding Ant now. And then
And Chiz and I had already went through this whole rigmarole of let's make sure we get him in there instantly. We don't want him waiting around, but here we go. So it'll be fun talking to Ant. I want to know more about the gym.
You've been listening to more of his stuff recently because we've been linking not just the video where it's the video playing and the commentary of them. That was hilarious. And they used to have the Opie and Anthony show with Jim Norton. But just the audio stuff, more similar to Howard Stern. I assume. I haven't listened to a lot of Howard Stern, but you seem to enjoy it in the same vein that you like Howard, or at least a similar vein. Or I guess explain how it's different for you.
Yeah, Howard used to do a lot of video. There was the E! Show back in the day. I don't know if you remember that, but that was all recorded, and that's how I was first exposed to Howard when I was I don't know how early 20s, maybe late teens or something like that, and I really liked it. But there was no way for me to listen to his show until a couple years ago on Sirius. But with Howard, it's all audio. I don't watch any of his stuff because he doesn't make a lot of good video content. At least he doesn't anymore. A lot of the stuff that he's doing now just doesn't make for good visuals. He used to do a lot of stuff with, strippers and freak show guests and that sort of thing. Anal ring toss with celebrities throwing the rings. But that's the sort of thing you want to see. But lately, it's fine listening to it. But with I was listening to I guess what's the other guy that's with Jim Norton now? It's Blank and Jim Norton or something. Sam. So I was watching them and Colin Quinn today, and that was really good. That was really funny. I like Jim because he's so goddamn quick and he's so brutally cruel to just everyone. Like Colin Quinn's on there and his joke falls flat or something, and 5 minutes later Jim's like, you must be having a hard time. You come on here, your jokes are falling flat, your legs all hurt, not going well for you, is it? And it's just man, I can't believe you called him out on his joke falling flat.
Yeah, he's just it was a very mean-spirited show in a lot of ways because they would make fun of people ruthlessly, and that was we got Anthony, so we can add him.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I like their show a lot. I never liked Opie. Opie always seemed to drag the show down. He wasn't as funny as everybody else. He didn't seem like he was the same kind of person as everyone else. It just didn't seem like a good fit.
He hated Uncle Paul. Uncle Paul was Jim's pedophile character, and he never liked that.
Yeah,
we got him in.
Mute. Xbox, mute.
The hell is happening?
He's trying to mute his
Xbox, mute.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What's going on, Anthony?
How you doing, guys?
Awesome. How are you?
Good.
Good. Just trying to get Bill O'Reilly to shut up over here. It's so embarrassing. You try to show how cool, just being able to voice activate stuff with the Xbox is, and it just doesn't work sometimes.
Yeah, it doesn't work most of the time. That's what the whole Siri phase was with a while, where it's like, hey, I got the new iPhone. Check this out. Siri, where's the closest Outback Steakhouse? You know, bing, bing, bing. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll just fucking type it. Whatever. You know, the technology's there. You can't afford one. Fuck you. You know.
Yeah.
I love Siri, man. I'm a huge fan, but it seems to be just me.
I mean, it's not. I saw a thing the other day, and it was showing all the things that Apple had ripped off, and even Siri was like lifted technology from some other program.
I wouldn't doubt it.
What does Apple make?
Money.
Nothing money. It's well played.
Yes.
They make
Dude,
money and little child graves in Cambodia.
I bought the new
much
MacBook
else.
Pro. It should come tomorrow actually, but I got.
I knew you would.
A fully decked out one too. Like I think I got every option you could put in one. And
you get all the dongles?
Yeah.
How many dongles did you get? 30, 40?
I think I started with 2.
Did you get the other?
You're right. It's frustrating. I'm mad. I wish they had slipped in. So I don't mind the USB-C thing, right? I want it to be future-proof. But I've got like a decade worth of random USB shit around my life. And if I were to buy something new right now, it probably wouldn't be USB-C. For people that don't know, there's a new form factor of USB. Everyone loves it more. It's way faster. You can put it in upside down. It's better in like every way. It clicks nicer. I haven't even touched it, but this is what I've read. But your printer doesn't fit that. Like, so why don't they have like one legacy port where I can charge all my shit and make it work? But they didn't do that.
Because they want to sell more parts and make more money. But
You might
Anthony,
be right.
so
Yeah.
a lot of stuff has been. So I followed O&A when it was still on Sirius and whatnot, and kind of fell out of it and didn't watch O&J at all. And then recently, this whole thing has come back to like a new form where I heard the clip of you calling in to O&J at one point and joking around with them, and that was hilarious. It was like you guys immediately were the old show again.
Oh, yeah.
And then Jim and Sam, so much funnier than I thought it would be. It turns out Sam isn't really that insufferable when you give him a chance.
Sam's always been a pretty cool guy. I always got along with him. I thought he was really talented and funny too, but a lot of people just hate his voice.
Yeah,
Colin Quinn comes in and he's like, he looks at Jim. He's like, I thought you'd be sitting over there. He's like, I don't know how to do all that button stuff. He's like, yeah, the fact that you refer to it as button stuff, it kind of clues in on that.
And I love the addition of Jim now getting a lot more. It's clear that Jim is getting a lot more leeway with the soundboard than he used to get, because so many of Jim's soundboards are just him making noises different. So he'll hit a soundboard and it's him snorting like, and that's it.
So glad I am not part of that show. I got to be honest, because of that stupid soundboard. Like I used to use the soundboard and try to really fit I try to fit it into whatever conversation was being. If there was
we're losing you.
Yeah. It's like you don't have enough
the Godfather
bandwidth.
clip, you can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
Just like, we're losing you.
Yeah, is somebody using your bandwidth? That's not you?
I'm here. No.
The only one here.
Okay. Just checking. I mean, usually I'd assume there'd be a couple of like 12-year-olds just hanging out in the back.
We don't all have your lifestyle.
I exaggerated to make it funny.
They're 10. They're 10.
Okay. Yeah, I saw you talking to Opie, and like you were open to doing the show with him again.
Well, as a guest on his show, or him as a guest on my show. Or something
I misunderstood then. Yeah,
I
mean, I heard you say
like,
hey, I could pay you more than they could pay you.
Yeah, he got a little bit of a pay cut going to afternoons over at Sirius. So
You look
I
really broken up about it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I bet you feel real bad about it.
He's been humbled. He's been humbled a bit. So, but I have no problems now. It's been a couple of years. Things obviously happened when I did get fired. And I don't think it's all in the past. We're doing our own thing now. So I think it would be impossible to come back and try to do that show again. I'm too used to my own freedom now, doing what I'm doing. So that would kind of be hard to have him directing a program like he used to. So that's kind of done. But doing his show, getting on there and just goofing about shit, yeah, I do that.
Were you guys like total peers on the show together, or were there things that you did, like areas that you handled and areas that he handled, or were you just totally the same?
Yeah, based on, I think as far as dealing with management and stuff like that, he did all that. I couldn't be bothered with the meetings and everything. I dealt with the sponsors. I didn't mind doing that. Like, Microsoft would come in and want to demonstrate Xbox stuff, and I'm like, hell yeah, I'll stay for that. But Opie would never do the sponsor stuff, and I would never want to go to a London comedy kryptonite, so I would steer clear of any of that stuff. So we had our roles on the air. We didn't get along for quite a few years, but we got along on the air, and that's pretty much all that mattered.
There's
to me,
a lot.
Anyway.
That's way more common than people make out. Like it seems like there's comedy duos and stuff who play friends during the show.
We hate Taylor's fucking guts.
Oh, you'd think it was me, but it's actually Taylor.
That
we all hate.
stupid fucking beard, that doo-wop thing he does with his hair.
Oh.
He's a real scumbag. But people like him.
Remember the time he had his hair down here as some sort of Superman cosplay for like a year?
Oh, man.
Yeah, it doesn't just happen with my hair. That's a choice. You know? It's a stupid choice. So, with you and Opie, there were a few times, like, late on before you got fired, where it was clear as a listener, I'm like, Anton is pissed at Opie right now because there were so many times. I loved Uncle Paul, which was Jim's character of a pedophile, and he'd basically just be like, oh, sure, I'll fuck the little girls, or like whatever the voice was, and like with little boys, actually. He was a gay pedophile. And he, it's an important distinction. And he would do that little joke, that bit, and Opie would like grunt and swallow and chew and make noises into the mic at the same time, where it's like, it's, you know, I can't see this right now, but I guarantee Opie's looking at Jim like, stop doing the creepy pedophile bit. You've been doing it for a decade, and I'm tired of it.
That's what it was. I think when Opie became a parent, you know, he had a son and then a daughter. It like changed his whole outlook on everything. So the show really started. He wanted to take it in another direction. Me and Jimmy still wanted to, you know, make fun of everything, no matter how repulsive it was. We did a whole thing where I don't know, it was a Beatles parody medley on miscarriages, and it was just, you know, trying to rhyme words with stewed tomato and plop on my boot, just like things like that. And we were laughing our asses off, and you could tell he just wasn't into that kind of humor anymore, which is fine, but it's really going to create some tension for the guy interrupting that bit, maybe nipping it in the bud when we're trying to have fun and just, you know, goof around with shit. So it kind of got a little tense then too.
It's interesting because the only time, like, listening to the show, I would actually feel uncomfortable viscerally, aside from the interviews that were intentionally cringy, is when someone would bring in, I think it was poker chips, if I'm remembering that. Someone brought in poker chips for Opie, and he threw them out of the window in New York, or did something along those lines, to the point where the person who gave them the gift was sitting in studio, and he's like, should I do it? Should I just throw the gift away? As if that person wasn't there. And then he just heaves it out. And I was like, oh, that poor fucking, like, I actually feel bad, because this isn't some person on a screen that's never going to see this. This person's sitting there like, wow, I really thought that you guys would be my friends. Like,
do you know what he's talking about?
It was always so uncomfortable. And whenever anyone brought Opie a gift, no, why are you doing this? Because he would take it and shit on it, like maybe not literally, but figuratively, and then break it right in front of the person. And they would just sit there like, why would you do that? So it was really uncomfortable to watch that and see the person feel dejected and stuff. But it was funny. Like, I love uncomfortable shit like that. So it worked.
Taylor, do you dislike uncomfortable stuff like that?
I like, if it's like,
I'll tell you why I asked.
If it's directly mean, I don't like it as much, because it makes me feel uncomfortable, where I'm like, oh man, like, I know what it's like. Like, if I brought something to like let's say I'm Kyle's biggest fan and I bring him something and I'm like, man, this will give me a chance to open up to him and talk to him. He's just a person just like me. Maybe we have things in common. And he goes, hey, that's really neat. Fuck you. And then he shoots it a bunch of times and laughs at me with his friends. I'm going to be like, wow, not only did this not go the way I planned, I feel bad about myself. And I feel like I've been taken for a fool. Like, that's, But it's different. Like, but if you're watching a video that someone made on YouTube that's really shitty and you're mocking it, it's not in a nice spirits, but I have no problem laughing at that. Yeah.
Remember when that family had made that vacation music video where they're all singing together and the dad's on the motorcycle with like the bad comb over and the guitar?
Summertime. Yeah.
Summertime. And that fat girl, that little fat kid. And you know the mom was so obese she wouldn't even go on camera. Like she
wouldn't
was just
even
like,
bother taking the abuse that she would have taken.
Yeah. I like that too. Like it's cruel, it's awful, it's terrible, but god damn if it's not hilarious
really
at the same time.
Yeah, that uncomfortability is fun. We've had guests that came in live and we shot him down. Opie was really nasty to him, and I couldn't even look at them. It was so hard to be in that moment. I just wanted to run through a wall and get out of there. Yeah.
I love that. I like it when it gets really awkward, as long as I'm not the one who has to be like, as long as I don't have to keep it going. If there's someone else there who's perfectly willing to keep feeding the awkward fire, and I can ride that feeling in the center of my chest of like, this is really happening. That's fun. I like that.
Yeah. That's something to Opie's credit for like keeping that character, whatever it is, on the show. Like I don't know how someone can be that directly mean to someone to their face and not just have such a horrible stomach ache that they have to like look down and not think about it for a minute, where it's just, but no, he just stayed the course. Like
it's one of those feelings, like you get it every so often in life. Like I went to go see years ago. I'm not a young gentleman. I went to go see Saturday Night Fever at the movies, and my mom, me, and my mom's mother, my grandmother, went. And there's giving the blowjob in the back seat of the car in front of the disco, and it was so I just wanted out of there. I got like this. I was sweating, and it was so uncomfortable. And I would get that same type of uncomfortable feeling during the show. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's had that when you're watching a movie with your parents or whatever, and you don't realize just how adult this thing is going to be, and whatever it may be, whether it's just like teen sex or like a rape scene or like some awkward nude scene that goes on for far too long, and your mom and dad are right there, and so now you're like, well, they know I know about this now because we're all sitting here together. I better act surprised.
Last week we're watching Bad Moms. You guys familiar with the movie Bad Moms? It's funny. Mia Kunis is in it, and some other Christina Applegate is in it. And basically, it's these moms who find the pressure of being perfect moms, PTA attending, bake sale, cooking, whatever. And she's like, let's just be bad moms. And they drop some of the mom responsibilities, etc. Anyway, to me, I thought the movie was going to be funny, and I knew it'd be a little bit edgy because they drink and throw a party and stuff. And I'm like, all right, but this is cool. I'm watching it with my kids. Dude, like opening scene, the husband is masturbating to what they think is porn. And Mia Kunis is like, this is funny. This is funny. I never caught you before. Ooh, she's got a big bush on her. And you see, like, the woman's got a big bush, like my head of hair on her snatch. And then it turns out the woman's live and he's like cheating on her. And I'm like, this is like, my son's 13. I didn't know that we were gonna watch Cooch together, but there we were.
Cute movie, yeah.
So you are that parent who makes the mistake. Okay, because I've always done this from the other side. I've always been the kid who was in a room with an adult who didn't preview the movie beforehand. But you are that adult.
You know what? I'm the adult.
Imagine inside Hope's brain, there's just she's just cutting herself to make this stop. Just anything in her head to not do this.
So when I would watch a show, I could watch a show that was 99.9% clean and reasonable and something you'd expect me to be watching. But the one time there's boobs on camera, your parents walk into the room. I do that to Hope now. It's like the situation has reversed. But unlike my parents who would just like pretend they don't see it or walk through, I'd be like, Hope, what are you watching exactly? And she's like, I swear, this is not representative of the show that I'm seeing as a whole. You know, like like this sex scene or whatever.
And then, of course, as soon as she says that, it turns out that's when the public bathhouse montage starts in the movie, because that's how it always goes with the parents.
Yeah,
Like,
it's.
Well, you just happen to come right in at the bukkake scene. Don't judge this. Don't judge the whole art film as a whole because of this one bukkake scene.
Bukkake's kind of in its own league. Anyway, you have to time your finish very carefully with bukkake, because if you finish in the middle of a bukkake video, it just becomes kind of upsetting. Where you're like, oh my god, this poor, I can see in her eyes, like the fact she doesn't have a father. She's really struggling in life trying to.
Oh, she has one. If he hadn't been around to touch her, she wouldn't be buried up to her neck in sand with 18 guys surrounding her right now.
Maybe not. It's just it's one of those genres that very quickly you realize the gross. Like if you finish while watching lesbian porn or something, that after effect, you're like, okay, this is two humans doing it. There's nothing crazy going on. There's no animals involved. There's no not too much fluid, But then other genres like bukkake, you finish in the middle of that and you're ready to turn it off. You have to watch for another 30 seconds just to be like, what kind of person are you?
The lesbian porn I watch has more fluid than any other porn. They're always just like squirting these huge squirts into each other's mouths and gargling it and then spitting it back into the. Well, there's some pee in there. There's a lot of stuff in there. I've done so much research.
I have too. It comes from the urethra. It goes from the bladder to the urethra.
Yeah.
I hear you, but it like science has not yet found some alternative delivery method in women for there to be a fluid that's not pee.
No, there is. So there's look. I'm on your side that it's mostly pee, but there's also some kind of gland in there. I can't recall the name of it. That's excreting some other substance. But yeah, it's mostly pee. I've only had one girl ever do that, and I was okay with it. But I wouldn't want that on a regular basis.
You just
I feel
have
like
to hope that she takes hydration seriously.
All right, let's get the rubber sheets out again.
Yeah, you can't be doing that with like a bender
Hand me the
kind of
shop back.
crazy girl who just pees her like super dehydrated apple juice piss all over the place.
Oh,
you need to have a healthy, fit girl to do that.
No, but that's they're rubbing one out, and then this geyser of fucking squirt into the other one's mouth, and she acts like she's happy, like she's just been given a delicious treat. She's like, yeah, here it comes, and she's gargling it.
Yeah, they gotta understand. It's it freaks you out a little bit. They gotta understand you're not just gonna, it's like a fucking golf course sprinkler going off in your bed.
I got no warning. In my instance, but she claimed it was the first time that had ever happened. But it was a rented bed
Just
anyway.
a chronic bedwetter. I'm too embarrassed to admit it.
It's pee. Like I'm on the Wikipedia site.
What percentage of it is pee?
100. It is. It's called. They're calling it like spontaneous incontinence.
That sounds sexy.
Yeah.
You know what? There are people who think it is. There are guys who are like, you know what? Like, if you just get past the pee thing, that if you can make a girl lose control of her, incontinent, like it's just totally lose it and pee, then you've done a thing. And if that's your thing, then knock yourself out.
If I can make my partner behave like elderly people and scared animals, I'll know I'm doing my job. Pissing all over the place. That's...
All right, so here we go. So does this mean that the liquid squirted during sex is urine? The team had already confirmed that it was coming from the bladder, so it's a good bet.
Team.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is a real study.
Team.
They compared the samples that had been bagged during climax to urine samples collected at the beginning of the study and found that in 2 of the 7 women, the samples were both chemically identical.
Whoa.
In the remaining 5 women, the samples were slightly different. The team found an enzyme called protastic-specific antigen, PSA, that was present in small amounts in these volunteers' ejaculated urine. PSA, produced in men by the prostate gland, is more commonly associated with male ejaculate, says Thompson at New Scientist, where its presence helps sperm to swim. And female, says Salama, the PSA is produced mainly by the skein glands. So there is a little something else in there, but it's being carried along by a whole lot of piss.
Right.
Yeah, I saw something about the skein gland too.
Well, I'm glad we were on the topic of drinking women's bodily liquids because Woody has a website to share with us, don't you, Woody?
Yes.
I like to give credit where credit is due. You were the first one to put this forward as a topic, although I have a bit of a twist that I have added.
All right. Let's link it again so Anthony can visit onlythebreast.com.
Onlythebreast.com. So, there's a website here where you can get women's breast milk.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, we did that joke forever where like I was going to have like a titty milk company, and a lot of you really bought into that, and shame on you. You should...
You're silly
not let people get one over on you quite so easily. Just think twice next time. You're going to end up in a pyramid scheme or sending your wedding ring to some Nigerian prince at this rate. Just wake up.
I don't just sell all the berries, and then the guy below me sells all his berries, and then before you know it, my downline is gigantic. 3 billion people after the level 20. Yeah.
These people are actually in the business of selling human breast milk, and it's for your baby, right? There's plenty of circumstances where you would want to buy someone else's breast milk, and not only is it breast milk, it's good breast milk. As Woody explained, there's pictures of women holding their fat babies, being like, look, it really plumped him up, like, you know, it really made this baby fat and delicious.
Those are stage babies. Everybody in the industry knows that.
That's actually one of my biggest reservations about drinking this breast milk because they advertise with look how fat this kid got, and I'm like, oh man, I'm totally not your demo. I don't want to be that fat. That kid's ridiculous. He looks like a little Buddha, you know.
He's eating nothing but that though. He is on a 100% titty milk diet. It's not like he had a salad the day before yesterday and then he that's
like a 6-month-old having to take Crestor.
Yes.
Just downing cholesterol meds.
So here's what I suggest, gentlemen, and I'm 100% on board. I say that we order ourselves some legit human breast milk and that we consume it on the show. We consume it on the show, and I am down to drink that titty milk. I'll find a black woman. I'll drink chocolate titty milk. Whatever you want me to do, I'll drink it. I'll drink as much of it as any of you drink. I'll do a bowl of cereal. I'll do a milkshake. You name it, I'll do it.
You can have mine.
Come on, step up your game.
I want to drink tit milk that much.
Pussy!
Yeah, I feel like
how much regulation could there be in the black market tit milk community? Is there
it's
that
for
much?
Babies. What are they going to do to it?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, SIDS, it's a real thing. Sudden infant death syndrome. That usually just means bad parenting. But it could be bad milk that you bought from your kid off a website because I don't know, you didn't have milk of it.
They're already feeding it to their baby, so their baby made it.
Allegedly, these women are in a farm somewhere in Czechoslovakia.
I see what's happening.
I saw Mad Max.
Direction technique by Taylor right now. He knows there's no safety hazard in titty milk.
You are being quite trusting. That's quite trusting of people to think that you're getting, first of all, that you're getting breast milk. How do you know it's not just a goat that they're pumping this thing into and then selling it to you? I don't know. I wouldn't go for this.
This is a gluten-free mom, and her baby is adorable.
I want a mom that does a lot of drugs.
She's probably too stiff and not
look,
malleable.
if I came out half as adorable as this baby right here.
In her baby.
Do you have a mom who gave birth to a baby with fetal alcohol syndrome? They took it away, and that's why she's able to provide this breast milk? Because I want to get fucked up when I do this.
Do they have any 15 proof alcohol? I see if you go to local buyers, you can select 2% and skim.
Here, this woman, here she is as she sells it. Working mom of 3 healthy kids. I'm gluten-free for 7 years. I adhere to a strict diet that does not contain wheat, rye, or barley. I have exclusively breastfed all 3 of my children. My youngest is 6 months, and I currently have a large supply of frozen milk that is stored in a deep freezer. Milk is stored in, this is a word I don't know, Lanzola bags with date, time, and weight ounces. I don't smoke or drink, and I limit my caffeine intake. No adult wet nursing, no pictures, no videos, donation to baby only. If you have a need, I can't read. If you do not have a needy baby, do not reply. Well.
Hey, I've been called a needy baby plenty of times. I've had women my whole life, so I am just fine for this. So look, I'm 100. I mean this. I'm not just kidding. I don't think it is a funny joke. I think it'll be an even funnier bit to drink that titty milk. I won't cheat, get around it in any way. If there's some way to crack the nipple and prove that I'm getting it for real, I'll do it. But I want to drink that titty milk. Wow. I think it's fun.
It's $2.50 an ounce, and this woman is selling 400 ounces of
Don't
breast
need.
milk.
Hey, look, let's start at 8 ounces. Maybe I get a taste for it, and I want that other 200 or 300 ounces. We'll see. But let's start small.
I wonder. I'll have to ask Jackie if she considers this a form of cheating.
Oh my God, you guys! I think that's Taylor's concern too. I bet your girlfriend wouldn't like it.
No, I
No,
don't want
I-
to drink
I
some
promise
stranger's breast milk.
I'm
I
okay
think,
with
if you're,
this.
I think if you're drinking it right out of the tap, it might be cheating.
What if she squirts it into my mouth? Like, is that
Yeah.
okay? Like, if she milks herself, or if I get one of those old timey farm implements?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I promise you, I'm not skittish about drinking the breast milk.
I'm not at all.
Yeah,
I really want to do this. I think it'll be really funny for the show. So
It's more just that it's a stranger, and I just seeing as how this isn't an industry.
Do you know those cows? Are you familiar with each and every cow? From
Yeah.
That's a cow, Taylor. You ever seen a cow?
I know that if I eat a burger, that cow wasn't like secretly going off the ranch and doing methamphetamines and then lying about it before it sent me milk.
Sure,
Like,
all right.
I mean, she looks like she's really living the vanilla, clean, pure lifestyle. I bet her titty milk tastes better than anything you've ever had.
Yeah, but this is like going to, it's just, isn't it kind of gross? That doesn't gross you out at all.
Think about it, and really think about it, and stop being a modern human being for a second. What's grosser, to drink the milk of a bovine animal that shits on its own pussy all day, or to drink the milk of an attractive human being woman who has
I don't see
proven
what the cow's
success?
pussy's cleanliness has to do with the milk.
It's a disgusting animal. Like every time I look at it, I'm always, every time I look at a cow, I'm like, you just shit right on your pussy. Is that how it works?
And you know what?
Evolutionarily sound.
If they took the milk and just squirted it right into the jar, with that shitty udder, and then they shipped it to me and said that's milk, like I probably wouldn't like that as much either. I'd rather it be
all that.
pasteurized.
You want some pasteurized human breast milk? Is that what you're
Holy
saying? That would change things.
Well, it needs to be gluten free.
This woman really has an industry going on here.
Oh my god.
Check out. This woman has a picture of her milk supplies. This is a ridiculous amount of milk.
Check her out on Yahoo at Milkmaid 101. It's not true.
She just looks like a female prepper at this point. Like, she's just getting ready for the
Oh my
apocalypse.
God. So he's got
6,000 ounces.
I opened up a
6,000
conversation with my
ounces.
wife. I said, and I opened it the wrong way because I wish I could start over. Is ordering breast milk online and drinking it a form of cheating? She said, yes. I said, it's a bit for the show. I'm not drinking it from the tap. She says, I still don't like it. And she's typing something else.
All right. Well, fans, if you would like me to drink some titty milk for some reason, I will do it, I guess.
I don't think in any way
I don't
it's
think
cheating,
anybody else is
Right?
going to drink titty milk
but it's
with me.
definitely weird and gross.
It's so gross and so weird. I couldn't imagine drinking it. And these women, aren't they shortchanging their own kids by farming out their own milk?
I think that she's making enormous amounts. She's just milking herself all the time, like despite whether her kids need it or not.
I told her that the guys have all agreed it's okay. As if fucking Tweedledee and Tweedledum over there have any influence
Yeah.
over what Jackie.
that was
like she's gonna be like, okay, we're
oh,
cool
did-
now. I didn't
Taylor
know
said
that.
it was fine.
Right.
Yeah, all right, so I don't know how hard, how I don't know. Nobody would be willing to do that. There are drugs that Jackie could take so that she could produce some breast milk for you, and then it wouldn't be cheating. If she keeps going no, suggest that to her as a bit of a, as a silly little thing.
She sent me a
honey,
picture
we can
of
put
a
you on
shoe.
hormones, and
What does that
What?
mean? Something? A shoe? I said the guys have all agreed it's okay, and she returned with a picture of like a penny loafer. Is she using these things in? Oh, she says she's putting her foot down.
oh,
How about this?
Smart.
She might have a
Okay.
point, though. Like, that would be like, well, as long as you don't suck the dick and you're just drinking the cum, is that cheating?
When you put it that way,
that's not the same. That's not the same. You can't. Breast milk is nourishment for babies. We're not jizzing in babies' mouths. It's not necessarily sexual. Okay, like let's not. We can't draw that parallel right away.
I asked
And
her-
any woman who does is a sexist.
I asked her
Figured
if she'd take a
Get
few
out
drugs
there.
and lactate for me. Let's see what she says. No way. Well, that
No.
you're no.
Well,
fun.
she doesn't have to know she's taking them. Maybe she just wakes up one day and, man, I'm getting swollen, a little heavy up there. Maybe something's been in all these breakfasts Woody's been cooking me.
Taylor suggested that.
Chicken.
No, I didn't.
You don't. need to know
Drugger.
that you're taking them. This is going to go well.
I think it's
All
a
right,
gross
well,
idea.
we'll see if
And,
this goes anywhere. But I'd like to know what the fans think. Would you like to see any breast milk drinking at all? If we can make that happen. What I wanted was a game where, like, every time the three of us lose, we have to do a little shot of breast milk, and you know, maybe spinning a wheel.
Okay, Anthony, fucking
Right? Like just imagine like 5 shots of warm titty milk, like right there in front of you. Just like,
98.6,
boom, like
straight
laying
from
them
the
back.
tap. You know,
I'd send
drink
titty milk.
slightly above room temperature.
I wrote, Taylor suggested that you don't need to know you're taking them, and she said, spoken like a Trump supporter. I don't know, I don't know what that all means.
Oh, I do. She thinks my joke was not appropriate.
I think
joke
what
back
she's saying is that you're trying to control a woman's
and
body
whatever.
against her will. I think that's what she's getting at with all that.
Ah.
Jackie had a fun thing. She says if Trump wins, right, and then alters the Supreme Court, which he's promised to do, that Kyle might finally start a family.
It's not like I'm aborting children left and right, Jesus Christ, Woody.
No, I didn't
It's not
say
like
that.
Abortion clinic in my basement over here where I'm just having to scrape them out left and right. I
I'm
don't
just
have to shop
saying,
back and get a scalpel
abortion
handy.
removed from the country, the odds of Kyle being a dad go up a bit.
Tell her they've still got stairs. Like
I will tell her that.
I got a staircase right down the hallway. It's like 12 steps. They're all wooden and hard.
Abortion is not going anywhere. He's
There
not
have been
gonna.
s-
Yeah.
There have been so many conservative presidents that have not gotten rid of abortion. The Supreme Court appointments, they've not gotten rid of it. The only, like right now, for the foreseeable future, the next president will replace a staunchly conservative Supreme Court justice. So it's
At
not going to
best.
change anything from what it was when they still didn't get rid of abortion. So, like, abortion comes up every 4 years, and it's such a ridiculous topic. Like, there's so many other things to worry about. Jesus.
I feel
Yeah.
like on the Republican Party, it's one of their top topics. Now, I'll agree that they haven't been
It fires the
successful.
evangelicals up.
I think
big
it's a talking point more than it is an actual action that they want to do. They bring it up every 4 years, then it goes away, and everyone loves abortions. So,
All right, so I have another question that pertains to our significant
Fetuses don't.
others. I was thinking about this earlier. I hope this is original that I haven't thought of this or said it before, but how much weight would your significant other have to gain in spite for no reason? We're not talking about diabetes or health issues. We're not talking about depression even. We're not talking about any of that. We're saying that your significant other, for no reason at all, and she admits it 100%, is just eating ho-hos until she gains about 80 pounds because she's tired of holding back the waves. She's tired of holding all that back. She's going to embrace who she is, and this is who I am. This is my body, a woman's body, 212 pounds of it. Like, at what point?
Almost
at what
two
point-
women's bodies. Yeah.
I have
Exactly.
to wonder, like, would I like it? Because I feel like if she was going to do that, then I would. It would be like a co-gift, right? Like, hey, we both turned 44 this year. We're giving each other 80 pounds of allowance. You know? We're just
That is
gonna
not-
we're just gonna bulk the fuck up on ho-hos together and keep it as a
Oh,
partnership.
that sounds awful. I would say, man, there'd have to be a hard line at like 200 because that is that's just kind of like psychologically like 200 pounds and you're a woman. Like we were talking about our significant others.
How
So
much?
Melissa,
I'm sorry.
is
How
a
much do
small
you weigh,
girl.
Taylor?
I weigh like in the 190s, so almost
Exactly.
200.
So
Yeah.
she's outweighing you at this point. I think that's important because if you're like a dude who's 240, maybe it's not as psychologically insane if your wife is 190. But if you're a $165 and your wife's 190 in her scooter or something,
Well,
then
it's also
that's-
that Melissa's like my significant other's like 5'5" and thin, and so imagining her getting all the way up to 200 pounds is like that wouldn't be like someone my size gaining 90 pounds or 80
Yeah, I
pounds.
think all
whatever it
three of
was.
us have significant others who are very slender.
but
Yeah, it would be like-
wait, what was the question? How much would they have to gain
Yeah,
before you
yeah.
dump?
At what point are you like, look, I'm done here. I'm leaving you. This is over. You gained
okay, yeah.
And it's not for a medical issue; it's just laziness. I'm going to say 200. Hard stop at 200.
You should tell her that, and she should know that you love her.
No,
That's
she can't know that. No.
Oh man, if I'm your girlfriend and you tell me that I could plump on up to a $195 and
Oh, God.
I'm like, really? God, I love you, Taylor.
Yeah.
you were. What did he say to the Khaleesi? You were the moon of the light of my.
You are my sun and stars. Yes.
My sun and stars. Like you're her
The
sun
moon
and
of my
stars at that point. If she could plump on up to $1.95, I would be honest. I
Well,
think
no. 200 is a hard stop. If you get to like 190 and then that sticks around for like 8 months, that clock's ticking. You know, and you're not moving down.
Or she may at 190, maybe she needs to do something to offset it. Like, all right, 190, but I get breakfast in bed and sex every day, or if you still want that, then there could be something she could do to offset it.
At the same time.
What if she makes a ton of money, right? It's like, all right, she's 190 pounds, but she's worth 10 million, and you get breakfast in bed. You might be like, I accept this package.
Yeah, I don't know. If she's worth 10 million, I can deal with a lot of weight. As a matter of fact, I'll bring the food to you. You stay in bed. You want to get married? You know?
I don't know if it's so much an actual number as it is when you start getting the look on your friends' faces when they see you together like that. Oh,
Yeah.
like they start honestly feeling bad for you, and guy.
There is definitely a number. I don't know. I think my girlfriend's maybe 120 pounds. At 150, there's something very wrong. If she has, if she's added 25% of her body weight to herself rapidly, then like, for the fun of it, it's like, you gotta go. You gotta go. There's no excuse for gaining 25% of your body weight for no fucking reason. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't all of a sudden jump on up to 100, like 240 pounds. Yeah, math. I wouldn't do that. Yeah.
I think your percentage argument's probably the better way to go.
Yeah,
as opposed to a hard number. But I don't want to take up any more time, but that makes sense. Woody?
The number that I'd leave her at? I don't know.
To leave her. That you're like, come on, kids, we gotta get out of here before she eats you too.
Because I'm really embedded. Like, we've been together in April. It'll be 25 years if you include the dating part. Or 26, I think. It's already 25.
So 3 pounds for you, huh?
It's, we've got 2 kids, and like I don't know.
145 pounds.
How fat would your children have to get before you disown them?
Willy Wonka style, where you're rolling them into room.
You roll them off of your giant estate. Fend for yourself, kids, until you
Woody's a good guy. You could tell he just would stay. He'd be the husband. We see them all the time in the store and out. He would stay. He'd be bummed, but he couldn't say anything and couldn't leave. So it would just kind of be like, it's my wife. I've relegated myself to this.
We all had that friend when we were little who had like a cool dad, but you'd go over to their house and you'd see like cool dad of like, wow, he lets us play like street hockey at night and he lets us do all this cool stuff. And then this big, enormous woman would come out, just girthy and disgusting, and be like, this cool dad is married to that lady. And then as soon as she walks in, the reality of that he's experiencing of like, I'm like a kid again too, life's opportunities, all these places I could go. And then he sees his wife and that little spark of death of like, this is the dead sow that I've hitched my life to, and now I can't leave. Like,
I'll never forget. I was in like middle school or something, probably like ninth grade. I was in ninth grade, and we all like spent the night over to a friend's house, and it was his birthday, and his mom made 2 cakes. There was 1 cake for the party and 1 cake for herself.
Oh God!
And you will never believe which one was the bigger cake.
The one for her?
The one for her. Now the one for the party was a layered cake. It was round and like multiple layers frosted, and it was done nicely. It was made to be oh, look at that nice cake. Yeah, let's all have a bit. The one she made for herself was a pancake. She took the same mix frosting and everything, and in a pan that was like 13 inches from corner to corner, she just made this huge sheet cake. And all night, throughout the night, while we chilled out in the living room and played video games, she made trips through, back and forth into the kitchen with a heaping of cake and a glass of milk. And she'd come back 20 minutes later with an empty plate and an empty glass of milk, and she'd fill on up again. And I just remembered thinking, like, there's not going to be any milk for us in the morning. There's going to be no cereal in the morning because she's drinking.
I bet she's eating that cake. I bet she she knows what she's doing to herself. I assume she wasn't fit.
Yeah, of course. That's the thing with like
you
anytime
assume.
Yeah, I made that assumption. I made that
I guess
leap.
I left that part out. She was a real big fat. She was a great big fat person.
Yeah. So like afterwards, she's just hating herself for it. Like she has a psychological disease, a mental illness that's causing her to do that.
Yeah, it's the same way like someone who's doing I don't know, drinking all day every day or doing heroin or something, like probably as they're shooting up, they're not like, life's back on track. They're just thinking like, this will stave the pain away for a little longer, and then I'll deal with reality when it comes back. Like, that's kind of what she's doing with Kate.
What do you think of that thing that heavy people say where they're like, food addiction is the toughest one to kick because you have to keep eating, right? Like you can give up heroin and then just remove it from your life. You could do that with cocaine. You can do it with whatever, cigarettes, etc. But you can't give up food and remove it from your life. You're giving up certain types of food.
There aren't any fat people who like food more than me. There just aren't. I crave food all the time. I like to cook. I like cheap bargain brand Taco Bell, and I like $100 fucking filet mignon. I love all food. It's delicious. I like sweet and sugary and salty and it all. I crave it. I crave it constantly. But I do my own fucking shopping, and when I'm at the store, I don't go down the cookie aisle. Not once ever will I go down the cookie aisle. I might eat some junk occasionally. I'm like, I did some crazy last night. Went to Taco Bell. Got those cinnamon fucking balls with
Twists,
the jizz frosting injected in.
Even worse.
So when you bite, it just comes
bukkake cinnamorolls, right.
Like each and every one is busting a nut of deliciousness in your mouth. I ate the whole bag, but I won't buy a big bag of Chips Ahoy. I won't buy a big gallon of sweet tea or something. I drink soda, but I mean, I'm drinking diet soda. I love fucking food, but I weigh 185 pounds, and I'll never get above 200 pounds in my fucking life. It'll never happen again. Because I put my foot down in a major way with that when I was like 220 pounds when I was hanging out with Taylor. That's insane for my like build and everything and my musculature. It makes no sense for me to be 225. It's outrageous.
I don't know why fat people it's looked at like, you could be fat and happy, and to say anything about them, their health is bad to do. It's body shaming or what have you. But you could absolutely bring up the medical consequences of anorexia and say that's a mental disorder. You have a problem. You need help. But fat people, it's like, you can't say that to me. That's not PC.
It's because there are so many fat people.
Maybe
there are so many of them that, like, I guess once you get enough of those people together, they just start getting shit done.
It can't be a disorder anymore. It has to be just part of the human experience.
Yeah. If we're all this bad at eating, it can't be an endemic problem.
Then it can't be bad. Then it's normal.
Yeah, you notice that happens quite a bit.
Also, like, you hear people say, like, I'm fat and happy. I just want to be happy and eat whatever I want. I've never met anyone, and maybe there's someone out there, I sincerely doubt it, but I've never met anybody who lost a bunch of weight, who used to be really heavy, who told me, nah, I kind of liked being fat. Everyone is like, oh my God, I woke up every morning and I hated myself, and I looked in the mirror and I thought, you stupid idiot, and I'd go drown my sorrows in a bunch of pancake batter. And then the next morning I'd wake up and do it again. Then when I finally got it on track, I felt like I had my life back. Like, that's what the answer you get. It's never, I was happy being borderline immobile and having people not be as attracted to me and me not liking the way I look in clothes. Like, that's the biggest way you can find out you're getting fat quick, is if regular people clothes start to look bad on you, where like you put on like an unfitted medium shirt and you're like, oh Jesus, look at these lumps, this is disgusting, I got to get this out of here. But
I had a dream about being too fat like last night. I think I dreamed I was in a UFC fight that I had to make like 170, which is 35 pounds under me, and I'm there in the sauna cutting weight with all the other UFC fighters, and the one guy's trying to cut 15, the other guy's trying to cut 20, and I'm trying to cut 35, and they're all like, oh, sucks to be you. Yeah, you're too fat. You can't fight in that weight class. Like, could you get him to agree to the next weight class? And I'm like, 185? How much do you think my hand weighs? I don't think I can make 185 either. I'm just fucked in this situation. I don't know what I'm going to do. And that was like the big stress sort of conflict of the dream that I had. I was, even like Joe Lozon was there, and he's like trying to be a friend of me and everything, but he's like, Woody, it's 35 pounds? No, it's not going to happen. Couldn't cut it.
Yeah. Got to cut an arm off to get there, buddy. It's not gonna.
Like in 7.
Like
man,
a leg.
That was an upsetting scene in 7 when that lawyer had to cut off like 5 pounds of fat in his office, or otherwise they would, I guess, kill him. Which,
yeah.
I did a break on the show. I have been for like a year. There's this girl on YouTube, and they just had an article about her in a couple of the news sites that there's a petition to have her taken off of YouTube because she's anorexic. She goes on, she does these fun, happy, dumb, those YouTube videos from YouTube stars that are actually doing nothing but they're popular. And I said a year ago, I'm like, we are watching a girl dying on YouTube, and no one's doing anything about it. They sometimes question her loss of weight, but it's always, oh, stop body shaming. She looks great. And she is literally dying of anorexia. She looks worse now than she did a year ago, and she looked terrible a year ago. So,
what's her name?
Eugenia.
Skeletor.
E-U-G. Eugenia Cooney. And it is hard to watch. She is so emaciated.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, this is high-level anorexia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this ain't
and
healthy.
she'll just talk about, well, my mom's going to dress me up like the Little Mermaid today, and she's 22 and completely anorexic. And if you talk about her being anorexic, her fans will just yell at you for body shaming. And they're saying that people that are spreading the petition around were saying she's influencing young girls to become anorexic. I don't know if that's true, or whether she should be taken off the air or not. But I think her mother should be arrested for child abuse.
Yeah, that's definitely fucked up. Or I guess if she's 22.
Yeah, there's
can't
nothing
do-
really she could do. But I don't think
Yeah.
she lost that
Wow.
weight in 2 years.
She's turning
This
around. I
is-
can see her legs now. She is very thin.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it's ghastly.
This is
Like-
oh man, like this person is a size that like if you learned that they died tomorrow, you would be like if you know her, you'd obviously be sad, but you wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
You'd be like, well, that was bound to happen. Like this is
And of
That's
course, my
Jesus.
audience, I bring it up and do it. And then later on in the night, there were Photoshops. They took her, cut her out of her pictures, transferred her black and white, and then threw her in Auschwitz because they are horrid people.
this is
Wow.
like if they had a channel where it's like, hey, it's just alcoholic guy 37. I woke up shaking at 4 a.m. so I thought I would do another vlog where I down a bunch of vodka
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
try
Taylor.
and pass out.
Die, and
What-
no one's doing anything about it. Her mom is a plump woman too, and yeah, it'll just end up. I guarantee you, we'll just read an article, say, "Oh, that girl that they were talking about, the petition, and everything. Yeah, she's dead. She died of organ failure or something." And we're watching it as social media, just sitting there watching a girl die. It's amazing.
What do you
She's
call
really,
a,
like? I can't get over this. Like we I don't know. We're laughing. Dude, she's Auschwitz watching
Oh
her
yeah,
die.
it's terrible.
She's
What do you
wearing
call an
like
anorexic?
size 0 stuff. I'm sorry, Kyle. And
What do you
it's just-
call an anorexic with a yeast infection?
Flatbread.
A quarter
Breadstick.
pounder with cheese.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't think of anything.
it's so loose on her, and I don't hear the audio but I'm watching the video. I'm imagining she's very happy how
Very happy, always up
can't
and
fit her.
bubbly and having a great time. Yeah,
She just vomited right
that's-
before she came on.
yeah.
Well, maybe not vomited. She's not
Feeling-
bulimic. Yeah, she
we
just doesn't eat.
Who knows? Who knows if she's bulimic or not?
Eugenia, if you happen to catch this, I promise you, even if you put on some weight, you would look better. You would look super hot. More guys would
Oh,
like
yeah.
you then, or people or
Yeah,
whatever than
definitely.
now.
No,
Yes, it's very
definitely.
in the
If you put on
face.
some weight, you would look better. We want you to gain some weight
Yeah.
because right now you don't look good.
Yeah,
You
your
should be
body
body
needs
shamed.
fat to survive.
People should laugh at you when you walk down the street looking like that, and I think you'd plump up a little. That, like maybe fat shaming doesn't work. Like maybe if every time you see a fat guy and you scream, "Hey, fatty, why don't you do something?" And in his head, he's like, "I am doing something. I'm walking down the street right now. Why can't I ever get a fucking step ahead?" But with this skinny chick, if you're like, "Hey, go eat a fucking donut, you asshole," like maybe she will, because isn't she wanting like a positive body image to begin with? Maybe a little shaming would do the trick.
Yeah, I'm guessing in her head she doesn't see that she's gone too far.
No, they
Right.
got like body dysmorphia, and they
Yeah.
think they look fat, and
I
it's
think
just
what's more important to an individual like that? I'm asking for real because I don't know. Is it her own self-image of herself or everyone else's image of her? Does she care more about how she's seen or
Right.
how she sees herself?
I think
if
they
she's
have.
seen-
Yeah, they perceive themselves incorrectly, and I think that they also have a false perception of how other people see them.
Well, we
So
should keep
they
that up
don't
for them.
think like, oh
Yeah.
man, I think I look fat, but everybody else is telling me I'm thin. They're thinking,
Right.
oh, I know that I'm fat, and I know that these people are just calling me thin to make me feel better. They know that I haven't reached my goal yet. Like I know I have to stick with this. Like it is a mental disorder. I don't know if that's their
Oh,
thought
it has
process because I'm not anorexic, but it's definitely fucked up. Yeah, this is This is an upsetting YouTube channel. I'm looking around.
I know, right? Isn't it?
Oh,
Too skinny. Too skinny. You look ill. We're worried about you. You look like
ill.
you're gonna die.
Yeah.
You look like that's gotta cause like organ damage. Like being that low, that low of a body fat count as a woman. Like you're supposed to be like 20% fat, and you're
Right.
like 20% bone. You're all calcium, woman. What are you doing?
yeah.
Calcium.
Yeah.
Here's
no.
a try not to laugh challenge where she's sitting next to a normal sized guy. Look at this. Look at just the way that she looks compared to a guy's normal size. Try not to laugh yourself to death should be the title of that video. If you get
God,
tits
that-
too loud.
Look, that thumbnail makes her look worse than the video I was watching earlier. And
Yeah.
I think if I punched her in the arm at 3/4 strength, it would snap.
Yeah.
Like, look at that,
It
right?
would. Do you remember what Gollum's fingers look like when he's looking for the
bony
ring?
and gnarled, each knuckle big and bulging.
Each now as he grabs that fish and he does a little song and he
Oh, God.
and he bites into it like
Yeah.
that. That's she has hands of that level of skinny. If you just cropped out her hands and you told me these are the hands of a 92-year-old
sorry,
woman,
that's
I would
terrible.
believe you. This is
That's terrible. Yeah.
my God. And her mom is okay with this. Like hopefully she's not okay, but she's enabling this. Like
Yeah, nothing.
your daughter's going to die.
I don't think they should take her YouTube channel away because it's her fucking YouTube channel. But someone should like get into her life and maybe like catch her with a big the guys with those white jumpsuits and the big net. They need to go over there. Like
There
somebody
you
needs to
go.
grab
A
this
little-
chick and put her somewhere where that's
intervention.
If this
Yeah.
was a video like chronicling her fall into methamphetamine abuse and like it just became crazy how dangerous her body was breaking down, people in her life would get in there and intervene and be like, this needs to be fixed because if we don't do something, even if you don't want to do it, you will die and we care about you enough. We don't want you to die.
It's
And,
gross.
like they need to be doing
Am I
something
the only
here.
one? Maybe we don't want to say that. Maybe that's not a nice thing to say about a woman. But is she? She's gross.
I saw the.
Yeah,
the-
yeah. But
That's
the thing
natural.
is,
You
she
perceive
could
it
do
as
something about it. Like she's a cute girl. If she
Yeah.
had weight on her, she'd be beautiful. So saying she's gross like this, that's
The
it's
back
true.
of her hands are those of like a 75-year-old woman. Like it's all
Yeah.
veiny.
Yeah,
and
all
it's-
like valleys and peaks, just wrapped
Yeah.
around vein and bone.
You're naturally attracted to people who are healthy. And so that's why when you see someone who's clearly very ill or is like so overweight they can't walk or is so skinny that they don't have enough body fat to clearly get pregnant or have a kid or procreate, do whatever, your
Yeah,
body's
there you go.
naturally just like, I'm not attracted to that. I'm attracted to suitable mates that I can procreate.
Yeah, I'm
with.
as turned
Just
off to that as
biology.
I am like a cobra in a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like evolution is saying run. It's saying run and don't eat what she eats.
Which is nothing.
Yeah. Don't eat a grain of
Gotta be
rice.
some bad berries or something. Like fuck. All right, let me give everyone a word from one of our sponsors. How about Squarespace? Yeah, we just want everyone to remember that this episode is being brought to you by Squarespace. When you use them, your sites will look professionally designed regardless of your skill level. There's no coding required. They use intuitive and easy-to-use tools. Squarespace has state-of-the-art technology powering your website to ensure security and stability. They're trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world. So you can start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com. When you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure to use offer code PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. Squarespace, build it beautiful. So whether you're starting a business, building a portfolio, or just expressing yourself online, remember to sign up today and go to squarespace.com/PKA.
Check them out. If you need a website, that's how you do it.
Yeah, good deal. All right, let me see what I've got here. You want to watch? You want to do the thing with the guy stealing the cop car when Taylor gets back?
Let's do a double ad.
Okay, that's brilliant. Very good idea.
I know all the listeners were thinking, I hope there's another ad.
Come with an ad. Sometimes is yeah, I'll wear these when I want to do it. Yeah.
Mm.
So you can see like no emotion within me now. You don't know what I'm thinking. Remember that Stallone movie Cobra?
Cobra, hey Cobretti.
He's like, I wish I could find the toothpaste. He's like, you're a disease. That'd be cute. And he guns him down in a fucking. All right. Sometimes standing out is about doing things differently than everyone else. Sometimes it's just about wearing the right pair of shades, and sometimes it's about doing both. I want to tell you guys about the coolest company taking over the sunglasses industry right now, DIFF Eyewear. I've been wearing their cruise style with the silver frames and silver lenses. DIFF Eyewear offers stylish handmade sunglasses constructed with high-end materials. They're as good or better than designer sunglasses without the $200 or $300 price tag. Instead, Diff sunglasses start at just $50 per pair. And the best part, for every pair of sunglasses you buy, Diff Eyewear will give a pair of reading glasses to someone in need. Let me say that again, because that's really cool. That's the best thing about this company, if you ask me. The best part about this is that for every pair of sunglasses that you guys buy, Diff Eyewear will give a pair of reading glasses to someone in need. That's an awesome program that they do. You can get one in every color you like, and still pay less than some designer brands. It just makes sense. So do good, buy smarter, be Diff. Go to diffeyewear.com/PKA right now to get 15% off your purchase. That's diffeyewear.com/PKA for 15% off. DIFF eyewear.com/PKA.
Check them out. Get your cool glasses today. Look badass. Like me.
Little, like, contact lenses on that enormous skull of yours.
Oh, God, my head, it's in a league of its own. I paid double at the barber, not because of my thick hair, because of the landscape she has to cover.
But
did you ever have to get like, a helmet in sports or anything?
No.
Oh,
No, that's not true.
Else?
That's a lie. In 8th grade, I had to return my football helmet because it didn't fit, and I had to get the extra large.
Isn't that the worst pain ever? Did you suffer through wearing a too small football helmet before, like, someone got you that size?
I was like, man, football really hurts all the time.
Did you go a full day? Did you, like, do a full practice with a too small helmet?
Probably a week.
Oh my God! It gave me the worst headache I've had in my entire life. I still remember being a kid and being like, "This thing is squeezing my goddamn skull too hard, and it hurts at every like point of my skull right now. It's crushing my skull. Make it stop!" And they were like, "Yeah, you get used to it. Get a few good hits in. You won't think about it no more." And it's like, fuck, that's all I can think about because it's my brain.
My brain is in pain. It's totally focused on this.
Our coach was literally retarded. He had been hit in the head with an aluminum baseball bat 5 years prior, suffered major brain injury, and wasn't all there anymore. And he was our coach. He'd forget to give us water. It was outrageous. And like I told my parents, and they're like, "That's football, son. It's a hard." My dad doesn't sound like that, but whatever. He's like, "Yeah, that's football. It's a hard sport." It's like, bullshit.
It's a rootin' tootin' time. Yeehaw! You know, like Kyle's dad sounds. You know.
Yeehaw! He's twirling a lasso as he does it.
I never played football because I didn't hit puberty until super late. And as like 106-pounder, I'm like, fuck football. I have no interest in this.
Anthony, were you a sports guy?
Oh my God. I was so not. I never understood, like, when school would end at 3 o'clock, whatever the hell it was, and I would go to walk to the bus or walk home, and I'd look at the field, the track and the football field and everything, and see people there in uniform doing something. I'd be like, why aren't they going home? Why would you want to stay any later than you had to? You could get home to a television or your friends or toys or something. Never understood it. So I never, ever went out for sports.
I know your dad was a very interesting character. Did he ever pressure you into it, or was he always just the cowboy?
No, he didn't. I don't think he necessarily equated sports with being a man. Like, he was just very, you had to be a man. Don't cry. Don't do that. Be a man. But it was never a sports thing. He was just more like, if someone's bugging you, pick up a big stick and crack them on the head kind of thing.
That's interesting. So Taylor or Woody, maybe, did either of you ever have a moment where your father had like a be a man type story? Like, you did A and B, and he was like, you should have gotten to C, but you didn't. Next time, be a man. Like, was there anything like that where he didn't he thought you needed to toughen up or do a thing better because you just weren't living up to his potential?
I remember so many times playing goalie in ice hockey, and I would let one in that I probably should have had if I was squared up and playing right, and I'd have to, like, in hockey, like, you're there, so you're a little set. In soccer, the other sports where there isn't plexiglass between you, the parents can yell reasonably loud, and you can hear them. Hockey, they have to scream so much that it resonates throughout the arena to get you to hear it. So many times I just remember, like, letting one in and being like, please no, and I'd hear just, get your head in the game! I'd just be like, oh, Dad, that was definitely my bad, but...
Now you're shaking.
So no, I'm nervous, but that was just the motivation I needed. I didn't need someone to coddle me and say, "Oh, did that goal go by you? Was that one pretty quick? You know, oh, like you wouldn't get any better. You need that tough love sometimes, especially with sports, because sports is a meritocracy, and you need that level of, you know, if somebody does badly in the NFL, NHL, NBA, they don't go, LeBron, have you been feeling depressed again? I know we've discussed this before. They go, hey, this is your fucking job. Get it done. And, you know, I like to think I was good enough at 16 that it applied to me. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The main focus.
there was never like I wasn't being manly enough. I do remember one time I was being bullied by a group of people, and my father had my brother, who was 2 years older, drive me to school with a baseball bat. And they're like, if they fuck with your brother, you got to hit him with this bat. You know, you do whatever you got to do. And the trouble was, like, I'm not sure we'd win, right? Like, oh, great. You changed it from a 4-on-1 to a 2-on-1, or a 4-on-2. Are we winning now? Like, I don't know. And then, like, the toughest of them was probably equivalent to my brother or something. I know he's 2 years older and stuff, but I'm not getting bullied by pussies, right? Because that's not a problem. I'm getting bullied by big fucking bullies. And
that's the situation.
Yeah. So it's like, well, I'm glad that you gave my brother permission to beat him up and everything, but I don't know if the permission was the problem all along. You know, we weren't showing great restraint. Yeah. So, and then, you know, he couldn't drive me home because he went to another school in the afternoon, and it's like, I don't know if this is even solving things, because I'm feeling really vulnerable on the walk home here. And
that's like when the in World War II, when the P-51s could defend the bombers on the way to the target, but not the way back.
Yeah, perfect.
Now you're just at the...
Yeah, at least I had a bike before where I got home quicker. You know, it was a little tougher to hunt me out in the 12 minutes it took me to get there. Yeah. Now it's like a 60-minute walk home because I don't have a bike anymore. And it's fucking, yeah. I think now about, like, the bullies that... You know, I'm sure the bully, there's the same sort of thing. But, like, I remember I'd ride my bike home from school, and the bullies would take their car and steer over the curb onto the driveway and come out and I'm like backing up on my bicycle furiously, which isn't very fast, you know, and they're like surrounding me, and now they're like pushing me around. I'm like trying to find that break where I could maybe ride my bike again and get a little distance, and I don't know how this is going to work out. They have a car, but like, you know, nowadays they're like, oh yeah, there's name calling.
Were you Forrest Gump? This was Forrest Gump's childhood.
So then I ran until the braces broke off. And
I wish. I can't run for shit. Yeah, I'm not built for running. But
imagine
yeah,
Chase, you throwing rocks.
I just like, I don't know. People, let me know. Are people still driving their car off the road onto the sidewalk to bully people? Because my bullies didn't fuck around. But
I mean, if I see a kid who needs a little bullying,
I'll tell you,
that kid isn't as tough as he could be. You pull over, you teach him a lesson, the world's a little better.
You guys,
he cries on the way home.
You guys have all heard me tell this story once where I gave the overhand right. Like, I saw it on TV. I hit the guy. We were all in the outside the locker room, like for gym class, and I've told this story like 4 times. I bloodied his nose, and he had a white T-shirt. He was one of the guys in the car, but he was fucking with me without his friends, and that's when I hit him. But so I wasn't like a big pussy or anything. I was just in situations that were hard to deal with. I needed more than permission to beat them up. But your parents were like, Anthony, I'm imagining, I know that your dad probably would have given you like a big pat on the back if he heard you got in a brawl and defended yourself. Did you ever have to do something like that?
Yeah, I was... I think I might have told this on this show, but I've told it on my show. I got in a fight with... Boomer Esiason, who was the...
How'd that go?
When I was in 5th grade. We were both going to Timber Point Elementary School. He never liked being called Norman, even back then. He was Boomer, and his name's Norman. And I called him Norman. One of his friends saw that I was the one that yelled, "Hey, Norman," around the corner, and told Boomer. And he was going to kick my ass after school. And we meet up after school. I square off, and I throw a punch right into his forehead, and later I will learn that I broke the ulna and radius. My arm broke on Boomer's head, and he dispatched me quite quickly after that.
How tall was he? How tall was he then?
He was the big fucking guy.
Like 6'5" or something.
Big guy. And he was a bully. He would go around and fart in people's faces in the cafeteria. And he was the gym teacher's pet. Always great at every sport, played way too hard for some of the kids. defense. He'd smack people down on the ground. And, I knew I wasn't going to win. I didn't think I'd break my arm hitting him.
You thought he'd do that for you.
We did a golf outing a few years ago and brought it up, and it was kind of funny. Do you
remember?
Now, but boy, it was serious then.
Did he remember the whole incident?
Oh yeah. We both.
Oh, that's awesome. Was he surprised that it was you, or did he remember you from school? Like,
yeah. He remembered like everything. It was a very small little community in East Islip, Long Island, and we all used to hang out, ride bicycles together, and shit like that. So, that was strange.
we had 2 elite athletes in my grade. One's name was Doug Coleman. He ended up playing in the NFL for like 6 years or something, so close to that. And another one was Pat Lynch, and he was a wrestler. He had like 100, match wrestling win streak, which is a lot. 100. He won states as a freshman, sophomore, and junior, but not a senior because he went up like 3 weight classes and just started wrestling with gigantic fucks. And neither of them were bullies in the slightest. I always admired them. I used to talk to God and be like, dude, you should have blessed me with that kind of size because I would be a defender of the small. Like, I would be exactly what you want. Like, these guys were good role models. Like, I'd be a Doug Coleman or a Pat Lynch. I wouldn't be, fucking Howard the Jackass, who was also large. and I just like, man, like I should have been given this size. I would have done good with it. Like done good deeds with it. They
good deeds, yes.
But I wasn't gifted with size.
You think that, right? But
I mean,
but maybe you would have abused your superpowers.
What? It's hard to say, right? It's. You think the best of yourself, but power corrupts.
Right? Like, if you were actually Superman, wouldn't you just take over and be God of planet Earth?
I don't think I'd feel like it.
Oh, I would for sure. You know how long humans would have an autonomous system of government after Superman Taylor showed up? It would be in the minutes.
Yeah.
Where it would be like, I'd pick one country that nobody cares for that much, like North Korea. I just fly in, and in about 45 seconds, every TV station in the world is looking at North Korea and the carnage, and then you see Kim Jong-il's head like held up by me, and I say, you're all next unless you listen, and I did this to the shitty guys, but I will do it to you too, Russia and USA and China. It'll take longer a little bit, but but for the most part, you're listening to me now, and everybody will go, it seems like God is here. It seems like God has arrived. And that's what would happen. It wouldn't be like, wow, it's just like the comics. People would be getting on their knees praying, like tearing their clothes and weeping, being like, I'm so sorry, I didn't live life the way I should have, God. That's what it would be. Oh, I would totally
me wouldn't be the me that I want to be, right? Like the me I want to be is I just run around doing good deeds. I'm literally like as pure as Superman, making everything as great, as it can be. I mean, I'm just one guy. The actual me would be real inconsistent. They're like, Woody, I don't get it. Like, you helped us save that one girl, and now we need you to save 100, and you're like, fuck it, I'm mowing the yard, and I like this. Like, where are your priorities? Like,
Well, I would take you to mow the yard at this point, though. You can do it like a second, right?
I think I'd do it the same way. I don't know.
This is what it would be. It would be a voucher system. So I'd be a benevolent dictator. It'd be a voucher system by country. They get 3 every year off the bat. They can say, hey, we're having a huge problem with an energy crisis. We just had an oil rig destroyed, so we need you to dive down, rebore that hole real quick. Here's one of our vouchers for 2017. And I go, here you go, thank you. You can earn another one if you get along nicely with everybody else, and if you do these trade deals or whatever, and you get along and we stay peaceful. Everybody gets a free voucher at the end of the year if there's no war, and like a freebie. And that's how people would really very quickly get in line, I think, because if they got out of line, I'd go, oh, Syria, oh man, are you all out of vouchers this year? Maybe act up less next year, and it would pan out. I really do think
not Superman.
This is I would be an evil Superman as well.
But it's not Superman.
This is like a global Hitler.
Hitler with superpowers.
This is Bizarro Superman, and I'm going to do what I want. Yeah, I would definitely take over. I'd definitely consolidate world power. And maybe I'd do a little good here and there, but at first I'd just make a big showing of putting everyone in their place. Like you're saying pick North Korea, but Maybe we could use North Korea. There's a lot of people there that are currently unmotivated. Let's get somebody we don't even care about, like Estonia. What do they even do in Estonia? Let's glass it with our laser eyes so there's nothing left, and leave it as an example for the rest of the world.
Maybe, but we need something impactful. If you woke up tomorrow and heard, man, did you hear about Estonia? Whole place is gone, dozens dead. You'd be like, man, that sucks. I wonder if there's going to be traffic on the way to work. Like that. But you know, I'm sure I guarantee there's a couple Estonians listening to this who are like, that is not very fair. We provide all of the world's Toblerones to them, and so very quickly you'd realize none of our triangular candies are in your stores anymore. You know? Oh, you think you can get your nougat fix anywhere until all Toblerones off the shelves? You know, you send that to Germany, try and have them make it. They'll fuck it up. You know, like that.
Subpar Swiss chocolatiers.
Anthony, how would you be Superman?
I don't know. I think start off pretty benevolent to get people all on your side. You don't want to have to be looking over your shoulder, even though you're Superman. Like a fearful population, I don't think they're going to work with you. So you bamboozle them into being good by being kind of just what regular Superman was. And then you slowly start taking advantage of that. First with chicks. And then maybe, cool thing. But what does Superman really need besides power? Like
money.
A cool car?
Where does he get the stuff? Does he be like, look, guys, I do a lot of good deeds, but I sure wish I had the new microphone. Like, how does he get that? Does Sure just be like, oh, I guess we'll cough one up?
What are you
It would be really fun, though, to hop
Superman has a job.
The world's fastest.
A shitty job? No. If I'm Superman, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to
He's a news reporter for one of the biggest, Oh, I see what you're saying. But are we talking about actual Superman or you as Superman? Because Superman's got a job and shit.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, if I'm Superman, I also want to be super rich. Like, that's just part of the deal, right? I don't want to be trying to get by on a junior reporter's salary, whatever that is. Fuck that. No. Like, look,
You know what you do is you fly into Warren Buffett's house on Periscope, crush his head with your palm, and you go, "Hi, I'm Warren Buffett. Does anyone have a problem with it?"
Use him like a puppet. Just stick your hand right into the back of Warren Buffett's skull and
Warren
work
Buffett,
him like
I
a
bequeath
puppet.
all of my belongings to Superman. Oh, you do? You do? Does anybody see that? Does anybody have a problem?
And you're like,
Speak now.
I'm a registered notary. I consent. And then you stamp, and you stamp it with her face. And that's it.
Some like bleeding heart in San Diego would like say at the time, like, this is bullshit. He can't treat us like this. And I just look up and go, boom! And one bolt of light goes out, and then that guy just evaporates off the streets, and everybody knows because they heard him badmouth like that.
Yeah,
it would
God,
very quickly.
like nobody can really fuck with you, right? And that's what Superman is. He's a god.
Yeah.
So
Can he even starve to death?
What's that?
Can he starve to death? Does he need like food?
I don't know.
I want to
But-
go back to Anthony though, because
Like,
Anthony was saying that you would.
it doesn't matter what you do to him. He'll just come back. Like, you can make him
That's true.
sick. You can make him feel bad. But eventually he'll just come back unless you cut his fucking head off with a kryptonite sword.
I want to get back to what Anthony was saying about your number one thing would be girls.
Yeah, at first it's like, first of all, because it's me as Superman, I would do all the immature stuff using the X-ray vision to look through locker room walls and things. And then I get like the fastest car ever made and drive it right into a wall at full speed just because it would be fun. And you're Superman, so you don't get hurt or anything. Yeah, that kind of stuff I think would, because it's still me, but I'm Superman.
I think it might be fun to like keep it under wraps that you're Superman, still have the secret identity, but have your secret identity be just a fucking cool job, like a baseball player. Just hold it back. You know, you don't have to.
Man.
You don't have to hit the ball so hard it disappears in outer space. Just fucking hit a few dingers. Just,
You're
use your
clocking
wrist.
home runs like you're the best ever.
He can do
but then
time
people
travel,
would very
right?
quickly figure that out because they'd be
the
like,
time travel
and
thing's not
coming up next to bat, we have Kyle Myers for the Atlanta Braves. His 70th season in Major League Baseball still looks the same as the day he showed up, breaking all the records, looks healthy. Can you
Still doesn't
believe
use
he's
a bat, just his hand.
141 years old? 141, looks like he's 29.
They try to pitch around you every time, but you just reach out and smack it.
Yeah, right. I've thought, like, if I could control time, the shit that I could do with that. Like, I even thought, like, if I could be a pro gamer, right? And even at my skill level, which now is even worse than ever been, If I could just back up time and try again, I could eventually make it through a whole weekend without a single death. I'd be the best pro gamer ever. Complete waste of time travel.
Set those sights high.
I was about to say you are really setting the bar low.
I know.
You're gonna be a
Can
good
you
at
try?
video games.
I could
I'm
win
like, yeah, I'll be
hundreds
the
of
best
dollars at
MLB player
GameStop.
ever.
I know. It's a waste of time. But like, go back. I could be the best NHL goalie ever. I could go a whole season without one getting by me. If I had time
That's
travel,
true.
I just work it out. Like, all right, I can stop them all given enough tries.
So that's all that you
Reaction
would
time
do is you would play in the NHL, and after every game, you'd be like, "Damn, let one by. Gonna redo that game." And then you
right on the
rewind
spot.
time
As soon
day.
as one
Wouldn't it be
gets
better to have
by,
reaction times? That way you
time
can't
again.
die too.
You know what would be fucked up though? People would go like, "God damn, that was a great game. You were fucking amazing. What a great time we had tonight." And you'd go, "Tonight, that was 5 years for me, that game. 5 goddamn years."
It turns out I am not a very good goalie. I had to rewind time a lot of times. This would have been a totally different game in 1 hour. You
That's why
know,
everything looks all fuzzy.
notice how everyone in the stands is a little older.
You only get like what, 25, 35 shots a night. Like it seemed like you
You're
could
just
stop them.
winning everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
And you'd be fast,
Gaming.
right? Just
Oh
by
my
issue
God.
of like.
I'm on my 50th hour of Battlefield 1.
Ooh,
I'm up to 50 hours. I'm digging it, man. I'm playing the multiplayer. I haven't played the campaign at all. But I'm liking the huge fucking maps, playing Conquest and Domination.
What class do you play the most?
I play support with the 1909 Benin Merci telescopic sight machine gun. I'm getting pretty fucking good with it. And I'm just digging. I like that you're not seeing through fucking walls to hit people. I don't like too many fancy gadgets that don't really exist. You know, seeing shit, having a radar where everyone is for no fucking apparent reason. I like the archaic, undependable weapons that have to be bolted back sometimes after every shot. Like, it takes you back a little bit. And it's a fucking cool game. I'm really digging it.
All right, so I got to get my son to play enough to open the weapons that you use, and then I'll join in.
Yeah, that game, that weapon's pretty good because initially you're given some real crap. And yeah, and I like the fact that the screams are great, bodies flying, destructible environment. Incendiary grenades are so much fun to watch somebody just on fire and you shoot them. It's just, the horrors of war are really fun when they're in a game.
Dude, the opening scene, right? Like
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I go in, and if you haven't played Battlefield 1, tell me if I did something wrong, but like you go in and you play as a player, right? And they're coming at you, and you play until you die. And I don't think it's even possible to succeed.
No, you do. You play until you fucking die.
And then they're like, all right, so that's what it's like to be this guy. Now you can be a tank driver, and you hop in the tank and you do whatever, and then eventually you fuck that up, and he's dead too. And then they're like, how would you like to be an airplane pilot? You fuck that up, and he dies too. And they're like, you gotta push forward. Don't let him come. Don't let him come. I can't stop them from coming. And I'm like, all right. I go behind this wall and back up a little bit. Then back up. Like, this is my best one yet. I've been alive for like 6 minutes. And then I die, and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I just suck at this game. But I think the opening is just to show you this is hopeless. This is tragic. It's horrible, and
Right.
fuck you.
And it gives you a little experience with some of the other weapons and vehicles and stuff like that. I really like it though. I think it's well made.
That opening scene where I'm like, am I supposed to learn something in addition to the fact that I suck? Or just that I suck? Like, what is the lesson that we're covering here? I don't even know, but it's really sad.
The worst part of starting a new game is you suck at it so bad that it takes forever to get your KD up after you start getting better at a new game.
I have a solution for that. I'm going to share my account with my son and blame it on him. Right? So I will never be accountable for my own stats. We're playing together.
You really should start a shitty beginner account and then go to the different account to get once you're good and keep that up. But people they always say KD isn't the most important thing, especially with things like domination and shit. You got to be a team player. But, man, it's the only thing people fucking look at.
In COD it is. I thought score per minute was the battlefield metric. Am I crazy?
I don't know. Everyone has been telling me I suck because I'm at like 6.5, 0.65. And it's because I was trying out new weapons and I'm pretty new to the game. And that seems to be what people want to look at.
But now you're so much in death debt that you have to become a fantastic player for a good while just to become average again.
You don't look like a fucking lump of shit, right?
Yeah. That COD 4 was where I did that. I was at one point negative 5,000 deaths. And I just crawled back for months, just every night I would grind away and be like, all right, tonight I got like 112 off that, tomorrow we'll do another until I become a positive player.
Yeah, that ruined the fun of a couple Call of Duties for me when I had a lot of friends who were playing too, and you just have this like dick measuring KD contest where it's like, oh, what's your KD? Well, my KD is like 2.1 because I just played domination and never help my allies and just sit back and shoot on B-Dom the entire game. And it's like, wow, you must be pretty good. And then usually the guy with like a 1.2 KD is actually the guy who's good because he's running and gunning. And
holding B-Dom is one thing, but a lot of these guys, they just work the edges of the map. Oh, I just work the edge. I try to play the least important areas in all of domination and just catch people from the side, flanking them and doing shit. And it's like, no, you're playing team deathmatch in domination. No wonder your KD is high. And you think you're good, but you're not. You're just picking on people who are trying to win the game, acting like you're worth a shit, but
it's a bunch of blindside kills.
That's the guy with the shitty KD.
But the good win-loss.
That's exactly what they would say. Yeah, my win-loss. My win-loss was horrific in every Call of Duty because I had no qualms with quitting 5-6 games in a row if just something that I kind of didn't like happened. Where I'd be like, oh, of course, yeah, I get shot with a shotgun right off the bat. Bullshit, when really in like your head, your heart of hearts, you're like, that's not unreasonable. You're just not that great. But
I rarely quit. And all my win-losses were, I think you'd see these online to see if I'm lying, but I think it's over 3 in most of the CODs. And that's worth something, because like you join games midway and just take losses that aren't your fault and stuff like that. But
yeah, I never cared too much about win-loss. All about that KD, because we can whip the KD out anywhere. No context needed. It's like all these stats in the political realm where anybody can grab any stat they want and make it, but really like my KD is 2.1. Don't pay attention that I only, my character has ran 3 miles in my 5 prestiges, and I'm just really sitting behind a bunker. But yeah, so speaking of the politics thing, Anthony, I know you're doing. Chiz mentioned that you were doing a huge bonanza for the election, like a live stream of it.
Oh yeah, star-studded election coverage. I'm calling us your election headquarters, because I stole that from Fox. Just completely stealing their shit. We're doing something. We did the debates. We covered the debates live, and now we're doing the election from 8 p.m. Next Tuesday till it's done. We are doing a marathon. Don't care how long it takes.
It could be several days.
Several months.
Recounts.
Something like that. But we are going to be on until, damn it, somebody is the new president. It should be crazy. It's me, Gavin McInnes, Pat Dixon, Louder with Crowder, who's going to be checking in with us on Skype. Nick DiPaolo is a great comic. And a bunch of people calling in and Skyping in throughout the festivities of the night. But I can't wait till this is over. It's been dominating our lives for a year and a half, and it's fucking time.
Now, I assume you're a Second Amendment guy. You a Trump guy?
Yeah, I'm not so much a Trump guy. I hate Hillary Clinton. Hate her. And I like the idea that Trump is a complete protest vote. And then people go, well, why don't you vote for one of the other candidates, the independent for a protest? I like a protest vote that is akin to, there's a guy, let's say, because politicians like this, let's say there's a guy at the office who feels he's entitled to the CEO position, and the board better make him CEO because he's entitled. He's been with the company this long and everything. And the board is so sick of every CEO fucking them over the years. So what they do is they make the mail clerk CEO. It makes the guy, the guy that was entitled, think, how bad did we fuck up that they made him the CEO? And that's exactly what the Trump vote is. It's showing the politicians, we're so sick of you that we're willing to put this lunatic in the White House because you have fucked us so badly.
I'm on board with that.
Yeah, that's a precedent analogy.
That's a cogent point, and I like it.
I have no argument against that.
I think he's batshit crazy, but I think he's the perfect monkey wrench to throw into the whirring gears of the machine.
Every time I go to 538, Trump's odds have gotten better. I see now he's taken Florida as I record this.
Yeah, he's up in Virginia in some bullshit poll.
Oh, yeah, this is crazy.
I don't know if he's going to win or not.
Look at the front page right now. There's look, every day there's like 3 more things that are like that you hear more about: the FBI, the foundation, or her emails. It's like every single day. There's
new things. It's 3 things again. It's just like
Well, I never know what to take from it because like I look at this story. Like what did this just say? It was something that sounded important, but I don't know. Let's see. Fox News confirms FBI has been investigating the Clinton Foundation for a year. A, quote, active and aggressive investigation that's been ongoing. The Department of Justice tried to force the FBI to destroy laptops. The FBI refused and says immunity deals are void if anyone lied during the interviews. Like, I don't know if that's relevant and crazy. Like, oh, my God, can you believe this? Or if that's just old news.
Here's the 3 stories about Clinton. The stories are she had a private email server and perhaps was careless with classified information, right? That's one. Another is she had a Clinton Foundation. And money came in it through all kinds of sources, including foreign governments. Where exactly did that go, and did it enrich the Clintons personally? And the other is, hey, she makes a bundle of money doing private speeches for companies like Goldman Sachs. Are we to believe that Goldman Sachs are such poor businessmen that they just keep giving her $650,000 again and again without a return on investment? You know, those, right?
They really like entertaining their buddies with the rousing comedy troupe of Hillary Clinton. And
exactly. So those are the 3 stories, and they just run them again and again and again and again and again and again. And maybe they're worthy of running. Maybe they're worthy of completely sinking her. When I talk with you guys, I'm typically defending Hillary because you're the pro-Trump guys. When I talk with Jackie, I'm often on the other side. And like I'll wake up and I'll be like, she's like, God damn, like, is his name Comey? Comey opened the investigation to the emails. This doesn't seem fair. He's trying to influence the election. And I'm like, don't forget, this is all happening to her because she's a cunt. Right? Like the fundamental reason all this is happening is that she truly is a cunt. And then I'll just go through the
why? You know how Comey wouldn't have to investigate it? If she didn't intentionally hide tens of thousands of documents.
No, I know more about this cunt talk. I like where he's going. I want to see where you're heading with this.
I told her this, and she's like, no. You only think she's a cunt because they tell you to think that, right? For 25 years now, they've been after her, making you think she's a cunt. And I'm like, I don't know, honey. I think it's because of the things that she did. Like, that's what it is in my mind. I'm like, look, the Republicans hate Obama at least as much as they hate Hillary, right? And the things that I keep hearing about Hillary are the 3: money for speeches, Clinton Foundation slush fund, and mishandling classified documents. The things I hear about Obama doing that are so crooked is like not being born here, right? Is it possible that the reason you don't have to love Obama? I know Anthony Cumia doesn't love Obama, but it must be that ethically he's better than Hillary Clinton because they're not really getting shit on him. They hate Obama just as much as they do her, but ethically, that's not his weak point. I think ethically the guy's pretty good.
No, I don't think ethically unless you look at the bigger picture, like I believe that Barack Obama wants to take the U.S. down a couple of notches and has been covertly undermining our best interest in the world on the world stage. That's an ethics kind of a proposal, but it's not a provable thing that he did.
Yeah, we'd have to find some documents where they're outlining some grand strategy.
But then there's the blatant lying about healthcare and the cost of it. I mean, it was known. The Republicans kept saying over and over how expensive this Obamacare would get and what it would end up being. Unbelievable premiums, deductibles, increases year after year. They said, no, it's not going to be like that, along with the keep your own doctor and health plan if you want to. And then it turns out it's exactly what the critics said it was going to be, and it's costing a lot of money, and it was his plan. So
a couple things on Obamacare. healthcare was skyrocketing before Obamacare, right? So we're not really comparing this year to last year. We're comparing this year to an alternate universe in which there was no Obamacare, and that's hard to do. But it was definitely skyrocketing with or without Obamacare. And I really like the idea that lots of people are forced to buy their own insurance. I hated that there was a whole class of people that we just knew didn't buy insurance, went to the hospital, got treated, and fucked the hospital. That was like a normal way to...
But they're still not paying for the insurance.
We
are through tax dollars. So now that they're being forced to buy insurance, no, they're being forced to get insurance at our dime. So that still doesn't even quite work.
You have to go pretty low in income to find people who aren't actually paying
to get
something toward it. Yeah. No, it's subsidized. I'm with you.
But they're subsidizing partial subsidies to some people that don't. The forcing us to buy insurance makes the insurance companies go, well, now we can do whatever the fuck we want and raise the premiums again. When my insurance would get too high, I would look for a different insurance company.
You can still do that.
Yeah, that's what people did. Now you're forced to buy insurance at whatever fucking rate they want to charge you. It's
yeah. Well, I think like their basic plan initially was like, all right, premiums are going to be higher for everyone because we're having to include people who can't contribute any money. So you have to increase it as the level bar for everyone.
They never even told us that.
And they basically were saying, or no, I think this was the plan though, that they were going to raise the premiums, and to get people to buy in, they had to say, hey, you have to pay this penalty in taxes if you don't sign up for this program. And the premiums were so inordinately expensive, and the deductibles for those plans were so high that people were like, it's going to cost me way more money to get this plan that I can't use because I can't afford this enormous deductible than it would be for me just to pay this $600 tax fine. And so basically they were hoping to kind of pilfer money from young people who are working, who are paying a lot more. A young guy like me is paying way more into healthcare than I'm taking out because I'm a young man. I don't take much out. So I'm just a gold plan for an insurance company. So what they're doing is hoping that I take that higher premium, pay into a system that I'm not going to get to pull out of, and they can redistribute that money among people who can't afford their own plans. And that's not working because people are saying, especially young people, fuck this. I can't afford that. I'm just going to pay the tax penalty and not get Obamacare because it's going to save me money in the long run.
Well, I mean, the thing about buying insurance is you do get insurance. Like, that's a good thing in case you get sick. You know,
those plans are such shit.
They're terrible.
They stop you from getting wiped out. Like, there's always some
that's all
specific.
Not
like,
even.
All it
They don't even keep you from getting wiped out. If you're someone who can only afford a plan with a $6,000 deductible, chances are you don't have $6,000 to spend on a deductible. So if you're making $200,000 a year, you don't have to stick with that bullshit deductible plan at the bottom. You have enough money to get something better if you so desire. But it's those people who don't have enough money where they're like, well, $6,000 may as well be $60,000 because I have no money.
Those people is the middle class, by the way. The people who don't have $6,000, like we know that's the whole middle class that doesn't have $6,000 on average to fucking blow on medical expenses out of nowhere. I don't know. All I know is every time I look at those plans, I'm like, this is complete bullshit. I'm not doing that or that. That's ridiculous.
So the conversations I have with Jackie, like every day I wake up and there's some like story about Hillary, and like, so I don't like either of them. I'm voting for Hillary, but I don't like either of them. And it's every time I see bad news about her, it's just like, you know, like this isn't happening because she's unlucky. This isn't happening.
What will it take to get you to change your vote?
For Jackie to change hers, probably.
No. For Woody to change his to Trump.
That's what I'm saying. If Jackie's going to vote Hillary, Woody's not going to vote Trump. So it would have to hinge on Jackie changing the vote to Trump.
That's so insulting. Like, why would you think that I wouldn't make up my own
Because I would
mind?
think that you guys would go as like a team, you know? Like you get 2 votes.
I feel like
Otherwise, you just cancel each other out.
Yeah, that'll happen in some families, I guess. I make up my own decision, and she does too. And shit, for me to go, it's hard because I really do think he sexually assaults women.
What about concrete evidence, like nailed to the wall, that she took money from the Saudis in exchange for selling them more giving them a better deal on F-16s?
It's funny, like that's a good one, right? Because I think she did that. Yeah. I think she literally did that. I think there's a handful of these things, you know? Like, oh, here's a better one. She was first lady, and they were trying to pass through a bankruptcy law. And if I remember right, so the deal is there's three kinds of debt. Let me just give you 60 seconds to lay this out. Three kinds of debt: mortgage, student loan, and then like regular unsecured debt. Mortgage rates are not that bad because they take your house if you don't pay it, and they don't really lose too much. Student loan rates are not that bad because you have to pay them off. Even if you go broke or whatever, you can get sick, you can get divorced, they will get your student loan money out of you. They're going unsecured debt. If you go wrong on that, then they're just fucked. That's how it used to be. And that's why credit card rates were 20% when mortgages were 4%. That's how unsecured debt works. So the companies like Goldman Sachs and what have you were going to change the bankruptcy laws so that when you went bankrupt, the credit card companies still kind of got paid off. Hillary found out about this, and she goes to Bill and she says, all right, look, we can't have this. This is a terrible thing. Bill vetoes it, and they undo it. Like everything, I don't know if you had to veto it or if they just got Congress to change their votes, but they stopped this thing dead in its tracks. Hillary Clinton, savior of the middle class, saved bankruptcy so that it doesn't wipe you out like it once did. Then she becomes a senator, does all these speeches, gets money in her own pocket, votes for it, it passes, right? She was bought. She was just fucking bought, right? When she was first lady and she voted her conscience, she went one way. When she was a senator and on the take, she voted another way. You can buy Hillary Clinton. I already know this. I just don't know that she's worse than Trump. I believe Trump sexually assaults women. I believe he's morally bankrupt, at least as much as she is. So what it would take for me to convince me that Hillary is worse than Trump is I'm not thinking of it, but it sure exists.
Do you put any stock? Like, I know these are just like the allegations are against Trump. You can believe it or not. The allegations against Hillary of intimidating and threatening Bill's victims. Do you put any stock into that?
No, what I believe is that she was probably mean to his mistresses, and I bet that's pretty common behavior. Like,
what if it turns out that she was aware that Bill Clinton was going on the Lolita Express and having sex with underage girls with...
That'd be enough. That'd be enough.
That'd do it?
Yeah, that would do it for sure. Yeah, if
Okay.
that whole thing turned out to be true. Like, I don't believe Trump is a pedophile. I do believe he went to the Miss Teen USA backstage to see the naked teenagers.
I just watched Miss Teen Delaware get railed about 20 minutes ago. She's a porn star herself. Miss Teen Delaware. It's a good video.
Yeah,
I got no problem with that. Look, what I got a problem with is him taking advantage of his creepy old man. I run this shit to come back there and like ogle the ladies.
Right.
That ain't cool, but it's also not cigar in your pussy not cool and then lying under testimony.
No, I believe what Bill did
a little
is
different.
No, I think Bill's is way cooler. Monica Lewinsky was not his victim; she was his lover.
That's true. But okay, all right. Well, I guess potatoes.
No, they're both situations in which someone is using a position of authority and power to get a woman to do what she wants. Do you think that Monica Lewinsky would have ever hooked up with Bill Clinton if he wasn't the president of the United States? Do you think if he went up to her at a bar, maybe it would? I'm just saying that it is immoral, I think, if you're the president. If you're somebody, if you're in a huge position of power and you use that to basically be like, hey, we're going to hook up, aren't we, sweetie? And then she comes in and then you'd fuck.
But that
it's
position
like,
of power was more like
NBA
NBA player, right? Like if you said, hey, do you believe Monica Lewinsky would ever hook up with Kevin Durant if he wasn't playing for Golden State? I'd say no, but he was, and that's what he used to seduce her, and she willingly opened her legs.
But Kevin Durant doesn't have any direct control over her future trajectory in a career.
And that makes it wrong.
You're fired of this. Like, Monica Lewinsky clearly wanted to be in the political realm, and she basically was like, okay, well, if I gotta fucking blow Bill, I guess I gotta do it if I want to stay in this industry. Like, I can't just turn the president down. I'm gonna be in some bullshit toilet cleaning duty.
Right.
That it's possible she was thinking that, and I'm only guessing, but I thought she was actually thinking, oh my God, I get to blow Bill Clinton. Like, I think so. But
you could be right. I just think either way it's immoral.
All you have to do is take a look at all of the women who have accused Bill, and you can see that man has low standards. Or that's all he can get. It's one or the other. All right, like I hate to say that about sexual assault victims, but he's got some real ugly motherfucking sexual assault bills. Look at Paula Jones with that huge nose, and then the other one was a big fat cow. Like it's not like if Trump was grabbing ladies like that, then we would have a problem. Like, at least Trump's grabbing like tens.
Trump's literally going backstage to watch teenagers be in states of undress. Well, he's
Oh, that's not. That's well.
I mean, he says he
teenagers,
did
they're
it.
Did
19.
he say
oh,
he
are
went
they?
to
Miss Teen USA?
Teen
is it?
USA?
Yeah.
Well,
Miss Teen
they're of age.
No,
Like, they're
not
legal.
No, I'm saying, did they like? Is this verified
Right?
that he actually went back there and walked around, or is this another allegation?
I
See, the
just-
thing.
No,
I,
this is verified. Yeah, this is
I
a
heard
thing.
one
Now-
about
I'm
Miss
asking. I'm not
USA.
trying to trap anybody.
yeah, no.
I didn't hear the one about the Teen USA. I heard the one about the Miss USA where he would walk backstage to see them, but I never heard the one about the teen contests.
No,
Yeah.
just like a half a dozen
But I can
people have
believe it,
come
and I
out
don't
and
care.
said it was
Like-
there.
like-
yeah, he did it to
I-
both, and I don't know if it was USA or Miss Universe, but whatever. He's back there and he's acting Miss Teen too, and that's creepy. It's wrong, and
No, it is. It's
Yeah.
just the biggest confusing thing about all these allegations is you have to. People will be like, "Oh, you have to believe every allegation outright," and it's like, well, but you also have to be a thinking person
Mm-hmm.
and try and put it together to the best of your ability, not to insult potential victims, but to be cogent and sound-minded, just trying to think it through, you know. And for decades, Donald Trump was in the public eye, a guy that people watched on TV, they enjoyed. I'll have to go back and do research, but I don't think anybody called him a rapist or a racist
No.
or a horrible, despicable human being until he ran for president as a Republican, and
Well,
now he's
we
like the
do
worst
have a
ever. And it
witness
all
that
comes
is him
out.
himself on tape. Like that's a
Yes, but that's only if you think that tape was him fondly reminiscing events where he's harassed women and assaulted them, and assume that it wasn't him being in poor taste, a braggadocious, self-conscious, I want to be an alpha male, harumph, look at me, dude. Like,
Because what he said was, I can do whatever I want. First of all, beautiful woman, I can't say it. I gotta kiss him. Gotta kiss him right there. I don't even ask. But you know, when you're a star like me, you don't have to ask. And hey, I can just grab him by the pussy, whatever.
I can get away with it.
I don't feel like that's very different. What I just repeated. It's pretty sound quote
Yes.
from last Saturday. This chick named Nancy, I cornered her upstairs and I just grabbed her by the pussy. Just grabbed her by it. She couldn't get away. She didn't want to either because I'm a star. That's why. Like, he didn't say that. He didn't tell you about the last time he did it. He was, to me, there's a difference. To me, I think he's bullshitting. I don't believe Trump grabs people by the pussy.
No.
He does
like
bullshit
at
a lot.
random. Like, he might have grabbed some pussy, but we've all grabbed some pussy, and because they wanted it, right? Like, we know when a woman wants you to grab her pussy,
I
and
did
maybe
marry
that's what
her.
he's describing. Exactly.
There's a when you're married, you need to remove consent because it's there by default.
well, let's pull back.
Another going back to the pornography subreddit from last week, free use, another good subreddit. That's where the wife is just up for sex anytime, anywhere.
Not even necessarily.
And
No, wait.
Like, you could be eating dinner, like sitting down to a fine meal, and the husband will just come over there and just like bend her over the
You
table.
misunderstand free use. It's
Did I?
not a married thing. No, free use
Oh, no.
is the
Okay, I got
idea.
it
Is
confused
pretty
with the
much
other
a living, breathing sex toy that you can use anytime you want.
Yeah, you're
That-
right.
that
I got
is-
that confused. There is another one that's like what I just said.
Wife
though.
sharing.
No, wife sharing's pretty literal in its description.
I
have
can
to-
tell you what that is.
Yeah.
It's probably people fucking each other's wives.
I
Most
think
likely.
typically it's a married couple and a single guy.
Yeah, I'd
But
say
then
so.
that's not wife sharing.
You're
That's
thinking
just,
wife
I
swapping.
get
Share-
to-
Oh, that's
Wife,
like,
that's the
You're
fact.
mixing up wife swapping with wife sharing. Don't fuck with me on porn. All right.
Okay, so you're right. You're right. I need to look at more wife categories, I guess. really sift through. Sharing's different than swapping. Is apparently.
That's
I
exactly
never
right.
understood the guy that could sit there and watch his wife getting tooled by some other dude and just kind of
You
watch.
don't
like,
want her
yeah,
enough
okay.
to want her to fulfill her fantasies. I mean, if you really cared about her, whatever she wants, let's make it happen.
Yeah, that's what
Dude,
what
the
they always say.
only guy who's winning, or the only person I feel like who's winning in that like little triage, is the dude who gets to show up and fuck this girl and then be like, all right, I'm gonna enjoy a night of watching sports and drink and see ya. Like, you guys enjoy the crazy fallout from this probably calamitous relationship ending event.
It's not my thing. I am not a sharer, but some guys seeing their wife having sex is even hotter than having sex. Like, some guys get off on that, and then they want a variety of men. They want the bull, right? The bull
Doesn't make any sense. Why? It's like it's a sexual fetish where you don't get to have sex.
Well, sometimes I guess you get to jerk off a little.
But I
after
guess
you watch.
maybe for some people, like, holding it back is the enjoyment. Like, ooh, this thing that I really want to do, I can't do it because I made up a rule, and now my wife's fucking some other guy who showed up. Like,
it would crush
yeah,
me. It's not my cup of tea, but I was gonna say I do understand it, but that's not the term I'm using. Like, I do know what it is.
You relate
that's a better
to it, maybe?
No. That's not what I'm going for.
Yeah.
I do know what it is. I do know that, like, yeah.
Kyle trying to thread that needle in.
There's a. I know a guy.
Fun.
I know a guy who he was single when I hung out with him, but he eventually got me married her. And I swear, like, I think that he got off on the idea that everyone wanted his woman, right? And she was beautiful, and people did. But I think that it really increased his feelings for her that everybody else wished they had her. And whereas, like, that's I don't really care what everybody else thinks. Like, I made up my own mind. But I don't know. Like, it's somehow similar.
Everyone wants when you're walking around town with your lady, with your girl, you don't want people to just totally ignore her. Like, you want people to notice, like, man, that guy's got a good-looking girl on his arm. Like, she's a very attractive woman. Like, wow, good for you. And you kind of, there's such a huge chasm between that and being like, I like this affirmation from strangers on the street so much that, hey, yeah, you want to fuck her? Go for it, man.
Go halfway.
I'm just into, my biggest fetish is just I don't fucking do anything. I just sit there.
So this guy would take his girl to a strip club, right? And she would, like, get into it and stuff. She'd, like, enjoy the strippers and whatever. All female strippers. And I think that a big part of what he liked was, like she'd get all dolled up. Right? So she practically looked like a stripper, and she's interacting with the strippers, and every guy is thinking, man, she's like the most amazing wife ever. And I think that was his kink. That every guy was like, I wish that...
And then he would let his wife get fucked by... Oh.
No,
not to Woody's
part.
knowledge. He never asked Woody to partake, but who knows? Perhaps, maybe.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I think that he would get all... worked up on the notion that everyone wanted to fuck her, and then he would.
That might be a funny prank phone call. Like you expressed interest in bullsforhire.com. I'm just calling. I'm happy to fill the position. No, we didn't. God damn it! Well, it says you're Michael, right? Yeah, I'm Michael. Well, it says here you'd like me to.
A bull is a strong black guy. You don't sound like one.
Well, I don't want to offend all of our fans in one night, so maybe I'll save the black impression for next week.
Okay.
And just instead segue into an Uber ad read.
I'm sure they'll appreciate this.
They'd like this placement.
This is right where they wanted to be. Can
I interrupt your Uber ad read? Just the spacing won't be a bad idea. Anthony, do you ever worry about that you transition from, like, a wife swapping talk right into, like, Audible.com or something?
No, I've never worried about that.
Oh, well, good.
Forge ahead. The sponsors are all wonderful, and they know exactly what they're signing on to.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, Kyle. We've all taken jobs to earn extra cash. Back in the day, there's this like ... so I'm going to lie to you at this point. Back in the day, I got a job. I can't curse during these. Let me just start over. I don't want to make them mad at me. We've all taken extra jobs to earn extra cash, but I've got a better way you can earn extra money on the side. It's so much easier thanks to Uber. It's a totally flexible way to earn. You can turn it on and off just like your car. If you have a few spare hours here and there, drive with Uber. Have you ever wanted to be your own boss? I bet you'd make a great boss. Drive with Uber, and you are your own boss. If you're driving right now, you should be earning right now. I'd do it. Every day is a payday when you drive with Uber because you can cash out at any time with Instant Pay. With access to Instant Pay, cash out your earnings up to 5 times per day with no minimum amount required. Listen, if you enjoy earning extra cash, if there's something special you'd like to buy, your car can start making you money. So go ahead, get your side hustle on. Sign up to drive with Uber today. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. Uber. uber.com/drive now.
It's a great service. If you don't know what Uber is, you've been living under a rock, I would think, because you really won't believe how much better it is than getting a taxi until the first time you have to get a taxi after using Uber for a while. And you'll be like, oh my God, that's why they're taking over. Because these people are unpleasant. Like, these taxi drivers are just surly. I don't want to be scolded when they're taking me somewhere. But Uber, excellent.
I like
Excellent
the
service.
idea of Uber. I like the idea of setting your hours. I like the idea of like owning your time. I don't know, the whole opt-in sort of like self-employment aspect of it is
The
really
autonomy of
interesting
it.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the autonomy of it is perfect. I don't know. There's a lot of like new economy jobs like that. You know, the Etsy stuff, the Uber stuff, where like you don't have a traditional boss, and that to me has a high value.
You know what I like about I figured, why would I use Uber? There are taxis and stuff, and I'm in New York City and I could hail a cab and that. And then the first time I used it, I'm like, okay, this is great, because all the guesswork is out of it. I like being able to look at my phone and go, okay, 3 minutes, a car will be here. There he is, right there on that road. I'm here. It's this type of car. Here's his name. And when I would call a cab and I have to get to the airport or something, and I'm at my house with my bags at the front door going, and calling again, where's the cab? I'm going to be late for my flight. All right, let me call. Hold on. Base to 15. Base to 15. And it's like the 30s. They're calling on a radio to find a guy. I love knowing where everything is right at that. And like Uber and other technology companies that work an old problem with new technology. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
Yep.
It's how you do. Also, and I might be dumb, and people who take cabs will laugh at this. I don't understand the system. I don't know. There's lights on the top that are either on or off, but like the middle one's always on. So to me, the light's on. It's never completely off. And then you have to look inside and see if there's people and figure out if they're guests or like. I don't really get taxis.
It's
I'll
an
never learn.
on-duty, off-duty light, and it's his cab number. And if it's lit up, he's ready to be held down. And if it's not lit up, he's got somebody in the car with him. But sometimes they forget to turn it on or off, and you're there like an idiot waving for him, and he passes by, and you see there's someone in there, and you throw something at the car.
Naturally, yeah, that's what you do.
You get upset. You
Very
realize
upset.
Kyle,
What do we got
do you
here, Kyle?
have here?
So this is pretty
Tulsa
cool.
man steals police car and live
Yeah.
streams.
Yeah, I saw this earlier today, and I thought we should check this out because this guy steals a cop car and live streams it. You know, he's uploading videos of him doing it to his Facebook while he's doing it.
Right.
Do you want to watch the whole thing? It's three.
It's 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I think we should. I love
right.
this. I think this is really
Let's
funny.
do this. Are we ready? Is Anthony, you queued up?
Yeah.
All right. Ready, set, play.
Ever since I got out of prison and shit. 6 months, I was down to 2 months, and I ended up hitting a DO because he put his like nuts in my face whenever I was sleeping, basically.
What's a DO?
Woo! Okay,
I don't know.
I'm a motherfucking retard. Is what I am. But, okay, so I got cops
Anthony, can you
behind
turn
me.
your volume down a little bit? Oh,
This
yeah.
is the shit I want to go out to. Leave you up your feet tonight.
He's driving in the cop's car, like doing a selfie video.
Okay, if you don't believe me right now, look, check it out. From Tulsa to Wausau right now. I'm in the cop car.
He's missing a tooth.
Where's
Looks
my
like the
sirens
right
at?
uppermost canine.
You hear my sirens?
He's turned the
Look,
sirens
check
on
it
and he's
out.
pointing the camera at the road in front of him. You can see the lights.
Don't fucking believe me?
What an
Right
idiot.
now, happy Halloween. Like this shit I'm gonna go out to.
It was the cop's iPad, right? So he like logged into his own Facebook on the cop's iPad and started live streaming on Facebook as he stole his cop's car and iPad, I guess.
And
That is pretty badass, though.
He goes, I'm gonna be gone a long fucking time. I know that.
this is my last video.
Yeah, I wonder how long he's going to go to jail.
He's like, this is my last video. I feel like I'm watching a guy who knows his life is ending.
Honestly.
He doesn't actually
well,
die.
You know, if he could go forward in time from that moment and see that it has 96,000 views, he would have rethought. Because he probably thought it was going way more viral than this.
It did on Facebook.
So we can remind you when to play. Presented by Osage Casino.
Hold up.
Pick your purse is 7:30
Where the fuck am I going? This way?
He's lost.
Should be easy to hide from the cops
Faces
pursuing
9
him.
charges,
I got fucking.
including a resisting arrest, 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a felon, false impersonation of a police officer, reckless driving, not wearing a seatbelt, although clearly he's wearing it, Police
Yeah.
stated that Penny has a very long criminal record, which includes
I'm trying to learn how to work all these lights and
he's
stuff.
trying to figure out the lights and stuff.
He gets out of the car at one point.
Yeah,
And then he
that's
gets back in. He's like, hold on, wait a minute. I got to put on my seatbelt. And they still charged him with no seatbelt?
Yeah,
Wow.
That's just a travesty of justice.
he'll get out of that. Don't worry.
Entrapment.
Dakota, look, hey, look, hey, I got away from like 5 cops already, dude.
This is
How is he getting away from policemen? I don't see him doing anything special.
He
I
drove
mean-
over 4 cities throughout the Tulsa area, through the Tulsa County, finally being stopped. The pursuit lasted nearly 40 minutes, sometimes reaching at 120.
120 is too fast.
120 miles per hour.
120 miles an hour in a cop car. I bet he had fun his last night of freedom.
Gotta be a good time.
Yeah, that's all right. Does he do anything crazy for you on out?
Yeah,
He
he's
gets
gonna get
out.
in a moment and show you the car and be like, "Yeah, here's my cop car."
How hard do you think it would be to like fall back and like get in the back of the cop procession and act like you're also searching for him? Like if you could hide in a neighborhood and then you just come out, and you got like a fake mustache and a hat on, and people are like, he's fucking vanished, you know?
Look at this. He's getting out, I think.
Personal.
Yes, he is.
I just don't give a fuck. You want me to turn on the
He's
lights?
like, I just don't give a fuck. He reaches and turns the lights on. He's at a smoke shop. He took the cop car to a smoke shop.
Is he still recording on this guy's iPad?
Yes! I feel like he's going to spend a lot of time in prison talking about decision making.
Hey, but I had like a fucking
Yeah.
hell of a day.
Well,
Alright,
when
well,
I
that's the
stole the
big-
cop,
yeah.
I realized it was a mistake. But to be
He's
fair,
launched
Hillary
into-
Clinton didn't go to jail, you know?
That's a good one.
Everyone.
I got
Oh, whoops.
out of prison.
Yeah, that dude, man, like, have you ever been in trouble and knew that trouble was coming, but it hadn't come yet?
But just go ahead and enjoy this because like you can't get in any more trouble.
Right.
So fuck it.
Like,
Like-
I've busted curfew. I know when I get home, I'm in deep shit. So might as well enjoy this.
When I was maybe 12 years old, or younger than that, probably like 9. You know those wagons you'd pull? I'm pretty sure I told this a while back. There are those wagons, little kids, you pull them, and you see the moms walking down the street, and they got the big plastic Fisher-Price wagon and the 2 kids sitting on the bench in there. Well, I tied my younger brother up, and I put him in there at the top of a very large hill in our backyard. And there was just a willow tree down in the middle of the yard. And as I was about to push him, I heard my dad screaming from up there going, "Taylor, don't you do it! Don't you push him down that hill!" And in that moment, I was like, I'm in too deep, and so I pushed him because I'd already tied my brother up, and I thought it would be neat to see, and I just thought he was gonna go phew, real quick down and then just kind of come to a slow stop on the grass. But I swear to God, he must have been steering it even unknowingly because he goes and then careens straight towards the willow tree. I could see the willow tree kind of becoming his new target, and I could hear my dad like stomping down like the loud wooden stairs, you know, from the porch down to our level so he could run over and grab me and I could be scolded. And it was just kind of in that moment, right as I saw in slow motion my brother going for that willow tree, knowing he was going to hit, knowing I was going to have hell to pay, just doing that thing from Gladiator where I closed my eyes and kind of like put my hand out and felt the wheat around me. I heard that song and I was just kind of like, you know, reality, it really is beautiful. You know, like I'm just happy to be a part of it before this, you know, savagery that's about to partake in me. But that was one
scolding.
moment I remember where it's like, oh man, like I'm gonna have to go like pick my own Switch or something. But which was always terrible,
Did he
having to go
beat you?
pick your own Switch from the like I got like spanked, I'm sure, but like no, I didn't get beaten. Jesus, no, just like the
I
corrective.
got
spank.
beaten. I remember my mom
So that's what happened.
beat me one time so bad that I shit my pants.
Wow.
And
All right, can you just stop the fucking show right now? We need to have like an intervention, right?
That's abuse.
Like, don't we need to like get a third party in here to help evaluate? You got beaten so hard you shit your pants.
I
Are you
did.
fucking
Now,
kidding?
real
No,
quick
no,
to
this
ask,
happened.
Like, wait,
If I
just
beat
to set a standard, Kyle. When I say that I got like beat or hit as a kid, you understand it to be like a wooden spoon when I was bad, right? Or your palm,
Open-handed,
open
butt
hand, or a
slap.
wooden spoon. Not beating a kid until he poops himself. So give us
No.
this to know.
I don't
Beat the
remember
shit out
what
of
I did exactly, but I think
There-
it was
listen,
it was
just so
showing
you know,
some
Ant-
kind.
The beaters are listening right now.
Yeah, they listen to the show, but it doesn't hold me back that much. They, I think it was like I showed some measure of disrespect, right? And so she's beating respect into me, and like just beating and screaming and like just like having at me, and I shit my pants. And in my head, my first thought was like, oh my God, is there really shit in my pants? And then like there's that sort of warm, comforting shit in your pants that like I was like, all right, this is like mildly pleasant, but oh no. And yeah, that was me as a kid. So
Can we get the age?
Yeah. Well, oh, age?
18.
7. You know?
7, okay.
Yeah. And
man.
so she's beating the fuck out of me at 7. I shit my pants. And I'm like, no. When she finds this out, it's just going to get worse, right? When she finds out that I shit my pants, she's going to ramp this up to next level. And now I'm totally fucked. Like, oh no. And I start crying and you know, and through my sobs, I tell her that I pooped myself. And, but the unexpected happens. She goes easy on me and she feels bad that she beat me so much that I pooped myself. And now I'm like, wait a minute. Is this a strategy for future beatings? Like, is this a thing that I can like reproduce on demand to end beatings sooner than they would have otherwise beaten? They're ended. So
So you were starting to plan like preemptive shits where you're like, you know, I'm gonna get a little ornery this weekend, so I'm gonna load up so I have a quick
Fiber,
response
lots
time.
of fiber for the weekend. I'm gonna be a bad boy.
She's
Yeah.
talking to your dad. Now he's just shitting before I even hit him like a dog would. You know?
So yeah, so
My
she
God.
instantly had. I mix up sympathy and empathy. I need to hit the dictionary, but she instantly has some sympathy for me, and you know, like whatever, retrieved clean clothes, and I sorted it out, and like it was the
that's child
move to
abuse.
solve the problem.
That's child abuse.
So wait.
What you
describe-
call child abuse, I call childhood. All right,
Oh, wait, it's like the nature. So these
Most
beatings,
victims do.
make that your fucking Reddit tagline thing.
I'm such
your
a
flair.
puss. I feel like such a pussy now. All the stories of like, man, then I got a real whooping. It's like very measured. Like you get 5 whacks with the spoon and like that.
When I was
describe
7,
the nature of these hits. Like, were these open hand, closed hand, like in the stomach and the head and where were you getting
Like
hit?
there wasn't a particular aiming going on. I'm like cowering, you know, and she's hitting
fear.
me. She might hit me in the shoulder, in the back, and the
Where are you?
ass. In my bedroom. I was in my
Target.
bedroom.
Are you in the corner, cowering in fear?
There's a corner made from the bed and the wall, and I'm in that
she's got you
corner.
covered there.
Yeah, and
So
I'm not
she's
on the
looming
bed. And
I
she's
want to
just
try
like-
something here. Let's recreate it and see if Woody shits himself. So she's looming over you, right? She's big and powerful. The blows are raining down on you. Too many to count. You feel a strong pain everywhere, all over your body. But then there's something else. An urge.
gurgle.
You
Yeah.
can't stop. And
Oh, warm.
it's warm and smelly, and the shame fills your heart. But the blows just keep coming.
Yeah, I remember I told the story to my wife not that long ago. It was in my head for some reason, and she's like, "I feel so bad for little Woody, like you know,
Touch
the
your
child
head,
version
her
of you."
arms.
She's like, "It's just sad," and I'm like, "What? You didn't get this?"
Ah, man, the kids that got that, they take away.
I've never hit
Yeah.
my kids, not once. I don't even soap them. I don't. That's not my thing. I figured out early that if I use like a
My
really
dad would throw 3 or 4 of those in a pillowcase. Just really give it to you.
my
Yeah,
wife, she would use she put on her 2 fingers and she'd put like liquid soap on there. I remember the first time ever, I've told this before, my daughter was back talking like hardcore, right? She's like, I don't know, I'll call it 6 or 7, I'm not sure. And she's just yelling at my wife like, yeah. And Jackie, like a ninja, has like liquid soap on there and she goes, whoosh, and she soaps her tongue. And then Hope kept yelling and she blew a bubble. It's the greatest thing ever.
Really cool.
but
is
I never had to soap because
lighthearted
I could get them.
Feeding a child that shits itself.
Yeah,
That's a real generational gap, you know?
I could get my children to cry by yelling at them. You know,
Oh,
just
of course you could. A little emotional abuse, a little really terrorizing.
it's not like I
That-
do this
the
much.
tears out of a child.
But like, you know, all I need to do is be stern with them for like 10 seconds in a row or something, and they would get into tears. So with that, like
That's what you want. That's how you know
Yeah.
you've won.
Okay, man, I don't know. I feel like my kids are gonna tell the story like my dad yelled at me for 10 seconds until the tears went, and their kids are gonna be like, "Oh my god, what a monster!" But yeah, that's all I've ever had to do. Like,
Have any of us ever had mental health?
I know Anthony
professional?
probably has a couple of good stories about taking a few savage beatings from the
Can
dad.
you beat my
right?
stories, Anthony?
Actually, when I was about that age 7 or so, my dad would use the belt, and he would threaten us by hanging it on the doorknob sometimes if me and my brother were talking when we should be sleeping. He would hang it on the doorknob and go, "Next time I come in." So we, of course, would be stupid and keep talking. Or for another reason sometime. He'd come in with the belt and give you the talking beating, which every word is like, "Don't you ever do that." And you're like, "Oh, please, keep this short."
I'm glad Dad's vocabulary isn't it.
You're really praying for single syllable words during a meeting like that.
Right.
Jesus, Mom, you lighten up on the verbiage.
So then when he and my mom got divorced and he left, my mom figured she'd pick up, where he left off with the belt when we acted up. And so she was hitting me once with the belt, "Don't you do," whatever it was. And my father would fold the belt over like that, a double strap, and use that. Mom didn't know how to use it, so she had the long belt holding it by the buckle, and she hit me a couple of times. And it whipped around, and if this thing didn't perfectly go whack right on the tip of my little dick, just bam! I let out a scream. She thought she had killed me. She threw the belt down. What? I was like, I couldn't even talk. And my little dick blew up because it was wounded. And that was it. She never again picked up the belt.
Oh, you lucky
Well,
bitch.
Woody was never sexually assaulted. That's new.
I took
Okay.
a dick hit from a plastic shark from my mom when I was maybe 4.
On
My mom
purpose, she hit you with a
was
plastic
because-
shark?
Yeah, I was like, my brother was down on the floor and I was very young. And for some reason, like I was so young, I didn't have thoughts. I just knew that I wanted to bite his back severely. And so I bit his back a few times while my mom was on the phone. And my mom had to run over and be like, "Taylor, stop!" And she grabbed the big plastic toy shark that I had in my hand. And I'm naked because I was a free little boy. And so I was running around in that little circle where they're trying to whip you, but you kind of getting out of range until she kind of did that like adult gets tired of your nonsense and use a little adult strength and like snap the kid back around. And she gave me a solid wallop. And she immediately turned her attention to my brother because his back was bleeding because I had bit him. And I just sat there and just apparently gave out the most blood-curdling scream. And then she was like, "Taylor, shut up! You stop! And I just sat there weeping, like pointing at my dick area like, and like apparently my scrotum swelled up gigantic. And she had to call the doctor and be like, is it gonna go down on its own, or do I need to come in for like a deflation procedure? I don't know what's going on."
God damn.
If it gets ruptured, you'll know, but he'll be fine in a little bit. Just let it settle down. And it did.
My mom threw a high-heeled shoe at me one time, and it took a bad bounce. It took a bad bounce, and like the heel of it hit me like right here on the cheek and drew blood. Nice. And I was just like, "Look what you did! Look what you did!" Like and she felt terrible, of course. Like I was like, I because I knew, you can't fucking hit your kid in the face and make it bleed. So I was just like, "Look what you did. What were you thinking? What were you thinking? I'm the crazy one? I'm the irresponsible one? What if it'd been my eye, Mom? How cool would I look with an eye patch right now? Yar! Fuck you, Mom!" Like, there were a lot of times
dude,
moms are the worst disciplinarians because they're often weaker than their offspring, so they're not good at it. And you have no respect for them because of that fact. My dad comes around and it's whooping time. It's like, shit, I'm crying before he gets there. I hope he doesn't use the belt this time because he's a big dude and he wears a big belt. But Mom comes, she's got to have a weapon. She's got a shoe. She's got a plastic coat hanger.
She's got a kitchen armory.
My mom would beat me, and I'm like totally.
I like that you said the high-heeled shoe took a bad bounce. I can't imagine a high-heeled shoe taking anything but a bad bounce.
Exactly.
They just can't quite.
Yeah,
I would get beaten, right? And I'm a real pale, pasty white kid and stuff. And I'd be like, "Look at this!" And there's like 5 distinct fingers on the side of my face. Or I'd show her my ass, like, "Look how red it is!" And they're like, "Yeah." That's what we were going for. Like, you know what? I'm supposed to feel bad about my success? You know?
And having fingerprints on your face, that would be upsetting to me as a child to get slapped in the face by my parents.
Yeah, I never got slapped in the
Did you
face.
just get used to it, Woody, or like was it regular, like irregular enough? Or I guess was it regular enough that you got used to it, or so irregular that it was impactful every time? Like, oh Jesus, they slapped me again. Like,
Oh, I like, it wasn't that like, oh my God, there's fingers on my face. It's, oh my God, I'm such a bad kid. Like, that was.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
that is sad.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for little kid Woody.
And it was somewhat unpredictable too. Like, I remember I went to a friend's house.
What's the statute of limitations
And-
on child abuse?
That's what you want with a disciplinarian.
Clip
Harsh
Clip Hutchinson
and
right now.
unpredictable.
I spilled milk at a friend's house. Now, at my house, that was not a good thing to be doing, right? Like, if you knock your drink over or something, like, why were you so careless? And I'm like, oh my God, like, holy shit, like, what the fuck is about to go down? I don't even know this person. And she said it was okay. And she cleaned the spill and she cleaned the bottom of the glass, because that was a thing. Like, my mom would clean the spill, but then I get in trouble for, like, because the glass was still dirty on the bottom. And she's like, now, like, you're leaving rings around. But I'm young and I'm stupid. Like, I don't know to clean the bottom of the glass. And, you know, so like even after it's clean, it's not over yet, because I'm still leaving like things under the glass, like little rings.
Yeah.
And
Now, was this a time in your parents' life where losing a glass of milk was, hey, we can't be doing that. That's expensive milk.
my dad was professionally successful.
So we're talking about a kind of thing where milk is
She
just
kept a
worthless,
clean home.
and if we needed to, we could buy 500 gallons tomorrow and pour it out, and nobody would ever know the difference.
Well, we didn't waste money, but
Oh, of course not. Or you got a beating.
yes.
Yeah.
So,
and you certainly didn't waste milk.
but when the friends, when they cleaned the thing and then they cleaned the bottom of the glass and it was all over, I was like, oh my God, this is so awesome. Like, yeah. And then there were times I wouldn't get in trouble. I remember I knocked over a potted plant and I'm like, oh my God, here it comes. Oh my God. Like I'm about to catch a whooping. And she recognized it as a mistake and let it slide.
They did some psyops shit to you, man. They were really
Yeah.
fucking with you physically and psychologically.
This is like a behind the music Woody's gamer tag. Like seeing the origin story, like, oh wow, like spilling milk. I can't imagine as a little kid spilling milk and being like, oh, it's about to get real. Like the last company isn't over.
Consequence. Can I I don't know about everyone else's childhood, but if I had spilled a glass of milk, that held zero consequences.
It was a mistake.
Zero, none. Everybody was like, "Oh shit, you spilled your milk. Well, here, have some more, little guy. Let's clean that up for you."
Little guy.
Yeah. Right? It wasn't like you're gonna shit yourself tonight.
You think milk grows on trees? You know.
I was a bad kid,
Next time
though.
you're buying it.
I remember. So it was 5th grade, and I had this teacher, Mrs. DiMaggio or something called DeLorean, I don't know. And so what happened is she had made this chart for my parents to like sign that I did my homework, because I wasn't doing my homework. I really was a bad kid. And I started forging my mom's name, and I just about convinced, I guess, the teacher that my mom had really childish handwriting. And we came in, and I had missed something like 27 days of homework in a row. And the teacher explained, she's like, Woody's not stupid, right? He's not a dumb kid. I have other kids in here, and I feel for them because they just don't get it. He gets it, but he won't work at all. Like, I've been teaching for 32 years, and he is the single worst student that I have ever had in my 32 years of teaching. I heard this and I felt pride. Like really, number one? Like in 32 years? That's quite like no one's ever like dodged work as hard.
Because you were so damaged from that home abuse where you're like,
So-
well, I may not be the best guy at keeping milk in my cup or, you know, not breathing too loudly when I sleep, but man, I'm at least the most difficult student this woman's ever had.
So-
you know, I'll latch onto that. You know?
After this like little parent teacher conference thing, we go back to the car, and my mom's like selling real estate on the side at the time. It actually, so my father was like this real estate wheeler dealer type guy in addition to being an accountant, and he realized that he could get out of all the brokerage fees if my mom got her real estate license. So she was doing that, and she was also kind of I guess selling a little bit of, you know, houses here and there and stuff. So anyway, the point behind that is that she gave away these snow scrapers. You know the little plastic, like, foot-long snow scrapers? Yeah, well, she had like a dozen of them, like, put together with a couple rubber bands. And we get to the car, and I'm in the passenger seat, like, up front. And I'm, like, in the school, I felt like we had kind of worked out a plan going forward, like, where she was going to check my homework, and I was going to be a better kid. And she starts beating the fuck out of me with this bundle of scrapers. And she's hitting me, and she's hitting me. And she said that I made her look bad. And I'm like, it's not you. I'm just a really bad kid. Like, there's nothing that you could do. And she would just beat the fuck out of me with those ice scrapers.
Like Jerry Lundegaard in Fargo.
Yeah.
Ice scraper.
I don't know the scene.
Oh, man.
But,
Bastard.
Now, hang on.
That is such a good comparison.
Was that the same teacher that thought that you were retarded?
No. That was 3 years later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just make
The retarded one. The retarded one was 3 years earlier. This is fifth grade. You're thinking of second.
I want to have like a professional come in on the show as our guest next week.
Yeah.
And then the fans will give me shit for
fascinating.
retelling stories.
Dark shit.
Uh,
Dark shit.
What was the single worst beat? Or I guess to Anthony and Woody, because I'm sure you both have a good one. What was the single worst one you ever took from your dad, mom, whoever gave it to you worst?
I think the worst one, and it wasn't even because I never really got beaten badly. Like, it was always the belt as a kid, but once I got a little older, they just stopped altogether doing that. But once my dad in California, when I was living out there with him, and I was about 13, I guess, and my father was like the worst. We went like days without food, and we had a gas lantern in our apartment because the electricity was turned off again. It was just terrible. So I was starving, and I stole some quarters to buy ice cream sandwiches with. I was just like starving. And he found out that I had taken him, and he couldn't fathom that I bought anything to eat with it. He thought I was buying like model rocketry or something, model rockets or whatever it was. So he open hand smacked me in the face. And I never got hit in the face as a kid, ever. It was always just with the belt. So that one was the most traumatic. That was like a man just hit me in the face. And frightening. That one stands out.
my father
you
didn't
were
really
hungry?
hit me. Well, sometimes what would happen is I'd be bad while my dad is at work, and my mom would decide, all right, we're going to upgrade this to dad. And then I would just sit there in, fear all day long, holy shit, I'm about to catch an ass kicking from a grown man. This is going to really suck. And then my dad would get home, and he'd be like, he did what? Do we have to? He didn't really agree that this was you gotta really fucking lay the beat down on this. He would spank me sometimes, and that would suck because when my mom beat me, usually there was some level of defense and cowering and shielding blows or whatever. My dad, he'd be like,
bob and weave.
I think he made me pull down my pants, and I'm not sure about that. And I would have to lay over his lap, and then he would spank me.
See, that's the difference between a punishment and an assault.
I really wasn't a fan of either of them, to be honest with you. But
no, but when your dad was spanking you, I'm sure that you felt like at no point is he going to lose control and just catch me in the jaw.
That
this is
was a difference. Yeah,
spank.
My
and
father
your mom
would
was just this scraper could hit me in the eye with the next swing.
Because mom is angry. She's not hitting you because he did A, B, and C. So the measured response is 7 swats on the bottom. Your mom has lost control of herself and gone into a rage. And to take care of her own inner anger and loss of self-control, she's taking it out on a child to the point where he shits himself.
I was a bad kid, though.
That doesn't matter. There's plenty of. I got a bad puppy, but I never stomped it out. You just fucking scoop up the poop and just realize it's a puppy. He's learning. That's my. Oh, I feel so bad.
Yeah, I feel bad too, especially because you're still. I can't tell if you're just doing it for the bit, or if you actually but I really was a bad kid.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
You didn't deserve that. Let me be the first to say
a rape victim. Well, I was wearing a really short skirt, and I am kind of a whore. Maybe I deserved it. My dad raped me too. Maybe I do deserve it.
When Taylor asked about the worst beating we caught, one day, 2 friends and I decided to pick on my older brother. Now, in fairness, sometimes that was reciprocated and stuff. I always felt a little put down, a little under his thumb. I'd probably do it to Taylor if I was his little brother too. But we decided to just fuck with all his shit. Like he had a radio that I envied, play FM radio. So we put that under the garage door and like slammed it repeatedly. We each had a swing, so we had a swing set with 2 swings, and like one was kind of his and one was kind of mine. But it was all rusty, like the chains. So when you knotted it up, like curled it too much, it would get all like, I don't know, like a well-maintained swing chain will just sort of come unraveled. His was fucked up. Like we took the rusty chain, spun it around, put it through itself, sat on it, and maybe another thing or two. I ruined some of my brother's shit. And the beating I caught for that was maybe the worst one ever. It was just same thing but longer. Like it was like I'm on the ground, she's hitting, she's kicking.
She had her Wheaties that morning.
Yeah, I'm just doing like this kind of shit, and she's kicking and punching and chewing, and that was a bad one.
Chewing.
Yeah, hit with a shoe. What would you call it?
Oh, shoeing. I thought you said chewing.
I would call
like
it
she was
beating
biting
me with a shoe.
Yeah.
Tobacco, spitting it.
No, she didn't.
Chewing.
She never bit me or anything. But yeah, that's why I turned out so great.
This has been eye-opening.
To just have one of those, like you brought up the time machine before, but instead of going back in time, you put your now self in your childhood body, and as your parents hitting you, you know what it's really like. Like most of it was just shock that it was happening. So if you realize what's happening and your older self was in the kid body, you could just sit there and go, really? Is that it?
Yeah.
That's what you do?
Can I get back to my Fisher Price?
Dude, the adult me of today could work some sort of reverse psyops, right? Like,
see?
Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to, like, you take these hits and you're like, really? You seem out of control right now. You have lost it. Is this the kind of mother that you aspired to be when you first had children? Did you think that you were going to go down like... Yeah, the adult me talking back.
Are you really...
Mom, I'm going to need you to take 5.
Or are you doing something else to make yourself feel better by doing this? Talk to me about it. You can hit me at the same time, but let's talk about oh God.
Yeah.
Trouble in the bedroom with Dad?
No, that's never it. Jesus, that's never it with them. Even now, they're knocking on the door 70.
Well, I mean, you moved out decades ago. They got to get that rage out somehow. Oh, well, this has been enlightening.
Let me now that we've finished the part about Woody's child abuse, let me tell y'all a little bit about TheTrackR.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're gonna beat me again for telling these stories. Like, Dad, you still got it.
You get a text message like you're in so much shit.
Yeah, right. The next time I see you in Florida,
she sends you like now I think like she sends you a picture of a penny loafer just like your wife, but it's a whole different message. Smart cars, smartphones, smart homes. Technology's made everything smart, but when you lose those smart things, it can make you feel really stupid. TheTrackR makes losing things a thing of the past. TheTrackR is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair TheTrackR to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its precise location with the tap of a button. It's that easy. Lose your phone, press the button on TheTrackR, and your phone rings, even when it's on silent. With over 1.5 million devices, TheTrackR has the largest crowd GPS network in the world, so your lost items show up on a map, even if it's miles away. Never lose anything again with TheTrackR. Listeners to our show here get a special discount of 30% off your entire order when you go to TheTrackR.com and enter offer code PKA. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. So go to TheTrackR.com right now and enter offer code PKA for 30% off your entire order. Again, that's TheTrackR.com, promo code PKA. Let me knock out Audible while we're here. This episode of Painkiller Ready is also being brought to you by our friends at Audible. Audible.com is the leading provider of premium digital spoken audio information and entertainment on the internet. This episode is... Yeah, I read the wrong part first. Audible includes more than 180,000 audio programs from leading audiobook publishers, broadcasters, entertainers, magazine and newspaper publishers, and business information providers. You can download and listen anywhere on your iOS device, Android, Kindle Fire, Windows Phone, and over 500 other MP3 players. Are you still a fan of reading off your Kindle, but reading while driving to work is just too bumpy for you? No problem. Whisper Sync for voice lets you switch back and forth between reading reading the book on your Kindle or Kindle app, and listening to the audiobook without ever losing your place or missing a word. It works with your iPhone, Android, and Kindle Fire. Audible is offering our listeners a free audiobook of your choice and a free 30-day trial membership. So just go to audible.com/PKA and choose from over 180,000 downloadable titles. Get your free title now and start listening. It's that easy. Go to audible.com/PKA. That's audible.com/PKA. I think Chiz has here that he's recommending Andy Weir's The Martian. I really like that movie, but I haven't checked out the book, so there you go.
I think Taylor read that book. Both of those are very cool companies. Tracker, like if you have something important to you and you don't want it lost, you can stick it there and then find it on your phone. That's really neat. And audible.com, we actually use that as a family. My son listens to audiobooks while he mows the yard. And that's how we do it. That's
very, very brainy.
That's what he prefers over music.
That's what I do too.
Music, yes.
If I'm on a tractor, I'll put those noise canceling headphones I've got on and just Bluetooth the Game of Thrones or whatever I'm listening to at the time through there, and it's really nice. First of all, I'm not hearing the bush hog or whatever I'm running and the tractor and everything, but I don't know. I like it. I like listening to the audiobooks when I do stuff. It keeps part of your brain active that would normally just kind of turn itself off and go to sleep.
I think it passes the time faster than music. At least for me, because you get engaged in it. If you're listening to music, I don't. Maybe some people do. I don't listen to the lyrics as much. I just kind of oh, this is a nice tune. With books, it's I'm an active listener, and so it's I'm tracking along with the story, and I don't know. Time just passes faster for me. If I'm on a road trip, it's never music. It's always an audiobook or something like that. But yeah, check them out.
So, Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered, because I don't know the name of the new Call of Duty, if I'm being honest, comes out, tomorrow at midnight, I think. So I'm really looking forward to getting on there. I'm going to be playing on Xbox One for any of our listeners who want to come play with me. I think me and Chiz will be playing together. I think Taylor, are you going to get on there?
Yeah,
Woody?
I'll be on Xbox One.
Maybe.
Anthony, you're on Xbox One for that game
I'm actually
too, aren't
home
you?
this weekend.
I'm all about PC, but I have it on Xbox One. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if any of you fans out there want to play with us in a couple of days, I think the whole group here, including Chiz, is most likely going to be playing some Call of Duty 4.
I am so terrible with a goddamn game controller. I am a mouse keyboard guy. I'm old school that way. I always tell people I've never missed an icon on my desktop as I take my mouse and go, oh, let me click that folder. I can't hit it. Crap. I've never missed. I'm just better with it than I am with that little nub, trying to get as much control out of a nub on your thumb as is possible. I not that good.
I've switched to PC for pretty much all of my gaming now. Almost everything I play is a PC game, but Call of Duty is just one that I've got. I've literally got 140 days of playtime in Call of Duty on a controller, so I'm pretty good with a controller. That's what I'm used to. I'm pretty bad with a mouse and keyboard in first-person shooters, so. And I want that nostalgia, that member berries feel. Member card 4.
Yeah.
Member Juggernaut.
Remember Juggernaut.
Remember 3 times frag?
Remember 360 no scopes.
I remember.
That shit's hilarious.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to it. I got my heart in it 100%. I'll be playing, and maybe we'll play some fans. So you guys send me a message. I think you know what my gamer tag is, and those guys too. So we'll be on.
It's almost silly to act like it's athletic, but I played so much Call of Duty on the Xbox controller that I learned muscle memory throughout high school of I could just pick up an Xbox controller. If I pick up a PlayStation one, I have to get reacclimated and feel it out. Mm-hmm. But Xbox, I immediately remember I change it to the sensitivity I like, and it's I remember exactly how to do what I like to do after a few games.
So much time in gaming. I still have the muscle memory for all of the cheat codes for Grand Theft Auto Vice City. If you put that controller in my hand right now, I could still just fucking do it. And it's it requires all your fingers. It's R1, R2, and then a circle, and then it's a full circle of the D-pad, and then down, and there's 3 different codes that I have memorized that all differ slightly. It's absurd, all those codes, and it required all of your 6 fingers to do it in a really quick span of time. But if you play enough Grand Theft Auto, you're constantly hitting the more ammo code or the more health code or the more armor code, so it's just programmed. That stuff will never leave me.
Yeah, wow, that's fucking. Yeah, I don't know. I've been a mouse and keyboard guy, but I hate that I have to hunch over the mouse and keyboard, and then I watch my buddies playing on Xbox, and it's leaning back on the couch, nice and comfy. And
that's the thing.
You're feverishly focused on trying to get
exactly.
If it makes any difference to you, that's how I use a controller. Like I'm on the couch, hunched over on my controller.
Really?
Yeah, I never like chill with my feet up.
I always relax. I'm always leaned back if I'm on a controller. But like you said, like with a mouse and keyboard, you kind of have to be. Even when we're playing Civ and stuff, and RTS and RTS games, I'm still fucking locked into that thing. My neck's hurting.
That's the only kind of game I prefer on PC is turn-based like Civ and RTS top-down games where you're controlling an army like Company of Heroes, because you can't really play a top-down strategy game like that on a controller. You just don't have the necessary ability to switch back and forth between controls.
Not really. It has to be super simplified. I like RPGs on
shooters.
PC now.
Really?
RPGs,
I don't like that. I feel more connected with my character with the controller for some reason.
God, fuck it. The Witcher's just so beautiful on this PC. Like The Witcher in 4K or at high frames is just outstanding. I mean, there's a reason that people take those screenshots and then open them up in virtual reality just to look around.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you have VR yet, Anthony? I figured you'd be one of the quick people on that.
Yeah, I had the Oculus developers for a while before the consumer came out, and then I picked up the consumer. I've tried the what is that? The Vive.
Vive, I think.
Vive, as a however you want to pronounce it. And I like the controller aspect of it, hand controllers and stuff. Something Oculus doesn't have yet. But I still think we're at the real early point of this whole thing. There's a lot of demonstration things, a lot of things that are kind of cool. But as far as real good gameplay goes, I've yet to see it.
Yeah, there's not many. I've got the Vive, and there's a few games that actually have teamwork and the ability, like there are shooters. I think one of my favorites that I started out with is called Hover Junkers, and your left hand is steering a ship that you're like superimposed inside of, and you're just driving around like drive-by shooting other people also in hovercrafts. And I'll be so into the game that I'm laying on the floor, ducking, like reloading with this hand and trying to drive out of there and escape with my other hand. And it's, there's another person also in his living room who's doing his best to shoot over the walls of my hovercraft and like shoot me in the fucking head as I lay on the floor and try to reload my 12 gauge and scoot away. And that sort of team, like it's cool to be in there yourself, but when you're in there with other people, I can't remember the name of the game, but there's this game called Rec Room or something like that. And it's like you went to a big rec center, like a big YMCA, and there's like darts and dodgeball and like table games. And there's other people walking around in this virtual arena with their avatars. We're all waving. We're all having conversations and talking in proximity. And playing dodgeball is pretty ridiculous in VR because, you squeeze that control. I wish I could grab it. It's out of reach. But you squeeze the controller to like grab the ball. And if you don't do it perfectly, you don't grab the ball. It's definitely in the early stages, but it's gonna be cool whenever it starts looking good. I saw that. Is it Microsoft that's doing the Project Scorpio thing? That super powerful console that's supposed to do 4K and 4K gaming and VR.
I haven't heard about that.
Heard about that one yet
doing
either.
Cool stuff now. I swear they're the next Apple. Like,
who is? Oh yeah, the Edge is. The Edge is looking really cool. Their phones are doing pretty well.
They're not selling well, but they look neat. The Surface that they talk about, that dial on it, like
oh, that looked insane,
dude. So Microsoft and Apple both came out products.
You turn in the dial, and
that video has 9 million views when I looked at it, and in the Apple MacBook Pro thing, which a lot of Apple people are really looking forward to, 3 million views. Right, a third of the excitement that Microsoft generated. And Kyle's talking about this 4K console, and I forget what other thing you just mentioned, but it's like, damn, Microsoft is coming out with cool products, while Apple, it's been sitting on their hands. Like the MacBook, I get that it's got the touch bar thing, but to me, it's not really revolutionary. All they want to talk about is the ports it doesn't have. Right, that's what Apple came out with.
Yeah, that's what they talk about with new Apple stuff. It's, hey, what doesn't it have? Oh, the phone, it doesn't have a headphone jack.
Like,
the computer, the laptop, it doesn't have a fucking USB.
why is it when I buy Apple stuff, I feel a little bit fucked in the ass? You know, like I should be
It's because they're
excited about
fucking
it.
you in the ass.
Oh, that explains it. All right. Well, thank you. Now I know.
If McDonald's came out with like now the Big Mac 3.0, and it shows like a really high tech thing of the burger, and it's like now you buy each bun separately, make it as you wish, combine and collect the pieces and make it your Big Mac, and it's like, well, you just made it way more. Now the lettuce is $60, and I don't know, do I need it? I guess it's like, no, I'll just get the bare basic one.
You're gonna need a dongle just to put the special sauce on.
Yeah,
Yep.
dongle.
You need to buy the container for the sauce. You know, it's nonsense.
Microsoft
They're
comes out with
screwing.
stuff, and you're like, why aren't I buying this? I should check that out. You know. Now the answer is Windows starts to suck after a year. Like that, every Windows device I've ever had.
The biggest answer is marketing, because Apple has done a better job marketing their product as the high end, the elite, the one you use if you're artistic, if you're with it, they absolutely have solidified that. This isn't like a bash on Apple users. I don't know enough about
I'm
computers
telling
to know
you,
either way.
I know
I'm just
a
saying that's
fuck
the
ton
market they've
about
carved out.
computers, right? Like this is my area, is where my education is in, so my professional career was in, etc. The reason I got this new Mac is so that I could give my wife my old Mac to replace the Windows one. That's really it. It's not that I needed a new one. My 3-year-old one still goes. It's as fast as the day I got it. The battery still lasts 10 hours. That's not happening with the Windows stuff I'm buying, where they kind of race to the lowest. And this is like ASUS and HP, and I think we had a Sony. These things are all cheaply
They have
built.
expiration dates.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, this will be good for about 30 months. Yeah,
I Googled
30-month laptop. Sure.
Yeah, I Googled at best, and I Googled, I was like, MacBook Pro replacement, and it was like a Razer. Really? Like I'm gonna buy a fucking Razer? Is there a bigger piece of shit computer out there, a notebook, than Razer? Those things arrive broken, and
Mine never broke. In its defense,
are you sure?
I have a razor blade. Yeah, I got a razor blade.
I must be thinking of somebody else then.
I'll tell you what did happen.
maybe
The
Chiz's
charger
did.
had an issue or something. Like there was like it wasn't like a computer issue. It was more. I think they made my charging brick like became unworking. I had to get a new one of those or something. But I got it for free. I don't know.
Yeah. And then I don't know. I could go on. All my Windows machine, they say, "Oh, Woody, it's your fault. You installed an application on it." I'm like, "Bitch, you know, I install apps on my Mac, and it has this packaging system where, like, if you uninstall a Mac app, it's totally gone, right? Why is this fucking brain surgery? You want to install a Windows app, it's littered DLLs throughout everywhere. You know, I removed iTunes, but iCloud Tunes Helper seems to still be there for some fucking reason, you know? And everything just sort of loads in, and your Windows machine becomes shit. And I tried it, like, applications have to pass a test for me. Like I need to really need this for me to put it on this machine, because I know what it does to it. I don't just grab random shit and install it all the time. But it still, you know, like on an SSD drive, what used to boot in like 15 seconds is now a minute. What happened there? You know, like my Mac is like the day I got it, and it's 3 years old. This shouldn't blow my mind, but it does. And that's why I got a Mac. It's not because I've been fooled or anything like that. And I like that it has Unix underpinning it, you know, because I use that. So
Fanboy. Fucking Mac fanboy.
I guess so. I guess so. That might be more true with my phone choice. Like there might be an Android out there that makes me just as happy. But I had an Android for a couple years, or like 2 or 3 years, and they weren't my cup of tea, so I switched back.
So
I don't know enough about computers for like all that I see when I'm looking at them is like I look at a basic specs or whatever that my simple non-computer brain can get, and be like, all right, well, this Windows is $750 and this Apple has a smaller screen and it's $1,500, but it is Chrome and cool looking, and I know it'll probably, I can drop it a few times more, and I just always go for the cheaper one because it, for my purpose,
it's hard to define why this is important to me. This hinge is as good as the day I got it. I'm trying to put it out there. When I change it, it just goes and it stays on every like Windows machine I've had. And it's not Windows the OS, obviously, but there'll be like this range where I'm trying to hold it right, where like this much of it is the wiggle. So you just like put it at the edge of the wiggle that you're happy with, and it stays there.
You're totally right about that. That happens to every plastic computer I've ever bought, which is everything but Apple. But the Apple I had in college lasted fine. By the time I ended college, it was like, this thing's still good. You know, it's getting old, but it works.
And computers don't get faster now at the same rate that they did when you were in college, even. And so, like, even the new MacBooks are coming out at like 8 to 10% faster. So unless it goes bad for some reason, and these Macs don't go bad like Windows ones do, 4 years from now you'll be like, huh, the new ones are like 12% faster. I guess I'll just stay. So
Yeah.
I'll game on a PC always, and then laptop right here is Mac. I edit sound and video and whatnot on a Mac, and I'll fuck around with games on a PC. That's
the answer is always both, right? Like everybody's like, I don't know, the Sony's so much better. Xbox forever, and I was like, well, I got buy a fucking both, man. Like, let's just
if you got Cumia money, that's what you do.
If you can afford
I haven't
it,
turned.
fuck it,
I haven't turned my PS4 on in 4 months. I don't think.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a ever since I got the Roku. Both of those consoles seem just useless now because I'm like, man, like I just recently found out how cool Steam is, like within the last year, and being like, you can just have all these games whenever you want, like, and then learning how to play on PC, and I don't turn consoles on anymore,
dude,
because it's like I'll just pop on the Roku, I can go to fucking any channel I want. I want HBO, I want this, that.
I don't know why, like places like GameStop still exist. I have not walked into a game store or sent for a physical copy of a game in years. Between Steam and Origin, it's fan-fucking-tastic.
Yep.
You don't leave the house. You get it the second it comes out, pre-order or whatnot, and
pre-download. You can have
download.
You've got it on your machine.
There. I love it.
Taylor,
I love it.
If you start recording your games again, like PC just gets that much better. Like I remember I'd record it, and of course I got my PC here and some program here, and it's a monitor, and oftentimes I have to like turn the monitor from like one HDMI to the other to like see it and get shit to work right. And like that's how I record on a console. On a PC, you press like F9 to turn it on and off or something. I don't actually have it hotkey, but I could. And I don't know. It's just right there. It's always ready for you. Were you fucking around on Facebook and you want to switch to gaming? Press the fucking Battlefield button, and now it's started up, right?
Or even back and forth. Multiple monitors. Like it's just like, well, no, Facebook can keep going, and fucking StarCraft can keep going here. Like it's just the way to go. If you really want to take full fucking control of it and get all that you can get out of a game or any game, it's going to be done on a PC. Like, they can beef that Project Scorpio thing is supposed to be really powerful. But I doubt it's as powerful as, like, my PC. There's just no way.
One thing where PC's worse, and this, my experience might be unique, but I feel like strangers don't talk to each other while gaming on PC.
Yeah.
On Xbox they do. And, of course, you get people who fuck my mom and whatever. But, like if you're like me, where like usually I'm sort of like team building in there, like I'm on Bravo, I need help, I call out deaths and stuff like that. It won't be too many lobbies before I find a like-minded guy and who wants to play with someone like me. And then after a while I got popular on YouTube, so it almost became too much. But even before that, it wasn't hard for me to like make a friend or find a partner, and we just try to win together. Whereas on the PC, I feel like if you talk, they'd all get mad at you. It's like talking in the elevator or something. Like we're all in our silence.
I'm sure there are games that have like verbal communities, but like usually it's a text box. Like in Civ we talk a lot, but I don't know what game. I guess like Call of Duty on PC. I guess is there
it's
even
Battlefield
like
1 that I'm really talking about. Like I wish in Battlefield 1 people talk to each other and stuff. And some guy was pressing a key telling me to give him orders as a squad leader, but I'm too bad a player to get that pulled off. And I'm sorry.
It's like, oh shit, I don't want to be squad leader. I don't know. Let's go, men.
Yeah.
Over the top.
How do I even give them orders? I don't know how to give them orders, and they're like, we want orders. I'm like, I'm just so unqualified.
Yeah,
why would you ever have promoted me to this position? I know I didn't choose squad leader. What made you think that, like, was I outperforming my peers when the other squad leader left? I don't know why I got chosen.
It's just your turn.
Is this just give them... Is it like a list of orders, like, or is it you just can be like, all right, I'm gonna need you to go 2 clicks north, hang a hard left, and then you're gonna see the sniper.
I don't even know, Taylor. I don't know. Maybe Anthony can help. Anthony, how do you give lead orders as a squad leader?
There's a text menu. You pull up the orders like that. But I've heard a lot of verbal commands on Battlefield 1.
Really? I would follow
that. It seems
that.
like the game, relatively speaking, is new. I mean, but they're starting. I'm noticing a lot more people getting on headsets and starting to talk in that game. It's cool. It's really conducive to that too. If people are sticking together, the maps are really good for that. There's a choice of some really big, roomy maps with a lot of cover and a lot of different options and ways to go around. So it's not like, oh, we're on this map. The guys are always going to come from this way. They always do. There's a lot more variety in the maps. I like that.
I've been meaning to play, but with Call of Duty coming, it's hard to squeeze that in.
And Civ 6 just came out. You've been playing a lot of that. Like, there's just too many games at once.
Yeah, I've gotten fairly good at Civ 6 already. I'm digging that game. I figured I would. I like those games a lot.
Remember when you'd wait for one game to come out and play it? It's like now there's 3 games come out that you got to play, and then you're trying to marathon watch Walking Dead or Westworld now. And there's no time for fucking anything but gaming and watching shows.
I forgot about Westworld. I need to check that. My interest peaked in Westworld, but only like 2 or 3 episodes were out. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to sit on it, wait for like 6 or 7 to come out. Then, maybe as I binge watch it and stuff, it'll get to the final 8th or 10th.
I've been watching. It's cool as fuck, but they better get to something. I can lose interest here.
I'm already episode. There are 3 episodes in, and so far
they're only doing 3 in?
They're only 3 in, but so far they're doing what? Maybe 4. Maybe I haven't seen the 4th one. I've only seen up to 3.
Are they not putting it out weekly?
Yeah, it's every Sunday.
Yeah, I guess
must just be wrong.
I've only seen 3.
It seemed like
I thought there were only 3 out. Maybe there's 4. But they're already doing that thing we were talking about much earlier in the show about Sausage Fest, where they take a funny concept and they really are dragging it out, and they still haven't gotten to anything in Westworld yet. And every episode I get more and more upset that this huge like corporation, I guess, that runs this fictional world, that they upkeep all of these robots at an obscene price, and it doesn't make any sense that they could have this viable business where it's like, this isn't really a spoiler that much, but like it's basically like the old movie Westworld, where there's robots in there and they don't know they're robots, they're semi-sentient, and when you shoot them, it's not like they go boo, they like bleed and scream like people do, and they tried to like make an excuse.
Maybe they're bureaucrats.
Yeah, well, they tried to make an excuse in the show where they're like, did you ever wonder why we give them, fluids and feelings and blood and flesh? And they're like, no, why? Fucking Hannibal Lecter, whatever his name is, Anthony Hopkins. And he goes, because it's cheaper. And it's like, no, not even in this crazy world am I going to believe that somehow not having just little robots is a better financial option than filling these things with blood and guts and gore and fat and gristle after every day, where it's just people running around hacking their limbs off, putting them on a cart, shipping it back to your scientists, and having them re-sew like extreme surgical measures on these dead robots every day. It's like this doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make much sense.
Unless they start
I was talking about that the other day on my show. I was saying, like, I don't care what the price is. $1 million for a day for someone to come in there. There's going to be guys that just shoot everything in sight, kill everything.
I'm getting my money's worth.
15 of these robots, or whatever you want to call them, that now need attention. The whole price is gone. It's just, you're going to lose money on this.
The way I was thinking about it is like, imagine if it's not a whole fancy world of like high-tech robotics and real conversations with robots and whatnot. It's not that. It's just a Lego world. It's just a world that Lego said, hey, pay this amount a day, come on in, fuck shit up, knock our Lego buildings down, shoot our big Lego people, and then at the end of the night, all the Lego employees would have to come in and rebuild it and fix it. Even in that world, it's impossible. It would
Get
be
your money back.
impossible. You don't have to let in 5 people. You don't have to let in 10 people. Let me in. Charge me $1 billion a day, and I've ruined your business because you can't possibly put it back together. That's what this show is, except with robotics, where they just let people in willy-nilly, ruining their stuff, like raping their robots, and then apparently some guy swoops in and cleans all the semen out at the end of the night, and then you pretend it didn't happen the next day. You pretend that some other dude didn't fuck this robot 6 hours ago. How do you get that? Like, I don't know. Unless it's like a pocket pussy you pull out and replace with a new one.
That's fucking funny, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what Jim said. Yeah, you'll enjoy the show, though. Maybe check it out.
I'm saving it like Woody. I'll get into it
Yeah,
eventually.
I thought I
it
saved
does
it.
look interesting.
In my head, we talked about it like 5 weeks ago or something.
They might have had a bye week, you know. They might have, because some other show I watch. Oh, South Park had one. Like, I know South Park took a week off not too long ago.
That
They should have one
baffled me.
tonight.
It feels like they're always like. What day does it come out?
Wednesdays tonight.
Wednesday. Tonight, yeah.
Because
it's out
I'm
now.
always looking for a new.
Oh, by the
one.
way, the Cubs are almost certainly going to win the series.
It looks like.
6-3, top of the 8th.
Yeah. Chiz owes
damn
me
it.
$5.
So wait, are the Cubs? Is this an elimination game? Like, is this the final?
This is
game?
Game 7. This is all she
Oh,
wrote.
Game 7. Yeah, so it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they win tonight. It's and you know, they broke a little bit of a record there. They came back from that 3-1 series deficit, right? Yeah, to win 4 straight. They I hope
Wait,
I'm saying
didn't
that
Boston
right.
do
Maybe
that?
3 straight.
They won 3. They'll win 3 straight if they win tonight.
Boston did that in not at the series though. They did that
okay.
at the American League Championship Series. They beat the Yankees like
Taylor,
that.
does it bother you at all
2004. That was a
that
hell of a series.
Chicago just smacks St. Louis around like they do? Like, is that upsetting? Like that they just have so much success in all these areas.
And
All the
if you're
Blues
talking-
just never win a
wait.
cup, or
Are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it's
Chicago
not as
sma-
traumatizing as
wait.
being.
Are you talking about Chicago smacking around St. Louis in baseball?
just in general. Like, I feel like Chicago
The only
professional
team
athletics.
with more World Series than the St. Louis Cardinals is the New York Yankees.
Oh,
Like the St. Louis Cardinals are one of the best sports
Not this
franchises
year.
out there, and I'm not even a big fan.
not this year.
Everybody, yeah, not this year. Okay, well they won 2 in this millennia so far, so that's okay. The Blues always suck. I anticipate that. They don't. They don't suck. They're just good enough to let you down.
They lost 3 out of their last 4, right? Just
Yep.
keeping
Yeah, they're
count
doing
for you.
bad now, but still, they're just good enough to let you down. Like it's just good enough to keep your hope stringing along, and then the playoffs happen, and you go, "This year's going to be different," and then it's not. It's never different. And I was hoping that the Cubs would feel that same feeling that I feel every hockey season. That I thought the Cubs would win. This year was different. Nope, Cubs are going to win.
I pull for the Flyers and the Canes, and I was like, I'm just positive that one of these guys are going to win because they played each other.
One of them.
That guy, who was that? Who was that guy that wrote in his high school yearbook that the Cubs were going to win the World Series in 2016?
I
He
saw
goes-
that.
And then he said something like,
It was like 20
Heard it
years
here
ago.
first.
"Yeah, you heard it here first. That was it." And it was years ago he wrote that.
Yeah, like not a single player from this team was on it. It must have been 15
Dude.
years ago.
Yeah.
Like,
It was
Unreal.
1993.
And like, man, he is going to be the hero of Chicago.
what else does he know? Is he from the future?
Yeah. Is he
Like-
does he have a time machine?
Yeah, who's going to win the
It's
Super
a fucking
Bowl?
shame he only graduated once. He only got one senior quote. No, what else could he have told us?
Yeah, right. Damn
Well,
it.
dude, we
Donald
might look
Trump
back
will
and
be-
see him
that's
in
what I
like
was
a
thinking.
1970
Trump
yearbook,
will be-
a 1930 yearbook. Like,
It was between Donald Trump will be president in 2016 or the Chicago Cubs will win the World Series in 2016. And he can only
Oh my
pick
God,
one.
this is great. Who linked this? I clicked it before I even looked.
Chiz did. What is this?
It looks like Jim Norton. It looks like Jim Norton was the pilot of his plane. Look like
Oh
this.
God, yeah, sex selfies in the cockpit.
That does look like Jim Norton.
All right. Look, for the viewing audience out there, this is an article on The Sun, which is a British paper/website. So this airline pilot, an experienced 777 pilot, I think this is a big one, is taking all these dirty pictures in the cockpit. He's wearing pantyhose, with his feet on the yoke, I think you call it, and
He
his
is.
dick and balls are clearly exposed. You
I
can see
can't
his
even show
uniform
this to
in the
you guys.
floorboard.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can't.
they blurred out his taint, but you can clearly see his scrotum. Like,
No, that's I see little pubic hair. I don't see scrot.
yeah, you're right. That's probably his
Yeah,
fupa.
balls are on the bottom of the penis, Woody, and not on the top. Where are your balls at?
Let me
Are
see.
yours at the top?
What was I thinking when I looked at
Is
this
that a
picture?
result of one of these meetings?
I'm looking. Like, what did I
also
think
got
the
a
deal
photo
was?
of, like,
I
a
thought he was
photograph-
pulling his balls up, and that was the bottom of his scrotum. Because he's tilted
Jesus.
up. He's in this position. The balls could be up. He's in like
Look
the
at how
birthing
dirty
position.
his feet are. A pilot's feet shouldn't be that dirty.
He's
What's he been
wearing
doing?
stockings.
He's wearing leggings.
Look
Oh,
at
he
look
is?
at by his
Yeah,
thighs. You can
thighs.
see the lace.
I didn't scroll down quite enough.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And I'm the fool.
And here's another one where he's like reaching way across the cockpit with his lacy man leg to like operate a very important control, I'm sure.
I would assume,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, none of those are controls you can just blow off.
He
They're all
flew a
essential to flying.
777.
I don't think this plane is in flight, judging by some of the instrumentation.
Yes.
What are you
The
seeing?
penis
I'm very
that's sitting-
impressed.
But
Oh, no. Here it says, I quote,
I
I'm
have to put
98%
my glasses on to look.
experts are almost certain that they were taken during a live passenger flight. An
Oh,
experienced
okay. No, it is. Now
777
that I
pilot
look at my
said,
glasses,
Look at the
yes,
left. He's at
it's
32,000 feet.
slightly nose up.
You see the
at
one with the
30
Porn magazine?
32,000.
yeah, this is the
feet.
lamest Mile High Club member ever.
The one with the
He's
Porn
not even a member.
magazine.
He's by himself.
Right above the
think
yoke
he
on the
calmed
right
you.
side, you can see his altitude. He's a better.
Yeah, where's the co-pilot?
He's
You have to
taking
blow him
the
up.
pictures.
Yeah.
He's the co-pilot's in the corner jerking it off while
Yeah,
he
he's
watches
the one
all this
taking the
creepy shit
picture.
go down.
Yeah. Yeah. Bring us down.
This is what turns me on. Oh fuck!
I like
got a
playing with
weird
other
fetish.
people's lives.
That
Playing
is
with other people's
fucked
lives to get
up.
the joke turned.
Can
me
you
on.
imagine if there were an emergency and like you know the stewardess or whatever, like the head flight attendant, like kicks the door in, we've got a major emergency, and you're like dick in hand, lacy
geez.
stockings on, flying the plane with your heel.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I'm already preparing for the end.
mid-orgasm, like trying to deal with this stressful. That's absurd. I can't believe he took those photos because it's
Tailed on the landing gear handle.
Yeah.
You said it, and first I thought accident, and then I thought on
Yeah,
purpose.
Yeah.
fighting the
They're
lever
fine.
that you as a co-pilot have to operate every day. Like he's like
Oh,
fucking it. He's
God.
like, you smell your hand after this, you fucker, smell it.
What a
Just
creep.
hit himself.
Smells
with
like a prison rape in here. Like the showers in Oz. You know. Oh.
what a fucking degenerate, man. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty.
I've been
God.
watching all these air flight videos. Like there's Mr. Aviation 101 I've been watching a lot. Flight Junkie or something like. I'm watching a couple of them, and I guess I was just giving a little thought to getting like a general aviation's pilot license. Like, would this be cool? I think paramotor's more fun. There's something about it that's just sky driving. You're kind of trapped. You're filing a flight plan. When you fly, you're indoors. It's sky driving. And
You told Anthony about this last time, right?
Oh, I've watched the videos. They're fucking fantastic.
Wait, you watched my videos?
Yeah.
Of me like flying and shit?
Yeah, you flying with a fucking fan on your back.
Yes,
right?
exactly what it is.
Dude, I'm
Would you-
really loving that.
It looks cool as fuck.
You didn't
Would you
happen
ever
to
try
see
it?
the one where I launched from my yard. It was like, this is a big deal to me or something like that. It was my most recent. And, dude, I don't know. There's just something special about this paramotor thing. Like, you sit in a chair and you're flying a chair around the sky. And there's like a certain athletic thing to it. Like, you got to run fast enough and get the wing up. And there's like there's a little, once you get it, you get it. And then you'd like fly around in a chair and there's like nothing in, it's like you're flying. As a
it's
dude
more
are
like
flying.
a bird than
Yeah.
you're in a plane.
Yeah, and I know that technically I'm operating a flying machine, but the wind is in your air. That you ran into the sky. You ran until you picked up enough speed to get
That's
into
so
the
fucking
sky.
cool, man.
And like I wish I was doing it right now. And then it sticks with me. Like after I fly and land, it's not like, oh, that was cool. It's like, dude, can you believe what I just did? I did a
I'm
thing.
flying.
I just fucking flew in the sky. And my son's excited. He's like, Daddy, you were flying. Everyone was looking at you flying around the neighborhood in like 1,000 feet in the air. And like, it's the coolest thing. I don't know why everyone's not doing this. Why,
Well,
the price
it
of
looks
it.
scary.
Okay, I'll give you
it
that.
looks like,
I was
it looks
so
dangerous, like,
scared. I was
in the world. Yeah, in the world of flying technologies, the paramotor is like Archimedes' screw. Like very, very old and ancient, and it got water out of the well if you really needed it and you had a large screw, but people don't use it now for the most part.
I hear you coming from, and I was
wrong.
way more scared, I think, than any of my peers were. Like, they're like, oh, I was scared too. You're being kind. No, I was petrified. I was petrified to the point where I forgot the shit I learned. It's
Almost pooped your pants, yeah.
Yeah, right? It took me back
Not
to my
that scared.
childhood. And, but,
no one's more scared than that 7-year-old child.
dude,
no one.
the me of right now, like
So
I flew
sad.
around last weekend. I went higher, farther, and longer than I had ever flown before. And I'm just like excited. I'm excited. My friend was on the ground with a radio, and I'm like, "You should be here. This is so cool!" And like I'm going to this lake that was off in the distance, and then an hour later is underneath me, and like I don't know. I really fucking like doing it. And when I look at people fly regular planes, I'm like, look, I get that your plane perhaps has more utility. You know, you can fly it in worse weather. You can go to more Like if I wanted to have lunch at some Texas restaurant, then you'd want a regular plane for that. But when it comes to just like being a bird, like, dude,
Well, you're not using it for locomotion. You're using it for fun. Like,
Yeah.
you're not like, I need to go to the store, hop in the paramotor.
it cost. So my paramotor was $7,400, but you put a wing and buy some training and all that, and you're spending like 10 grand ish. You can get it for I think 7 something. That's like motorcycle price. And there are so many people who buy motorcycles to enjoy themselves and have a little freedom and get out of the house. I'm like, dude, like for the same price you could fly. And maybe I'm abnormal in that I think that that's cool, but
That's pretty cool.
it's neat to me.
I still want you to do some sort of bombing run. Like all right, picture this. This is what I immediately just like imagined. Like what if on the end of your boot there was like a hook, so that as you're flying you could hook something that had a little ring on it. So now you could have, I don't know what it is. Let's call it a big water balloon with a stick tied to it, and at the top of that there's a ring. So you could fly over, hook it as you're going. Now you've got a big water balloon tied to your shoe that you can drop at will. And then you can continue to make passes. You don't have to stop and land and let's do this again. You can make a pass where you just keep hooking these water balloons
and catch them.
Yeah.
They do competitions like that. It's they take like pool noodles and bend them into some shape, and then the pilots, they just hold them in the air, right? And their job is just to be a table, I guess. And then the pilot's job is to come by, hook it, and then on the next thing he drops it in a particular spot, like a big bullseye or something. So they do
water balloons seem like
it does seem like more fun.
Annoying enough that you could that it would be fun to do to someone, but safe enough that like, yeah, that guy hit me with a water balloon and that caused this car accident and everyone died. Like that's not gonna happen.
I don't even know. Like what if you drop it from high?
No,
it's super easy to get to like 500 or 1,000 or even 3,000 feet, right?
Oh.
So what if you drop a water balloon from 3,000
minute.
feet and it's like concrete or something, and it goes through the top of a car?
I never really considered I don't know what the terminal velocity for a fucking 1 cubic one cubic
Square
foot of
foot,
water in a water
cubic
balloon.
foot
I
of
think we can all
water,
picture that, right? We've all got that in our heads. I don't know how hard that would hit. Yeah,
I think
that's
it
what
might
I have
hit
no
real
idea.
hard. Obviously,
It's
if
like
you
about this much water, right?
yeah, come on, everyone knows a cubic
Like
foot.
if you held it up, it'd be like about like.
I think you'd be okay. I think that water balloon
I think
has to
it's-
be going.
I think from
you
like
break someone's neck.
I think from like 10 feet or something, it's fun. But I bet it hits terminal velocity at like 40 feet, and now we're dealing with something bad.
Dude, Steve Williamson told me if you drop a penny off of a skyscraper and it hits someone in the head, it can kill them.
That's true.
Is he someone you went to elementary school with?
He was in my 3rd grade class.
I think that's not
He
true.
seemed very sure of it. So.
I also heard that, but I think it was a Mythbusters or something.
I never
turns out
revisited
it. It just flutters
No.
around.
But I
False.
don't think he would lie. You know.
Anthony, we haven't talked about politics really. Who you for? Or how you feeling? Do you hate them both? You excited about Trump?
Yeah, I really do want to send a message through Donald Trump that this, we're really tired of
Okay.
The government. Really, they're taking the American people for granted. They have for a long time. They're all rich. How does that happen in the public service as they're supposed to be doing? It's just this business as usual thing that's been going on. And Trump, regardless of anything, his past, his business, what he says, what he thinks of women, what he thinks of minorities, where the Mexicans, the wall, all that aside, just put someone in there that isn't one of the usual to show the usual that we're this mad at you. And I honestly don't think anybody put in the office of President of the United States can do all that much damage by themselves. There's enough checks.
That's what we're counting on. Vote
And
Trump. How bad can he be?
That how much damage could he do? I just can't see another 4, maybe 8 years of the same stuff, Democratic, liberal politics that just take the working American and make him seem like the bad guy, and everything rests on their back. It's just enough already. They're that bad now where they're ready to elect a lunatic as president because they're the ones that work hard, raise a family, be responsible, and they're the ones looked at every corner as the bad guy. The one who makes this country bad is the working family. We're tired of it, and people have to do something about it. And if that's electing a lunatic like Donald Trump, so be it.
Michael Moore is pro Donald Trump. Have you guys heard his
He was saying something about that. He liked the idea that if companies were going to take their factories and move them overseas and tell a bunch of Americans that their jobs are gone, that they're going to be taxed up the ass with tariffs before they're able to ship merchandise back into the U.S. And of course, Michael Moore.
That's like his primary issue, right? If he's a single issue voter, it's that, it's about blue collar jobs. Yeah,
blue collar jobs. So, he's still a big dumb asshole himself.
So, to answer the water balloon discussion, it appears that the terminal velocity of a water balloon is about 93 meters per second. That's a half-liter water balloon that's spherical, and that has an energy of 2,162 joules, which is about the same as a fucking AR-15. So, yeah, let's not mess around with water balloons dropped from high enough to reach terminal velocity.
Yeah. Oh, kids, I swear I thought it was going to be funny.
I'm so sorry, but eye patches are pretty cool.
Yeah. Trump might really win this.
I know. That's the funny thing. That's another thing. I don't know if this is going to be a squeaker or a landslide either way. That's how fucked up this whole election's been. Mm-hmm. The polls, I don't even think, can read what's going on in this election. There's so many weird things going on that I don't think. I was saying once it was like trying to use a Geiger counter as a fish finder. It's I don't think the polls work with what's going on. I don't think people that are going to vote or have voted in the past or independents or undecideds have any bearing on the polls that are being taken these days. And again, it's so weird that it can be a squeaker either way or a landslide either way. I can't predict it.
I believe in the polls. I think they're true. I think they're on target. So I have a little different opinion than you. But the thing is, I recognize them as being a week old, right? So we've seen Trump's chance of winning. This is the 538 chance of winning. Go from 10% to 30 in about a week, right? So we've seen him gain 20%. If that happens in the next week, then he wins this.
Yeah.
If he goes from 30 to 50, if that happens again, then there we are. Or it could be at 50-50 right now. It's just that polls are a week old. That's the nature of them. Yeah. So
crazy.
He could be winning. The idea that Trump could be winning in the next president of the United States is something that I didn't really think could happen this whole time through. Right, this whole time through, Hillary's chance of winning was always 75%, 80%, 90%. Oh, she's struggling again, 75% chance of winning. Now we're watching her at 65%, or at 67%. And it's a week old, and the momentum is so strong, she could be at 50.
It's like that Ron Paul gif, it's happening!
Yeah. He might be winning. I don't want him to win. I think bad things happen if Trump wins. I hope I'm wrong.
That's what people are saying about Hillary, though. It works both ways. Half of the voters, not even half the country, a lot of the country doesn't vote, but half the voters at this point are feeling exactly like you just said you felt, but the other way. I was saying half the voters are going to wake up on Wednesday morning really pissed, and that doesn't matter who wins.
Yes.
Just going to be mad.
Yeah, I guess I just think of Clinton, as a politician like Obama, like W, like her husband was, like, how do you go back to Bush Senior, Reagan, Carter, etc. In the same mold as all the other ones. With Trump, I don't know what happens when he wins.
Parents are very nervous about that whole thing. I don't give a shit. I have a cat.
And he's not concerned about it. Yeah.
And Trump loves pussy. We know that.
Yes.
That would be just fine.
Grab him.
Yeah, grab him all you want.
Well, we'll find out, I guess. Kyle, do you have a bunch of post rolls to read?
I have two little things to tell you guys about. Just remember, get your side hustle on. Sign up to drive with Uber and earn extra cash whenever you want. It's totally flexible. You're your own boss, and you can cash out up to 5 times per day. There's no minimum amount required. Sign up today at uber.com/drive-now. That's uber.com/drive-now. It's a great idea. And also, just want to tell you guys about Wondery. If you're hearing this ad, you're trying to decide what podcast to listen to next, and I've got the one. Secrets, Crimes, and Audio Tape is an audio drama told week after week. It features stories about crime, love, mystery, or conspiracy with actors you know and love. Some are dramas, some are comedies. The latest episode is a thriller called Severed Threads about faith, greed, and revenge. Make sure you're not missing a single episode. Subscribe to Secrets, Crimes, and Audio Tape on iTunes, Stitcher, or Wondery.com, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Head over to... there's a URL here. Click that. Use the URL down in the description, and check out Secrets, Crimes, and Audio Tapes today. Subscribe and enjoy.
You can advertise podcasts on podcasts? I wonder why
it's a way
cost.
to listen to podcasts.
Oh.
This is pretty meta. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, should we be advertising PKA on the end of Rooster Teeth or something?
No,
make the ad, we could make it. We could write our own ad read too. Like, are you tired of this shitty show? For something new.
It's been trashed for a long
fucking
time.
Unborn fetuses.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way you can be sure the blood is pure. Well, tune on into PKA.
Anthony, where can everybody find you?
Compoundmedia.com. That's where you go. Like I said, we're doing a big election thing on Tuesday, and it's a bunch of different shows. All with the one goal of the network is anything you want to say can be said. No one's going to hurt you. Open, honest, 100% freedom of speech on the Compound Media. Thanks.
Now, what if they start talking about Compound in a negative way?
Yeah. Oh, shit. Is that a home run? Wow. They just tied it up.
Oh, no. All right. PKA.
I can't believe the Cubs are screwing this up.
I
want them to lose so bad.
Oh my God! Oh, I'm gonna be so happy if they lose.
All right,
are we still
there?
Are we still recording?
We are. We're about 20 seconds off 4 hours. I want to hit it.
It's not fair if Chicago gets another championship win.
Yeah, they win a lot of stuff, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, the Bears are it's really only the Blackhawks, and hockey's the least popular sport, so I'm sure most of Chicago doesn't give a fuck. But to me, it matters, and I think they've had their fill of victory, just like New England. New England, settle down.
I know, Jesus, and Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland. They've only give them a break. They need one, right?
I'm trying to think. What does Cleveland win? The 3 good things happened to them, right? They
just won the NBA championship.
Yeah, they won the NBA championship. Maybe it's the trade I'm thinking.
The Browns are probably not going to win a game this season.
But the UFC heavyweight champion Stipe Miocic.
Why are you trying this?
He's from Cleveland, and Stipe, and I thought something else happened for them. Anyway, that was Painkiller already, episode 307. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I liked it. I thought it was a good one. What, Kyle?
Cubs lose.
Cubs lose. Yeah.